Speaker has directed that a further 5-minute quorum bell be rung, of course, to allow the members to walk into the chambers. Let me take you back to what the quorum bell is all about. Earlier on, when the chair was taken by the Speaker, a prayer was said, and according to the House Standing Order number 40, is that once the prayer is done and the House lacks the requisite quorum, that is 15 members in the chambers. As you can see, there are no members seated in the chambers. We can only see one senator, that is Honorable Edwin Sifuna, of course. There are also other members nominated, Senator Catherine Muma there. So if the House does not have a requisite number, that is 15 members in the chambers seated at the commencement of House business, then a quorum bell will be on for 10 minutes. We have seen the quorum bell being rung for 10 minutes. And according to the House Standing Order is once the 10-minute quorum bell expires, the Speaker may direct that the bell be rung for a further 10 minutes. In this case, the Speaker has given that directive that another 10-minute quorum bell be rung. And once the second 10-minute quorum bell lapses and there is no quorum achieved yet, then the Speaker shall adjourn the Senate forthwith to the next sitting. That is what the House Standing Order stipulates. And of course, we are hoping that the quorum will be achieved. Remember, the Senate normally on Tuesday sits at 2:30 p.m. in the plenary sittings or proceedings. But today, following the business that is before it, this morning sitting was set aside to have the impeachment hearing over the Meru Governor Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. This is after the county resolved to have her removed from office by impeachment. And of course, according to the law, the Senate is the House that will be hearing this particular case. The House last week resolved to have the matter heard and determined in the plenary way, and that is what today should be happening at the Senate chambers. We are hoping that the number will be achieved, but of course, if it's not achieved, then the Speaker will guide the House on the way forward. What was expected this morning is that the Speaker was to give guidance on how the hearing or the process will go. The sitting was starting at around 9. The Speaker make a communication to the House to guide them on how the hearing of the impeachment of the governor will be taking place. It is scheduled to start today and conclude tomorrow on Wednesday. But of course, there has to be a communication on how it will go. And after the communication, the members were to retreat to a pre-hearing meeting. This is to be on a closed door session. So we will be waiting to hear from the Speaker on how he will be guiding the House forthwith if the quorum is not achieved. But we are hoping that the quorum will be achieved. At least 15 members are needed to be in the chambers for the commencement of the House to kick off. On Tuesday, when the House resolved to have the hearing of the impeachment be done the plenary way, according to the House Standing Order, is that within 10 days, it shall investigate the matter. So the House received the communication of the resolution of the County Assembly on Tuesday. And of course, from Tuesday, the Senate is counting 10 days to be able to investigate the matter. If the accusations are substantiated or not substantiated, then the communication or the way forward will be given. But remember, today marks the beginning of this impeachment hearing of the Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza. So if you're just joining us, that is a 10-minute quorum bell still on. allow me to take a look at what the charges or accusations that have been leveled against the governor are. There are 7 charges. The first is the misappropriation and misuse of county resources, nepotism and related unethical practices. That is the Senator of Nairobi County, Honorable Edwin Sifuna, walking to this senator, of course, engaging him on how they will be picking up this matter if the House does not achieve the requisite quorum to enable it commence its business for this particular morning. Charge number 3 against the governor is that bullying, vilification, and demeaning other leaders. In this case, the governor is said to have excluded the deputy governor from county executive committee meetings and other official functions. The governor is also said to have engaged in bullying and posted demeaning messages about the deputy governor in WhatsApp groups. In this case, known as Third Government 012, the county admin services, whose membership includes several officers who are subordinate to the deputy governor. The governor is also accused of illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers. That she appointed Kenneth Mwiti Riungu as chief officer without county assembly approval. That she deployed other persons to perform the functions of those sent on compulsory leave, this being in breach of a court order. Also appointed unqualified persons as acting chief officers without the requisite competitive recruitment and recommendation from the County Public Service Board. She's also said to have recruited traffic marshals without involving the County Public Service Board, in this case disregarding the criteria for establishing county offices, that is the Kitui. Senator Honorable Enoch Wambua walking in. And of course, we are hopeful that more members will be getting into the chambers, because this day has been set aside purposely to transact the business on the impeachment hearing over the Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza. The hearing is slated for today and tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of November. And the Speaker, who has already taken the chair, was to make a communication this morning guiding the House on how this process will be taken through. And then the members were to proceed on a pre-hearing meeting in a closed session. But the members have not yet made their way to the chambers for that particular guidance or communication from the chair to know how they will be going about this matter. And that necessitated, or rather that is what has necessitated the 10-minute quorum bell. That is Narok Senator, who is also the minority whip, Honorable Olekina Ledama. They are getting in. So as the quorum bell is on, we will be seeing the members walking in. Once the quorum is achieved this time round, being hopeful that the sergeant at arms will alert the clerk and the speaker that the quorum has been achieved, and the speaker will call the House to order for the commencement of the House. But as you can see, no members yet to make the requisite quorum. At the table of the speaker, engagements are on from the clerk to the a number of senators there. Of course, maybe engaging on how this will be picked up if the quorum is not achieved. But this is the second quorum bell. Remember, the first one has lapsed, and this is the second bell. That is the Vihiga Senator, Godfrey Osotsi. And Of course, we will be hearing from the Speaker on how he will be guiding the House the way forward if the quorum is not achieved. 15 members, just to remind you, is the number that is required. The Speaker is talking. Let's listen in.
The bell for a further 10 minutes.
Yet another 10-minute quorum bell. If the 10 minutes this time round lapse, that will be a cumulative of 30 minutes. Is it that the members were not aware that the sitting will be starting at 9? Maybe they thought it will be starting at 9:30 as the usual, or rather the normal plenary sitting, especially the one that is held on a Wednesday. It usually starts at 9:30. Perhaps the members will be making calls to their colleagues to remind them that this morning there was this a sitting that is meant to be hearing the impeachment proposals from the County Assembly of Meru that resolved to have the Governor, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, be removed from office by impeachment, and that the Senate on Tuesday resolved to have this matter be heard and determined at the plenary sitting or the plenary way. Remember, the Senate last week found itself a bit sharply divided on how to, or rather the best approach to hear and determine this case, and the majority of the numbers resolved to have the matter be heard and determined at the plenary sitting. A number of impeachment hearings that have taken place at the Senate is that have been heard and determined at a committee level of 11 members, but this was not agreed upon last week when they were looking at the best approach to look at this matter, and the matter was resolved to be heard at the plenary. So this marks the first sitting and first day to hear the impeachment proposal as forwarded to the Senate. And this morning the House was to sit, get a communication from the Speaker and guide them on how to go about the case. Then the members were to proceed on a pre-hearing meeting, or rather retreat on a pre-hearing meeting in a closed-door session, then resume the sittings and be open to the public at around 11 a.m. So up until now, the chair, or rather the Speaker, has taken the seat. A few members are in the chambers, but the quorum is the elephant in the house. It has not been achieved yet. 15 members have not been able to make their way to the chambers to enable the House to commence its business. Of course, we can say that is paralyzing the House business this morning. And of course, we'll be waiting to see whether the quorum is achieved. If this quorum bell that is currently underway, it is another 10-minute quorum bell that is underway. It's a 10-minute. If the number is not achieved at the lapse of these 10 minutes, then it will be a cumulative of 30 minutes of waiting for the senators to make their way to the chambers for this sitting. Is it because it is a chilly morning, or maybe they thought that the sitting will start at 9:30? We will be waiting to see how that pans out. But as it is that today's morning sitting was the commencement or mark the beginning of the impeachment hearing of the Governor of Meru. This is Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, having been... All right, those are more members. That is the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kathuri Murungi, of course, walking in, and followed by various members. Hopefully that the number this time round will be achieved. The time now is 9:33, and we can see the members walking in numbers. And in a few minutes, of course, we are hoping that the Sergeant at Arms will indicate to us, or rather to the Speaker, that finally the quorum has been achieved. Nyeri Senator, they are working in with the majority leader, Honorable Aaron Cheruiyot, you see. So the quorum has been achieved. The quorum has been achieved finally at 9:33. So allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast. Good morning.
Much later, kindly take your seats. Honorable Senators, order. Senator Ledama, kindly take your seat. Majority Leader. Majority Leader, you should be helping the chair to bring calm in the House. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Now, honorable senators, you will recall that at the sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 2nd November 2023, I appointed Tuesday 7th and Wednesday 8th November 2023 as the days when the Senate will hear the charges for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. Subsequently, a procedural motion for the alteration of the sitting time of the Senate for Tuesday 7th and Wednesday 8th November 2023 to facilitate the impeachment hearing against the Governor of Meru County was considered and approved by the Senate on Thursday 2nd November 2023. Consequently, a hearing program has been prepared and appended to today's order paper. Honorable Senators, as is the tradition, and in line with the schedule of activities for an impeachment hearing and plenary, the Senate will hold a closed preparatory session to discuss the management of the investigation. This is aimed at ensuring that the process is conducted seamlessly and concluded timely, in line with the requirements set out under the County Governments Act and the Senate Standing Orders. I now, therefore, direct that all members of public, including the media, to withdraw from the galleries and any form of broadcast from the chamber to cease forthwith. The open session and hearing will thereafter commence at 11 a.m. as per the hearing program. I thank you.
Well, as I had indicated earlier, is that the Speaker was to make a communication to the senators, guiding them on how the process will be going, and that communication has been made. Then the members are retreating to a pre-hearing session. This is a closed session, so they will be done by 11. It will be open to the public at 11 a.m. Allow me to hand it back to our studios in KBC for normal programming. But at 11, we shall be back with the proceedings over the Senate on this day. Good morning. of the accusation or the charges, and its determination will be done by way of plenary. So this is the first sitting of the first day. The hearing has been slated for 2 days. 2 days have been appointed for hearing this particular case or impeachment, and it is today, the 7th, and tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of November. So this morning, this time is when senators are planning or will be convening to start the official hearing of this particular case. So once the House settles, as of now, of course, after the closed door session, members walked out, of course, to have a brief break, and then they will be resuming their seats in the chambers. And once the House settles, then the Speaker will, of course, make a communication on how the whole process will be taking place. This one will be on the recital of the mandate of the Senate. This will be done by the Speaker, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi. The rules that will be set of the procedure and the hearing program will be laid out by the Speaker once the House settles. Remember, this is a case that was forwarded to the Senate by the Meru County Assembly, accusing the executive, in this case the governor. So the two parties will be within the precincts of Parliament, because as the program indicates, is that once the communication on the mandate of the Senate and the rules of the procedure and the hearing program is read out by the Speaker to the whole House and to the concerned parties, then we will have both parties make their introductions. They will be given time to make an introduction that is of the County Assembly of Meru, which is representing the County Assembly and their council, if any. And of course, we will also see the introduction of the Governor of Meru County and the council representing the Governor, if any. Just to make a clarification here is that on Saturday, the deadline for the submissions from both parties was reached, and both parties complied with with making of their submissions. In this case, submissions, we're looking at if there are any evidence that the accusers or the County Assembly have, if there are any sworn affidavits, if there are any personal statements, maybe from witnesses, any possible transaction documents with regards to the accusations that they had made, and of course any evidence that they deem important in making their accusations valid, in this case before the Senate. And of course from the governor also too made their submission, in this case any evidence that will be countering the accusations that have been made against it, and of course any other evidence that the particular party or the council will deem fit to enable it absolve the governor of the accusations that have been leveled against her. So once the hearing starts, then the Speaker will set the rules of the House on how the whole process will be taking place today and tomorrow. And of course, the two parties, that is the County Assembly and the Executive, will be given their time, of course, to introduce themselves and any counsel, if any, that is their legal team that will be helping them in presenting or making their case, and on the other hand, also countering the accusations that have been leveled against the governor. Standing Order 80 of the Senate, Part 3, indicates that the governor shall have the right to appear and be represented before the Senate or a special committee during the investigations. Remember, in this case, the House resolved to go the plenary way. So in this case, the governor will be appearing before the Senate, that is the whole House, that has 67 senators, and will be able to appear and be represented, in this case, of course, with her or the executive's legal team during the investigations. So the House is currently on a brief break. Remember, earlier on, the House sat in a closed door session. Of course, remember, once the submissions were made on Saturday, the members also had the opportunity to interact with some of the submissions. And of course, this morning in the closed door session, they also further had an engagement with the submissions to familiarize themselves on what exactly the case entails, the accusations, and any evidence that has been presented. Of course, this is to give them that particular opportunity to be able to have a clear understanding of what will be discussed as the hearing begins. And of course, each and every member will have an opportunity to scrutinize what the County Assembly of Meru has leveled as accusations against the governor in a way that they have resolved to have her removed from office. So that is part of what this sitting will be looking at. Remember, today is day one, and tomorrow will be the culmination of the hearings. And once the hearing is done, at the end of it, of course, we will have the members vote on each of the charges. 7 charges are facing the governor, including misuse of funds, misappropriation of funds, and misuse of county resources, among other charges, but they are cumulatively 7. And in each of these accusations, then the County Assembly, which is the one that resolved to have the governor removed from office, will be required or needed to give evidence to those accusations. And at the end of it, the senators or the House will see whether the accusations can be substantiated or not. And of course, there will be a communication from that point from the Speaker. This is not the first time Governor Kawira Mwangaza is finding herself before the Senate answering to charges of misappropriation and misuse of county resources, or with regards to impeachment. This is the second time. In 2022, the month of December, the governor was at the Senate facing the first impeachment proposal that was also forwarded by the County Assembly. In this case, that particular impeachment hearing was done by a committee, an 11-member committee, which on Tuesday, members resolved that they will not be going the committee way, but they resolved to have the investigation be done at the plenary. There is the governor, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, already seated at the chambers. Remember, I told you that the official hearing has begun. And once the Speaker has set the rules on how the procedure will be done and the program of the hearing, then the two parties, that is the executive, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, and the council, if any, will be given an opportunity to introduce themselves so that the honorable members will know that this is the legal team that is representing the executive, as well as the County Assembly will introduce themselves as with their council, so that the honorable members will also understand that this is the legal team that is representing the County Assembly. So the governor has already taken her seat, of course, with the legal counsel. And we will also be able to see the team that is representing the County Assembly. The legal team that will be representing the governor. There is Council Elisha Ongoya. I think we have seen him seated just near the governor. There's also Elias Mutuma. He's also one of those that we have just seen seated next to the governor. It's a list of 9 councils that have been forwarded to the Senate that will be representing the governor as the legal team. That is Elisha Ngoya and Elias Mutuma seated right next to the governor. I believe there is another group on this other side that is seated. Once we have their pictures, then we'll be able to identify them. The county assembly also has its representative in the legal team. If I could go through the whole list of the council that is representing the governor, is that there is also Duncan M. Okubasu, Brida N. Kimathi, Robert Mutembei, Batista Mwirigi, Anthony Mwenda, Collins Mwenda, as well as Branley Maingi. This one is an assistant to the legal team. But of course, once the introductions are made, then we will be able to, of course, see their faces as well as confirm their presence at the chambers in making their representation for the Honorable Governor. The side of the National Assembly is also present, and they have their legal team as well. That will be helping the county assembly to prove or make valid their accusations, of course, with the help of any evidence that they have. If there are any witnesses or if there are any sworn affidavits, then this is the time that we will be seeing them presenting before the senators. Remember, the senators have already interacted with the submissions that were made by the both parties on what exactly entails of the case, what evidence there is, and what counter evidence there is from the executive, that is the governor, that will be presented before the Senate this morning. So once the case begins or the hearing begins, then these two parties will be making public their evidence as well as any other material that will be used by either parties to help this particular case move on. At the end, to introduce themselves, so that over the honorable members will know that, as you've seen, that one side is the legal team that is representing the other side executive, the county as well as of course the representatives will introduce themselves should we say supporters, so that the honorable members will also understand that this is the legal team that is representing the county assembly. So the governor has already taken her seat, of course, with the legal counsel, and we will also be able to see the team that is representing the county assembly. The legal team that will be representing the governor. There is Council Elisha Ongoya. I think we have seen him seated just near the governor. There is also Elias Mutuma. He's also one of those that we have just seen seated next to the governor. It's a list of 9 councils that have been forwarded to the Senate that will be representing the governor as the legal team. That is Elisha Ngoya and Elias Mutuma seated right next to the governor. I believe there is another group on this other side that is seated. Once we have their pictures, then we'll be able to identify them. The county assembly also has its representative in the legal team. If I could go through the whole list of the council that is representing the governor, is that there is also Duncan M. Okubasu, Brida N. Kimathi, Robert Mutembei, Batista Mwirigi, Anthony Mwenda, Collins Mwenda, as well as Branley Maingi. This one is an assistant to the legal team. But of course, once the introductions are made, then we will be able to, of course, see their faces as well as confirm their presence at the chambers in making their representation for the Honorable Governor. This side of the National Assembly is also present, and they have their legal team as well that will be helping the County Assembly to prove or make valid their accusations, of course, with the help of any evidence that they have. If there are any witnesses or if there are any sworn affidavits, then this is the time that we will be seeing them presenting before the senators. Remember, the senators have already interacted with the submissions that were made by the both parties on what exactly entails of the case, what evidence there is, and what counter evidence there is from the executive, that is the governor, that will be presented before the Senate this morning. So once the case begins or the hearing begins, then these two parties will be making public their evidence as well as any other material that will be used by either parties to help this particular case move on. At the entrance of the chamber, as you've seen, one side is the governor seated, and on the other side is the county assembly. Of course, representatives, or should we say supporters of either parties, have also been allowed the speaker's gallery. They will be following up the hearing. In this particular case, we have been seeing this happening once a governor or a deputy governor is brought before the Senate to answer to accusations that are leading to his or her impeachment or removal from office. Then there is usually a group of supporters that come along or tag along with their leaders or with the party that they are leaning towards. And of course, we have these two parties that are already present at the speaker's gallery to follow keenly on what the particular case will be addressing and of course dealing with. So currently members are coming back into the chambers from a short break or a brief break after a closed door session with the speaker. They have been familiarizing themselves with the documents that were submitted before the office of the clerk at the Senate by Saturday. And of course, they are now aware of what is being said by both parties and will be able to scrutinize the allegations or the accusations one by one in a very keen manner. Remember, all senators will be participating in this case because the hearing is done the plenary way. The speaker, all right, members going back to their seats, allow me to hand you over as the speaker is leading this hearing. Good morning.
Senator Wafula, take your seat. We need to proceed. Now, honorable senators, Senator Karen and Senator Wafula. Honorable Shakila, you can still proceed and take your seat. Senator Mazayo and Mogeni, I will allow you this time around to walk and take your seat while I'm on my feet. Thank you. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, having dispensed with the pre-hearing meeting of senators, which was a closed session, it is now time to commence the proceedings of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. By a letter reference number M/Cares/Volume 4/43, dated Thursday, 26th of October 2023, the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate that at a sitting of the Meru County Assembly held on Wednesday, 25th October 2023, the Meru County Assembly approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. The Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru also forwarded the following documents to the Senate, being the record of proceedings of the County Assembly and the evidence adduced in support of the impeachment motion. 1. Copy of approved notice of motion for the proposed removal from office of the Governor dated 16th of October 2023. 2. Order papers for the County Assembly sittings held on Tuesday, 17th of October, morning sitting, and Wednesday, 25th of October 2023, morning sitting. Honorable Senators, Senator Siengo and Senator Oburu, you may walk and take your seats. This communication is fairly lengthy. Number 3, certified Hansard reports of the Assembly sittings held on Tuesday, 17th of October 2023, morning sitting, and Wednesday, 25th of October 2023, morning sitting. Certified Hansard reports of the Assembly sittings held on Wednesday, 18th of October 2023, afternoon sitting, and Wednesday, 14th June 2023, afternoon sitting. Copy of certified signatures of County Assembly members in support of the impeachment motion for the removal of the Governor of Meru County dated 25th of October 2023. Certified copy of roll call vote of Wednesday, 25th of October 2023 on the motion for the impeachment of the Governor of Meru County. Copies of the County Assembly reports referred to during the debate on the motion for removal of the Governor of Meru County. And the reports are: A, report of the Select Committee on County Budget and Appropriation of the budget estimates of the County Government of Meru for the financial year 2023-24, dated 13th June 2023. B, report of the Secretary Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Cohesion on the complaint by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Meru County, to the County Assembly against his alleged exclusion from County Executive Committee meetings and non-facilitation of his office dated 17th of October 2023, and the response to the petition number 4 of 2023 urging the County Assembly of Meru to investigate the alleged illegal employment of traffic marshals by Her Excellency the Governor of Meru County and alleged illegal traffic charges by the Meru County Enforcement Department. Copy of a letter reference DOM/1/2023 dated 24th of October 2023 by Messrs. Dunstan, Omari and Associates Advocates addressed to the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru. Number 9, copies of newspaper advertisements appearing on the Standard and Daily Nation of Wednesday, 18th of October 2023, and copies of the invoices for radio advertisement in Muuga FM calling for submission or memoranda on the notice of motion for the proposed removal from office of the Governor of Meru County. 10, a HP flash disk, 2 GB, containing video annexures evidencing the particulars alleged in the motion, as well as voice advertisement on the public participation on the motion run on Meru FM and the approved notice of motion and exhibits. 11, copy of public participation report dated 25th of October 2023, laid on the table of the Assembly on Wednesday, 25th of October 2023. 12, copies of written memoranda, both in support and against the impeachment from different sub-counties and regions submitted to the County Assembly during the public participation exercise on the motion. And lastly, a booklet of the third edition of the County Assembly of Meru Standing Orders. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Section 333(3)(b) of the County Governments Act and Standing Order 81A of the Senate Standing Orders, at the sittings of the Senate held on Tuesday, 31st October 2023, the charges against the Governor of Meru County, as contained in the motion of impeachment by the County Assembly of Meru, were read to the assembled Senate. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you of the mandate of the Senate in relation to the proposed removal by impeachment of the County Governor as provided for under Article 181 of the Constitution, as read together with Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order 80 of the Senate Standing Orders. In particular, Article 181 of the Constitution provides as follows. 1. A county governor may be removed from office on any of the following grounds. A, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. B, where there are serious reasons for believing that the county governor has committed a crime under the national and international law. C, abuse of office or gross misconduct. Or D, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of the office of the county governor. 2, Parliament shall enact legislation providing for the procedure for removal of a county governor on any of the grounds mentioned in Clause 1. Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, Senate Standing Order 80 and the third schedule to the Senate Standing Orders provide for the procedure to be followed in the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of a governor. Specifically, Section 33(3) and Standing Order 81B of the Senate provide that the Senate may either, by resolution, appoint a special committee comprising 11 of its members to investigate the matter or investigate the matter in plenary. Honorable Senators, we recall that at a sitting of the Senate held on Tuesday, 31st of October 2023, the motion for establishment of a special committee was defeated. This, therefore, paved the way for a default position, the hearing of the impeachment charges against the Governor of Meru County, to be held by the Senate sitting in plenary. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, by way of a status update, pursuant to Rules 4A and 6 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal of the Governor in plenary, the Senate invited the Governor to appear and be represented before the Senate during its investigation. The Senate further invited the Governor, if she so chooses to appear before the Senate, to file an answer to the charges with the Office of the Clerk of the Senate by 5 p.m. on Saturday, 4th of November 2023, setting out the following. 1, the Governor's response to the particulars of allegations. 2, the mode of appearance before the Senate, whether in person, by advocate, or in person and by advocate. 3, the names and addresses of the persons to be called as witnesses, if any, and witness statements containing a summary of the evidence to be presented by such witnesses before the Senate. And lastly, any other evidence to be relied on. Pursuant to Rules 4B and 7 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary, the Senate notified the County Assembly of the date for the commencement of the investigation and invited the County Assembly to designate members of the County Assembly who shall appear and be represented before the Senate during the investigation. The County Assembly was further invited if it so chooses to appear before the Senate, to file with the Office of the Clerk of the Senate by 5 p.m. on Saturday, 4th of November, 2023, setting out documentation as follows. Designating the members of the County Assembly, being not more than 3 members, if any, who shall attend and represent the Assembly in the proceedings before the Senate. 2, indicating the mode of appearance before the Senate, whether in person, by advocate, or in person and by advocate. 3, indicating the names and addresses of the persons to be called as witnesses, if any, and witness statements containing a summary of the evidence to be presented by such witnesses before the Senate. And lastly, specifying any other evidence to be relied on. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday, 4th of November, 2023, the Office of the Clerk of the Senate received a response to the invitation to appear issued to the Governor dated 4th of November 2023 from Mutuma Gishuru and Associates Advocates, who indicated that the Governor had appointed the firm to represent her in the proceedings before the Senate, and that the Governor would also appear in person and by advocates. The letter also indicated the list of counsel representing the Governor and the list of witnesses for the Governor. Similarly, on the same day, the Office of the Clerk of the Senate received a response to the invitation to appear issued to the County Assembly from Messrs. Muthomi and Karanja Advocates, reference number T006/003/L 2023M, dated 4th of November 2023, indicating that the firm had been appointed to represent the County Assembly. The letter also indicated the list of advocates to represent the County Assembly and a list of witnesses for the County Assembly. Pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary, the Clerk of the Senate furnished each party with a documentation filed by other party in accordance with Rule 6 and 7 of the Rules of Procedure. Senator Eddy and Senator Hamida, you may walk in and take your seat. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, the hearing program which has been circulated details the various activities in the hearing and determination of the matter and the time allocated to each activity. It will be crucial that all the parties comply with the time allocated. The parties will be notified of the balance of time on each activity through the clerks at the table. In summary, the program states that today, Tuesday, 7th of November 2023, after we have dispensed with preliminary matters, the charges against the Governor, as submitted by the County Assembly, shall be read to the Governor. This will be followed by an opening statement by the County Assembly. Thereafter, an opening statement shall be made by the Governor. After the conclusion of the opening statements, the presentation of the case of the County Assembly shall commence and shall take us up to the end of today's sitting. At the sitting scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, 8th of November 2023, the Governor will have an opportunity to present her case before the Senate. This will be followed by closing statements by each of the parties for a period not exceeding half an hour each. The Senate shall then proceed to a debate prior to voting on each of the charges. At this stage, a supplementary order paper will be issued to facilitate this debate. In accordance with Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the voting shall be by county delegations. The Governor shall cease to hold office if a majority of all county delegations of the Senate vote to uphold any impeachment charge. If, however, the vote in the Senate fails to result in the removal of the Governor, pursuant to Standing Order 87, the Speaker of the Senate shall notify the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly accordingly. Now, Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite counsel for the Meru County Assembly to introduce the legal team of the County Assembly and the members of the Meru County Assembly representing the County Assembly by stating the full name and designation of each person. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable senators. My name is Mudhomi Vienkolu, an advocate and lead counsel for the County Assembly of Meru. I am assisted by Mr. Muvege Jacob Bwele, an advocate, Mr. Maranya Domiciano Mari, an advocate, Mr. Ngure Benson Kinyua, advocate, Mawira Boniface Mwereru, advocate, Faith Mutua, advocate, Muirigi Eric Murioki, advocate, Wanyenji Dennis Jeroge, advocate, and Mr. Kenson Mutethia, legal assistant. The witnesses that the Assembly proposes to call are Paul Mwaki Aremi, Dr. Gitonga Jeremiah Luruti, Honorable Mawira Evans Karia, MCA, Honorable Mugambi Redikiri Muruidhania, Member of the National Assembly for Bori constituency, Mr. Muroki Patrick Nkunga, who was the PA to the Deputy Governor. We propose to call Mr. Kaumbudu Paul Gikamati, and when we get there, Mr. Speaker, if we get your leave, any other witness that we may deem relevant, subject, of course, to your direction. We have brought the following MCAs as per your clerk's directions. The Honorable Dennis Kiogora, DMK, who is an MCA of the Meru County Assembly, Honorable Kiramana Aurelio Murangiri, who is an MCA, and Honorable Zipora Gaki Manyara, who is an MCA. We have 3 members of staff also present, Teresa Chokera, who is Senior Sergeant at Arms at the Meru County Assembly, Lidsi McKenna, who is the Deputy Director of Research at the Meru County Assembly, and Mr. Edward Murethi, who is the Chief Sergeant at Arms at the Meru County Assembly. That's the team from the County Assembly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I now similarly invite counsel for the governor to introduce the legal team representing the governor and the governor by stating the full name and the nation of each person.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Elisha Ongoya, counsel leading the team of the governor. Other counsel appearing alongside me in this matter are Mr. Elias Mutuma, counsel, Dr. Duncan Munabi Okubasu, learned counsel, Mr. Robert Mutembei, learned counsel, Ms. Brida Kimathi, learned counsel, Mr. Batista Muirigi, learned counsel, Mr. Anthony Mwenda, learned counsel, and Mr. Collins Mwenda, learned counsel. We are also supported by Mr. Branley Maingi, a legal assistant. The Governor, Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, is also present. In terms of the witnesses that the Governor's team shall call in this matter would be Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza herself, Honorable Nicholas Kinyua Josephat, Mr. Arayaru Adrian, and Mr. Dixon Munene. And that is the list, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Faki. Take your seat. On behalf of the Senate, I welcome the County Assembly's team, the Governor's team, members of the public and the media, to the Senate and to these proceedings today. I now invite the clerk to read the charges against the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
Order number 2, reading of the charges on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, Governor of Meru County.
The Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, Governor of Meru County, please take the stand. Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, the charges against you, as received from the County Assembly of Meru, are as follows, and I quote, Charge 1, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. The Governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10, 73, 201, 226, Clause 5, 227 and 232 of the Constitution, Sections 8, 12, 13, 1, 16, 17, and 35 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, that is the Integrity Act, Sections 55 and 66 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, that is the Procurement Act, and Sections 45, subsection 2, and 46 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, that is the Anti-Corruption Act, by engagement, connivance, and or complicity in the following. A, the embezzlement of county funds through the Governor's sisters, that is Rose Kinya Gwantai and Miriam Gwantai, brother, that is Kenneth Gwantai Murangiri, brother-in-law, that is Nefat Kinywa, and the nephew to the Governor's husband, that is Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, all of whom are from now on collectively referred to as the Governor's relatives. B, the withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the Governor's relatives, yet they, that is the Governor's relatives, are ineligible to tender for or supply any goods or services to the county government. C, paying full salary and benefits for more than a year to Dr. Ntoiti, that is CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, that is CEO of Liquor Board, Peter Kimathi Mbae, CEO of Meru Microfinance, and Joseph Kithure Mberia, CEO of MEWASS, while knowing that those officers were not rendering any services to the county. And D, the diversion and misuse of county resources, including funds and motor vehicles, to run the Governor's private charity, dubbed Okolea, despite a previous promise to the Senate in the previous impeachment proceedings to refrain from conflating official county operations and Okolea operations. Charge number 2, nepotism and related unethical practices. The particulars of this charge are as follows. The Governor has grossly violated, among others, 1, Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, 2, Sections 12, 17, and 24 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003, 3, Sections 13(1)(b), F, 13(1)(b) and F, Section 16 and 24 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and 4, Sections 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act 2012. That is the County Governments Act, by engagement, connivance, and or complicity in the following. A, fraudulently misrepresenting the governor's relatives as a technical team for purposes of travel to China to inspect and certify cancer treatment equipment, while knowing that the governor's relatives are not medical professionals. B, employing Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, who is a nephew to the governor's husband, as the CEO of Meru Youth Service, MYS, and the acting chief officer of the Department of Finance. C, the designation of Nefat Kinywa, who is the governor's brother-in-law, as the director of external linkages without transparent and competitive recruitment. And D, assigning diplomatic duties, namely engagements with foreign diplomats and dignitaries, to her unqualified sisters, namely Miriam Guantai, PA, and Ross Guantai, bodyguard. Charge number 3, bullying, vilification, and demeaning other leaders. The particulars of this charge are as follows. The governor has grossly violated, among others, 1, Articles 10, 19, 2, 28, 73, 75, and 179 of the Constitution. 2, Sections 9B, 19, and 24 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And 4, Sections 30, subsection 2 and 3C and D of the County Governments Act, by engagement, connivance, and/or complicity in, among others, the following. A, exclusion of the Deputy Governor from County Executive Committee meetings and other official functions. B, bullying, undermining, and posting insulting and demeaning messages about the Deputy Governor in a WhatsApp group styled Third Government 012, whose membership includes several officers who are subordinate to the Deputy Governor. C, encouraging and condoning insubordination and the making of insulting and demeaning public utterances by subordinate staff against the Deputy Governor and other elected leaders. D, bullying, undermining, and posting insulting and demeaning messages about the Deputy Governor in a WhatsApp group styled County Admin Services, whose membership includes several officers who are subordinate to the Deputy Governor. E, encouraging and condoning the removal of the Deputy Governor by junior officers from official county WhatsApp communication forums. F, arbitrary suspension, dismissal, withdrawal, and frustration of the staff of the Deputy Governor. G, illegally, irregularly, and fraudulently hounding the Deputy Governor's staff out of office by purporting to accept their non-existent resignations. H, arbitrary reduction, suspension, and withdrawal of budgetary facilitation for legitimate operations of the office of the Deputy Governor. I, threatening to inflict bodily harm against the Deputy Governor orally and in WhatsApp chats. J, forceful breaking, entry, and ransacking of the Deputy Governor's office. K, changing the locks of the Deputy Governor's office. L, arbitrary relocation of the Deputy Governor's office. M, arbitrary withdrawal of security from the Deputy Governor's residences. N, persistently making demeaning public utterances against other elected leaders, despite the same issue featuring prominently in previous impeachment proceedings. Or, making insightful, insulting, and demeaning remarks against other leaders by falsely accusing them of cartelism at a presidential Thanksgiving service held in Lare, despite this issue arising in previous impeachment proceedings. And P, encouraging, conniving, and condoning her husband's insulting and demeaning public utterances and musical performances against other elected leaders, despite this issue featuring in previous impeachment proceedings. Charge number 4, illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers. The particulars of this charge are as follows. The governor has grossly violated, among others, 1, Articles 10, 41, 201, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. 2, Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3. Sections 45, 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act. 4. Section 4 of the Public Appointments (County Assemblies Approval Act 2017. 5. Section 34, subsection 3 of the Public Service Commission Act 2017. 6. Section 9, subsection 2 of the Meru County Revenue Board Act 2014. 7. Section 4, subsection 2 of the Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2014. 8. Section 11, subsection 2 of the Meru County Microfinance Corporation Act 2014. And 9. Section 18, subsection 2 of the Meru County Water and Sanitation Services Act 2014, by engagement, connivance, and/or complicity in, among others, the following: A. Appointing Kenneth Mwiti Riungu as a chief officer without county assembly approval. B. Sending Dr. Ntoiti, CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, who is the CEO of Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, the Managing Director of Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Joseph Kithure Mberia, the CEO of MEWASS, on indefinite compulsory leave with full salary and benefits in the usurpation of the powers of the appointing authorities under the relevant Meru County laws. C. Deploying other persons in breach of a court order to perform the functions of the persons alluded to in subparagraph C above. D. Appointing unqualified persons, namely Edwin Mutuma Morangiri, Kenneth Mwiti Riungu, and Gitobu Nkanata, as acting chief officers without the requisite competitive recruitment and recommendation of the County Public Service Board. E. Disregarding the criteria for the establishment of offices within the County Public Service by recruiting traffic marshals without the involvement of the County Public Service Board. F. Usurping the powers of the County Public Service Board by creating offices of the traffic marshals, which is the sole preserve of the County Public Service Board. G. Employing a bloated workforce, more than 100 personal staff in the office of the governor. H. Irregularly designating and paying various cleaners as senior support staff while having 16 support staff. And I. Appointing the following persons to hold county offices in an acting capacity for more than 6 months. 1. Monica Kagwima, Chief Officer Youth. 2. Koome Muthuri, Director Health Services. 3. Francis Mungai, CEO County Revenue Board. And 4. Silas Mbaabu Muguna, CEO Liquor Board. Charge number 5, contempt of court. The particulars of this charge are as follows. The governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10 and 73 of the Constitution, 2. Section 7 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and 3. Section 10 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, by connivance and/or complicity in a contumacious, stubborn refusal to obey lawful court orders. 6. Charge 6, this is charge number 6, illegally naming a public road after her husband. The particulars of this charge are as follows. The governor has grossly violated, among others, 1. Articles 10 and 73 of the Constitution, 2. Section 7 and 11, subsection 1C of the Meru Honors and Awards Act 2018 by naming a public road after her husband without following the applicable statutory procedures. Charge number 7, contempt of the Assembly. The particulars of this charge are as follows. The governor has grossly violated, among others, 1. Articles 10, 174, paragraph I, 185, clause 3, and 195 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the County Governments Act 2012, and 3. Sections 18, 22, and 27 of the County Assemblies Powers and Privileges Act 2017 by engagement, connivance, and/or complicity in the following: A, refusal to honor lawful summons to appear before the Assembly's Sectoral Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Cohesion to answer questions on the matters raised in the preceding parts of this impeachment motion, and B, directing her Chief of Staff and accomplice and lackey in malfeasance to write a contemptuous letter to the Assembly in response to lawful summons to appear before the Assembly's Sectoral Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Cohesion, and C, in the refusal by her CECM, Finance, and County Secretary to furnish documents to the Assembly on the frivolous grounds that 1, an inchoate audit process was underway, and 2, the matters raised by the Assembly were sub judice, the latter frivolous ground being also disingenuous and contrived when viewed against the fact that the Governor has already been convicted of contempt of court. The Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, how do you plead to the 7 charges? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Thank you. You may proceed to take your seat, Honorable Governor. Next is the opening statement on behalf of the County Assembly. Council, you have exactly 30 minutes. Anything said after 30 minutes will be off record and may not be useful to your client.
Order number 3, hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable senators. I'll be sharing the 30 minutes with my learned friend, Mr. Marius Maranya. In summary, Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, the impeachment motion before you is the third one in barely a year presented before the Assembly against the Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza. The first impeachment motion was presented before the Assembly on 22nd of November 2022. It did not reach the Senate because the High Court issued an order preventing the MCAs from debating it. The second one was filed on the 5th of December, and it was brought before this Assembly. It contained, Mr. Speaker, 62 charges of nepotism, illegal appointments, usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of county organs. It contained allegations on incitement, bullying, and vilification of other leaders, a matter now still before you. It revolved around disrespect to the Assembly through forceful entry and mobilization of riots against the Assembly, a matter now before you in different particulars. It involved violation of public finance management laws. Again, a matter before you, only the facts have changed, the fundamental problem remaining. And then, of course, that motion came here, and it did not succeed. Notably, Mr. Speaker, when we came, the governor took the posture of an innocent and vulnerable victim of toxic masculinity, harmful patriarchy, gender stereotyping, gender discrimination, and political machinations. And in short, the governor took the posture that if something went wrong in Meru, as we submit, something has been terribly wrong in Meru for a year now and counting, our defense was, it wasn't me. It reminded us of Shaggy's song, Mr. Speaker, in which a young man is caught engaging in some hanky-panky, and even though he recorded on camera, he is caught with all the evidence, a singular response through and through. It wasn't me. After we moved from this Senate, Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, even though the Senate dismissed the charges, it gave the governor many pieces of free advice, free lessons on how to run the county. And after we left here, there was a brief honeymoon of peace in Meru, lasting only a few weeks. This honeymoon was characterized by courtesy calls by various leaders pledging in public to support the governor and promises by the governor that she would turn over a new leaf and Meru would be lastly peaceful and orderly and run in accordance with the Constitution. When we came here, Mr. Speaker, I recall prefacing our presentation about, or rather with the story of a leader in Europe who that time we were telling you, and which was on all 4 directions of the campus, north, south, east, and west. On each direction, this leader was at war with another country and another civilization for no good reason. Today, Mr. Speaker, we want to preface the motion before you with yet another allegory from Europe about the tragedy of a man from Russia called Kondraty Rylev. This was a multi-talented Russian citizen who was a poet, publisher, oralist, military officer. He was the embodiment of all the nice things a single man can achieve in a single lifetime. He was implicated in a treasonable act called the Decembrist Uprising of 1825 in Russia, which sought to depose the Russian monarch. Those days, the monarchs were called Tsars, from office. And after he was convicted of this offense, he was sentenced to public execution by quartering. This is a method of execution, Mr. Speaker, that involved tying the 4 limbs to a horse, and the horse is being driven in different directions, or cutting the body in 4 pieces and exposing the bowels and whatnot. Pleas were made to Sir Nicholas, who was the monarch, that this was too macabre a method of execution, and even though the sentence could not be vacated, the king was implored to impose a more humane way of execution, and the king agreed that Kondraty Rylev could be executed by hanging, which I think is the method in our laws for executing people. On the day of execution, and in those days, Mr. Speaker, executions were done in public stadiums, like Nyayo Stadium, full of people and spectators. So on the day of execution, this gentleman is led to the gallows, the crowds watching in the full stadium, and as he fell, you know, you're supposed to fall so that your neck breaks and you die. The rope broke, and Kondraty Rylev fell to the ground, and after a few seconds of dizziness, he dusted himself and addressed the gathering, telling the crowd, you see, in Russia, they don't know how to do anything properly. They don't even know how to make a rope. We are submitting, Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, that by the governor persisting in the very series of misconduct that brought us here 1 year ago, the only change being the particulars, she's actually telling you that you see in Kenya, the Senate doesn't know how to do anything properly, not even how to impeach a rogue governor. Anyway, after this guy fell to the ground, in Russia then this was considered a message from the gods, that the gods did not intend the prisoner to be executed, and the king was allowed to grant a pardon if this type of miracle happened. So, a messenger was sent on horseback to the monarch in a large white horse to tell him about this miracle and request the monarch, as was the custom in Russia, to sign the pardon. And indeed, the monarch began drafting the pardon, and just as he was about to sign it, he asked the messenger, by the way, did Raelev say anything when this miracle of breaking of the rope in a public hanging occurred? And of course, the messenger told the king, yes, he said in Russia, they don't know how to do anything, not even how to make a rope. And the monarch said, in that case, let us prove the contrary. The monarch tore the pardon and directed that the execution be repeated the following day, and this time the rope did not break, marking the end of the sad story of Kodraty Raelev, a Russian poet, singer, military officer, and many other things. Why do we say this story, Mr. Speaker? We'll be presenting evidence before you, and even as the charges were read, you heard several times the clerk saying this issue was alive in the previous proceedings. What happened? The governor, after the brief few weeks of camaraderie, adopted a defiant stance in which she held, and she has it even in her own evidence, several public rallies defiantly telling whoever can to listen, kaende, kaende, kabati, kabati. Kaende, kaende, Mr. Speaker, is Sheng, is Nairobi slang for I don't care, whatever will be, I'll do what I do. In Swahili they say, na liwe liwalo. That is the meaning of kaende, kaende. And we'll be showing you how throughout the last 1 year, even after the graceful lessons from Senator Tobiko, I recall, from the other senators, the governor's mantra in persisting on this, a series of misconduct is, I don't care, whatever will be, will be. Kyocera, kyocera, whatever will be. She doesn't care about the consequences, the future, and whatnot. That is how, Mr. Speaker, we have come before you with a motion arranged under 7 thematic counts, setting out 39 specific forms of gross violations of the law and the Constitution, and which, in our humble submission, are conduct and becoming of any leader. Mr. Speaker, we expect, and it will happen, although I'm not a prophet, just like last time, the governor will appear on this podium taking the posture of an innocent and vulnerable victim of toxic masculinity, harmful patriarchy, gender stereotyping, political schemes. That's what our response tells you. It is back to, it wasn't me, by Shaggy. And the governor, if you want to confirm it, at page 2 of our response, she tells you, this motion will not be here. It is a scheme by our deputy who is power hungry to take the governorship through the back door. She tells you it is the Njurin Cheke. She tells you if our own officials, our own secretary, our own chief of staff has done anything wrong, even the things she acknowledged, she said they bear their own responsibility. It wasn't me. In short, she will come to you looking as meek as a lamb. But luckily we have lived through the experience, Mr. Speaker. Our message to the Senate is if you acquit her this time, she will walk out this door and it will be kaende, kaende, kyocera, kyocera. Whatever will be, I don't care, na liwe liwalo, and Meru will be back to the perpetual, endless crisis that it has been engulfed for a year. We will be showing you that the governor has made several admissions before the county assembly. What we find strange is that now in our response to you, she produces documents she failed to produce before the assembly. We will be able to show you beyond any shadow of doubt that those documents are forgeries. And in conclusion, so that my learned colleague will take the remaining bit, just like last time, Chair, we are telling you not to fall for the ruse. If you see a humble, meek, polite-looking governor, it is because the occasion of the day requires her to look meek, humble, vulnerable, and whatnot. But if you make the mistake this time round, it will be Q Sera Sera, whatever will be, will be. I don't care. Kaende Kaende. That is what she will do. And for those reasons, for purposes of my part, Chair, we are asking you to borrow from Nicholas I of Russia in 1825, 1826, to prove that the Senate of the Republic of Kenya can actually do things properly by impeaching a rogue governor. I led the floor to my learned colleague, Mr. Mari Maranya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members of the Senate. My name is Marius Maranya. And Honorable Speaker, for the interest of time, allow me to jump right into it. I will start by setting out the mandate of the Senate, as has been clearly set out previously by Apex Court, the Court of Appeal in the case of Wambora's case, as well as the Supreme Court in the Sonko's case, did set the mandate of this House as clear as their role is to investigate and confirm that there exists sufficient evidence to substantiate the allegation made against the governor. Therefore, the Supreme Court noted that the Senate does not sit as an appellate forum. Theirs is a single role, that is to investigate and confirm that the allegation, as well as the evidence that have been adduced by the Senate, is substantiated. They have gone ahead, Honorable Speaker, to state that impeachment proceedings are not in the nature of criminal proceedings. They are not proceedings to establish culpability or criminal culpability against the governor. However, they have stated, the court has stated, that the impeachment proceedings is all about accountability. It's all about political responsibility. It's all about political governance. And as a result of that, they have set the standard of proof. Unlike in criminal cases where the standard of proof is beyond reasonable doubt, the proceedings of impeachment, it is not required to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Indeed, the Senate went ahead and stated that the proof is way below the standard of, way below that of a balance, beyond reasonable doubt, but slightly above that of a balance of probability. In the fullness of time, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members, we shall produce evidence upon your leave to call evidence that to prove that the governor has failed or breached the political responsibility. She is in breach of political accountability, she is in breach of accountability, and she is in breach of political governance in a manner that warrants her impeachment. We shall again demonstrate to this Honorable House that the conduct of the governor over time, over the 1 year she has been in office, has not been beyond reproach as is required. The conduct of a state officer should be beyond reproach. Indeed, it's likened to that of a sister's wife. But instead, or to the contrary, the governor has behaved in a manner that has been construed by this House as well as the court to amount to an impeachable conduct. We shall demonstrate that one upon the opportune time, Honorable Speaker, when we shall be required to call evidence and adduce, to call witnesses as well as adduce evidence. We shall demonstrate, Honorable Speaker, that the governor, a once a pedigree person, has disastrously turned tragic and has been likened in Meru County to King Saul. We shall demonstrate that the relationship between the governor and the people of Meru, the relationship with the governor and the leaders of Meru, both elected and political and non-political, our relationship with women organizations in Meru, our relationship with all actors, including the informal government called Judjeke and all other leaders, including her deputy, has irretrievably broken down. And that therefore, there exist irreconcilable differences between the governor and everybody, all actors within Meru. We shall demonstrate that one clearly, Honorable Speaker, when we will have a chance to adduce evidence. We shall also demonstrate to you in the fullness of time how the governor has placed the county resources that is appropriated by this Honorable House to Meru County has been placed under the custody or under the domain of our relatives, and that's a relative with very close blood consanguinity, that is sister, brother, for one reason, Honorable Speaker, to plunder it. To plunder it. We shall demonstrate how Meru County having a very high prevalence of cancer, and it is even said that we top in the entire world, not even in the country, which has been prevalent for quite a long time. Meru has been leading in cancer. And when the county got an opportunity from an international well-wisher that please send us a group of technical persons, technical in terms of cancer treatment, to come and benchmark with us for purpose, to come and inspect the cancer treatment machines for purposes of equipping Meru Cancer Treatment Center, the governor was audacious enough to get clearance from the Minister of Devolution, and you'll be surprised that instead of getting for the oncologist, the radiologist within Meru, serving the cancer center in Meru, was audacious enough to put into the flight her sister, her brother, and her brother-in-law to go for 2 weeks in China to go and be frolic of themselves. There's an opportunity that we lost as a county. It's an opportunity that we lost to equip the only cancer center that we have in Meru. We shall demonstrate that one at the opportune time. And the letter that was sent to that is not even shocking enough, the letter that was sent to the Minister of Devolution as well as to the Chinese embassy is that the following persons, a clear case of misrepresentation, are technical person matters of cancer. Yet, most of them, their education qualification cannot be accounted for. And the most educated in that team of sisters and brothers was one holding a diploma. Diploma in pharmaceutical technology. That is an assistant to a pharmacist. Even a pharmacist is not qualified in that one. And remember, this is done while leaving out qualified oncologists, qualified radiologists, and all manner of experts in relation to cancer treatment. We shall demonstrate to you at the opportune time how the governor has employed 8 extra chief officers without an approval of the county assembly at all. It's like a president appointing a minister and do not subject him to the National Assembly for approval. These chief officers, most of them are completely unqualified. They don't even have the minimum requirements, the minimum academic requirement. We shall demonstrate when you'll be asked to call, allowed to call evidence. Our governor has used our Kolea program to pseudo government money. To pseudo government money. We shall demonstrate at the opportune time how government vehicles have been staged to pursue the Kolea programs, which is a program not meant to help people, but to vilify leaders and other persons who are assumed not to be, to be raising any issue. We shall demonstrate at the opportune time how the governor has used her sister and her brother to swindle the government money to the tune of, just a cursory look at it, 78 million shillings going to an individual in the name of prepayments. Prepayments. Where a sister would owe 8 interest in 1 day. In 1 day, 8 interest in 1 day. We shall demonstrate that one when we'll be required to call evidence. We shall also urge you, Honorable Speaker, that the governor in front of you is not the first-time offender. He's not a first offender, and indeed she's a repeat offender who does not require or does not deserve the favors of this court. Honorable Speaker, I will also reiterate the role of Senate as far as devolution is concerned. Honorable Senate, you spent a whole lot of time to pass budgets for the interest of county, for the interest of devolution, only for it to be placed under at the disposal of sisters or relative for purposes of plunder. This, you have a sword. You are the custodian of devolution. You have the sword, and you can't sit lying down for long. You have you spare the rod, and the child will be spoiled. We shall be asking you to please crack the whip against the governor for the interest of Meru. We will be faced with two competing interests. One, devolution to work in Meru for the interest of Meru, and number two, to help the governor save her private job. Good thing is that that will be public interest. You'll be confronted with a public interest against a private interest. Kindly save the governor, save the Meru at the expense of saving the governor. My apologies, Your my apologies. So save the Meru, save the entire people of Meru, and not the Honorable Speaker, at the opportune time, we shall demonstrate that the center cannot hold anymore. And we'll be urging you to save the members of the County Assembly that back and forth, to and from the Senate, to and from the assemblies. If someone has been brought here barely 10 months ago, there must be an issue. It is not just in vain, it is a resort where the center is not able to hold anymore. We shall demonstrate how the governor has completely violated a court order, completely. With a lot of, just like she contempted against this Senate by completely making a mockery of their advisory by Honorable. For Aulia, sorry, I'm reminded it's for Aulia. The way the governor has completely usurped the county public service board, we'll give you an example where the governor advertised for 3 officers in her office, that is her personal public communication officer 1 and 2, and the governor shortlisted 17 for purposes of recruiting 3, and out of 17, the governor only recruited 1. Out of 17 who applied, instead of recruiting 3, the governor recruited 6. And what surprises me, and this should also surprise the Senate, is that out of the 3 that were recruited, only 1 was in the shortlist. Only 1 in the shortlist. The other 5 were not in the shortlist, and they were not even applicants. We shall demonstrate this one. Honorable Speaker, I have had a cursory look at our defense, which she has only attempted to, in the misappropriation of funds, the governor has only attempted to prove by submitting interest in relation to only, instead of accounting for 78 million, she has only accounted for 2.3 million. And if you look at the 2.3 million, the documents that have been used, that is the work ticket as well as the voucher, 99% of them are not signed by the examiner, are not signed by the director of accounts, and therefore they have been prepared hurriedly for purposes of your consumption. We shall demonstrate to you how a certain work ticket, how one work ticket has been used to account for 17 interests. It has been used 17 times with the same registration number, the same serial number, has been used 17 times. And when we called upon to call evidence, we shall demonstrate that one clearly. We shall demonstrate to you also how even the document, the work tickets that have been used, do not follow that natural chronology. Do not follow natural chronology to the extent that it is indicated that the governor on the 7th of October went to Nairobi. The next which follows is 10th of October. And the next that follows, you find it is 4th of April, a year after. You started wondering whether the governor was able to return, the whole access back to some months ago. That is clearly demonstration of forgery. You look at our document, you'll be surprised that she has 0 defense. What she asked is just a mere counterclaim. You are asked, why did you steal this government money? Oh, you say Jorin Cheke. Why did you say this one? Oh, Honorable Poro Abodi. You ask, why did you usurp the powers of the county assembly or the deputy speaker. You ask this one or that, instead of clearly saying, I have not done this, and this is the evidence to that effect. We shall demonstrate. I remember I was taught by the Honorable Senator, Professor Tom Ojienda, who told us, at least if you decide to answer a wrong question other than the one that was asked, please try and answer it correctly. And instead, the governor did not address the claims, and in her defense, she produced her own counterclaim in form of, I don't know, it's a motion to impeach who, and answered it wrongly. It's a double jeopardy. You get the question wrong, and you answer it wrongly. So, Honorable Speaker, with that, because of the interest of time, we shall be, at the opportune time, be called upon to produce all the evidence, or to adduce all the evidence in respect to the matters that we have raised. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next is opening statement on behalf of the Governor. Council, you have 30 minutes. At the end of the 30 minutes, the microphone will go off. Anything you say after that will be off record and of no use to your client.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and distinguished senators. My name is Elisha Ongoya, for the record. It gives me great pleasure, Mr. Speaker, sir, members of the Senate, to address you representing the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor, Meru County. We find it necessary to open our remarks by reflecting on the wisdom that informed the framers of our Constitution in prescribing a two-tier process of removal of a governor from office. This case has taught us that the framers of this process were indeed wise. Why do I say this? This House occupies a higher quasi-judicial pedestal in these proceedings for three reasons. Number one, in this House, the accuser, the prosecutor, and the judge is not one and the same person. Unlike the process below, where the motion is moved and supported by the same persons who will prosecute it and the same person who will make a determination by the vote. That was wise on the part of the framers of our Constitution and the law. Number two, the diversity of this House in terms of the origin of the decision makers implies also that the members of this House do not come, for lack of a better word, contaminated by local politics. And number three, this House, in terms of the architecture and design of the Constitution and the decision-making process in this matter, is expected to bring the much-desired objectivity in this process. The Honorable Kawira Mwangaza also takes this opportunity to reflect on the constitutionally prescribed grounds for removal of a governor from office. Mr. Speaker, sir, we appreciate that this was one of the first orders you took members through, because it is critical that throughout this process, we keep this criteria at the back of our mind. The drafters of our Constitution grafted grounds using specific adjectives. Number one, gross violation of the Constitution. I've been asking myself, why not just violation of the Constitution? Number two, where there are serious reasons for believing that the county governor has committed a crime under national or international law. Again, I was reflecting on the question, why not just reasons to believe? Why serious reasons to believe? Number three, abuse of office and gross misconduct. Again, I was asking myself this question, Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, why not just misconduct? It's our humble submission that it cannot be for nothing that the framers of our Constitution and the law used these descriptive words. Whereas the Constitution and the statute do not give us a definition of gross misconduct, the Supreme Court of this country, an important institution in giving meaning to our Constitution, has supplied us with meaning of that term in a process that involved the removal of a judge from office. This was in the case of Muya versus the tribunal appointed to investigate the conduct of Justice Martin Mati Muya. And in the interest of time, I will just pick out the attributes that the Supreme Court said constitute gross misconduct. The Supreme Court used the following words: it must be atrocious, it must be colossal, it must be deplorable, it must be disgusting, it must be dreadful, it must be enormous, it must be gigantic, it must be grave, it must be heinous, it must be outrageous, it must be odious, and finally, it must be shocking. Those are not my words. Those are the words of the Apex Court of the Republic of Kenya, giving all of us guidance on how to deal with matters such as this. I also observe that the rigorous standard that must be applied to the removal of a governor in office, let me withdraw that. Let me say, number one, the standard for removal of a governor in office, taking into account the adjectives used by the drafters of our Constitution, as defined or as interpreted by our Supreme Court, suggests that the process must be rigorous. And I was trying to rationalize it. Why did the lawmaker insist on such a rigorous standard? It must be consistent with the rigors of assuming the office itself, because the process of assuming the office of governor is not mild. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, I am aware that there are members sitting in this House who have attempted to vie for office of governor, and they'll bear with me witness that that process is rigorous. In the case of Meru, it must be borne in mind that there are 772,000 registered voters whose voices were heard, and out of those voices, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza assumed the office of governor of Meru County. That is a rigorous process. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza beseeches this House to employ the above test as what we describe as the constant north, the guiding star in these proceedings. What the governor is telling this House in simple terms is this: do not be preoccupied by the allegories from Europe. Look at the evidence before you. The law of evidence, which my learned colleague, Dr. Mudomi Thiankolu, has taught for many years at the university, presents as follows, honorable senators. Evidence is not counted. Evidence is weighed. Eventually, put this evidence on the weighing scale and come to a consensuous conclusion that can we, in good conscience, remove a fellow citizen from the high office of governor on the strength of the material presented before us. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, one may ask, and this evidence that the governor has presented here, where was it before the assembly that undertook the first impeachment process? The Hansard of the assembly will bear the governor out. That the governor's legal team went before the assembly with this evidence and asked the Speaker of the Assembly, direct us on how we present this evidence before you. And the Speaker of the Assembly ruled that both the legal team and the governor herself were, in parliamentary parlance, strangers and could not table material before that assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, 2,400 years ago, that great Greek philosopher, Socrates, is documented to have prescribed the 4 essential attributes of anyone who sits in the position of a judge, as you do today and as you will do tomorrow. He observed, and I quote, 4 things belong to a judge: to hear courteously, to answer wisely, to consider soberly, and to decide impartially. Distinguished senators, today and tomorrow, in relation to the business that keeps us here before you, you sit as judges. The humble plea of the Governor, Meru County, to this distinguished House is that you apply this 4-part Socratic test. And that if you do that, she asks for no more favor. The chips will fall in their place, and she will naturally be vindicated. The governor has furnished evidentiary material before you in the nature of, number 1, her response, affidavits in support of that response, an index of annexures, which are documentary exhibits, and 2 flash disks with various video clips that will contextualize for you what the political atmosphere in Meru is. Despite that political atmosphere, which is the reality in which this governor operates, the Controller of Budget report has indicated that this governor leads a county that has a 71% absorption of its development budget. Honorable senators, you sit here oversighting many counties, and you know better than I do the degree of efficiency one requires in this country to even achieve that feat. The latest InfoTrack research, which is less than a week old, has ranked the Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza among the top 4 performing governors in this country. And that is the person that is presented before you and who has been treated to the descriptive epithets that the Learned Counsel for the Assembly have described just a few minutes ago. We had the privilege, honorable senators, of following debate on the motion on whether this House will go the committee way or will go the plenary way. And we were persuaded by the following submission by members of this Senate. We want to know what is happening in Meru. Evidence will show you, senators, what is happening in Meru. When you look at the evidence presented before you by the County Assembly, and I emphasize that because the burden of proving these charges is the burden of the County Assembly. Because at the end of it all, this Senate has to make a finding whether the charges, my apologies, have been established or have been proved. That evidence by the Assembly will fall into 9 broad categories. You realize, honorable senators, that all the evidentiary material before you presented by the Assembly is information that was generated between August and September 2023, solely for that period, for purposes of these impeachment proceedings and nothing more. So you'll be told there is a complaint by a public-spirited citizen before the EACC, and that complaint before the EACC is the basis of these impeachment proceedings. You'll notice all that material is generated between August and September of 2023. You'll be told there is a summons before the county assembly that was disobeyed. When you look at the record, you'll discover that summons was issued in this period. So you'll see a period where there is a spirited, deliberate design to generate material to start an impeachment process. The second category of evidence, or claims, my apologies, the second category of claims, and some of these may be overlapping, is you'll come across claims before you whose evidence is claims elsewhere. We are claiming before you that the governor is misusing county resources, not because the Auditor General's report says that, not because we have evidence from IFMI saying that, no, because there is another complaint before EACC saying that. So use a complaint as the supporting material for the complaint before you. The third category is that all the claims made before you, we shall be asking this Senate to seek clarification by way of asking, and we shall be asking this Senate to bear in mind as it makes a decision, which of those claims shows what action or inaction on the part of the governor. The county government is an entire system of government. A lot of things may happen. A county government driver may be driving and may knock down somebody on the vehicle. That's a wrong. The question we'll be asking is, how do you tie that to the governor? So of all these claims, we shall be demonstrating to you that there's a failure to show the causal link between the case presented before you and the person presented before you for removal from office. The fourth category of matters will be what you call, my learned colleague gave me these words, dead matters that have been resurrected for purposes of infusing an element of meaning to this motion. You'll discover that the claims and the supporting material before you will be the same claims and the supporting material that were presented before this Senate a while back, as again the same governor, and this Senate voted to find that those claims on that material, that very material now coming before you, did not pass the threshold for removal of a governor from office. You will then come across matters that are pending before other constitutional bodies. Complaints pending before the courts, complaints pending before EACC, over which no determination has been made that's adverse against the governor. Then the fifth category, my apologies, the sixth category, is you will come across very contradictory claims. Very contradictory claims. Allow me to just demonstrate this by way of example in two cases. When you look at count 5 of the grounds in support of the impeachment motion, you'll see a claim of contempt of court. You'll see that claim. When you look at ground 1, in particular, sorry, count 1, my apologies, count 1, ground C, you would say a claim that the governor paid full salary and benefits to Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, and Joseph Kature Mbai. So you're accused of contempt of court in one count. You're accused of paying salary and benefits in another count. First, the Senate will reflect on the question whether the function of employment of these employees and their remuneration is a function of the governor within the county government structure. But for now, let me just inform you that the act of paying these 5 people is actually in compliance with that very order. So you comply with the relevant county government official delays to comply with the order to pay, he's accused of contempt of court. He complies by paying, he's accused of making the same payment to the same people. Good people in good conscience, that is the case in respect of which the governor has been most dramatically described by the assembly side's representation. The next category of claims will be claims focusing on the person of the deputy governor. Focusing on the person of the deputy governor. I will address some of these claims briefly in the interest of time in my next limb. The next category of claims are just plainly false claims. One of the hardest part of my preparation for this case is how you prepare to respond to a lie, apart from saying, but it is a lie. It is not true. For example, you'll get a claim that somebody by the name Kature Rukaria, James Karimi, Lady Ankatha are relatives of the governor. They simply are not her relatives. I mean, how much more do you say to that? You'll be told that the governor has employed Rose Guantai and Kenneth Guantai in the county government. These are employees of the National Police Service. They are police officers employed by a completely different constitutional body. Honorable Senators, you know better than I do that as protected state officials, the level of latitude one is given to consult with the authorities in the police service for purposes of allocating new security. You don't become an employer of that person. You'll be told that the governor has embezzled county funds through one Miriam Guantai. That's what you'll be told. The evidence in support of that will be some attachments in pages 17 all the way to page 29 of the exhibits in support of the impeachment motion from that side. You will then go there looking for the name of Miriam Guantai as a recipient of the money. You will not get it there. It's just false. You'll be told that Nefat Kinywa is a brother-in-law to the governor. I have had to reflect on the meaning of the word brother-in-law. We have presented before you a marriage certificate of Nefat Kinywa because the name brother-in-law is a relationship that arises out of a marital relationship. To show you who he is married to in a monogamous union. That person is neither a relative of the governor nor the governor's husband. So I don't know how one generates a brother-in-law relationship outside that context. You'll be told that the governor has employed Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, a nephew of the first gentleman. Evidence will show that Edwin Mutuma Murangiri was employed by this county in 2017. This governor became governor in 2022. So even if she intended to employ him, did she re-employ him a second time? Those are questions that this Senate will have to deal with, just factually incorrect statements. Edwin Mutuma Murangiri is not related to the first gentleman as a matter of fact. So it is false. You'll be told that he is one of the people through whom the governor is swindling county funds. We will then take you to the IFMIS extract that they have presented and ask, show us the name of Edwin Mutuma Murangiri receiving any sum of money for any purpose in that IFMIS extract. You will not get it there. It's just false. Then there are some falsehoods that are also very courageous, senators, because they also lie about this Senate. You'll be told that this Senate, so to speak, stopped the governor in the last impeachment exercise from running the private charity project dubbed Okolea. You'll be told that. On that one, we think this Senate will be our witness, that you didn't do that. You'll be told, for example, 2 county vehicles, KAX 574V and KCB 845F, were damaged. First, they are described as county vehicles, damaged in one of the Okolea charity events. We have presented before this court official searches from the National Transport and Safety Authority, which can be the only source of information on who owns this vehicle. These are private vehicles not owned by the county at all, just falsehoods. And you'll be told, honorable senators, that the governor has assigned diplomatic duties to her unqualified sisters. I was reviewing the law on this. Function number 1 in the 4th schedule of the national government, function number 1 is foreign relations. So how does the governor engage in foreign relations? Just falsehoods. You'll be told the governor has named a public road after the husband. I was reflecting on this, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators. If you were to tell the assembly side to take you to Meru and take you to a road named after the first gentleman, you'll get the meaning of what is called a wild goose chase. You'll not get to any particular road located anywhere called the name of the first gentleman. Instead, they will tell you, let us remain on Facebook. There's some post on Facebook somewhere. Then you'll come across just distorted claims, distorted, misrepresented claims. For example, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, you run offices here and know that your offices here are supplied with hospitality supplies, some sugar for your guests, some soft drink, some water. So somebody will go to IFMIS and find an entry, hospitality supplies, which are things ordinarily bought from petty cash impressed. They will make a report and say, these are hospital supplies in their report to you, to create an impression that this person in the governor's office is actually supplying our hospitals. And I mean, how do you deal with that, honorable senators? These are the things that have been brought here. When you hear my learned colleagues on the other side making very dramatic representations, let me manage your expectations. There is something called an anticlimax. You'll be told that the governor is culpable of bullying, undermining, and posting insulting and demeaning messages about the deputy governor. This is a sad claim, and I must emphasize this. I would want you to finally contextualize this matter. There is a video clip that will be played here of the deputy governor chanting with a group of youths in Meru County, chanting the following slogans. Kawira doesn't have a home, oh yay, oh yay. She doesn't have a home, oh yay, oh yay. She's a prostitute, eh yay. She's a prostitute, eh yay. Mutuma, kindly strategize, eh yay. You will see that is the video that the governor replies to. And the governor says in reply to that video that is calling her a prostitute, that I cannot be intimidated and I cannot be cowed by these childish, mannerless, mobilized people. You'll be told, no, focus on these words, that I'll not be cowed by these childish, mannerless, mobilized people, but forget the video she is responding to in the same WhatsApp group, calling her prostitute. Honorable senators, the voting that you make in this Senate is a constitutionally prescribed voting governed by your conscience and your oath of office. the bundles presented by the assembly side are suddenly bigger in volume than the bundles the governor presented here, because as I told you, how do you respond to a lie other than saying all these 100 pages are a lie? Then you keep quiet. They've given you a big house, big in stature, but if you look carefully at the pillars of that house, if you look carefully at the columns of that house, you'll discover that their constituent material are biscuits. We urge you to accordingly vote, putting that house of biscuits on the weighing scale and see whether it will collapse the scale as a dominant consideration in your voting in this matter. And that is the governor's opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the audience.
Let me take this opportunity to thank the parties for keeping to the time schedule. I believe going forward, if we keep it to the way we have expeded here now, we should be able to cover ground. Now, we are moving to adjourn the House, but just a matter of housekeeping. Lunch will be served to the parties, both the county assembly and the governor side. You will be served with lunch. You'll be guided accordingly as to where you'll have this lunch. We will, of course, later on resume. Therefore, don't take lunch and disappear, because we will need you here at 2:30. Now, honorable senators, kindly be upstanding. Now, honorable senators, it is now 4 minutes to 1 p.m. Senator Karen, do you have any medical condition? Honorable senators, it is now 1 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate, therefore, stands adjourned until today, Tuesday, 7th of November, 2023, at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Well, a very good afternoon to you, and you are right on time for this Senate afternoon sitting. This is the afternoon proceeding that is on the impeachment hearing for the Meru Governor, and this is a live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Well, the senators this afternoon will be continuing with the impeachment hearing over the Meru governor in a motion on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County. And this is a motion of impeachment following a resolution by the County Assembly of Meru to have the governor removed from office by way of impeachment, of course, accusing her of 7 issues that this morning, this particular impeachment hearing began this morning, Tuesday, at around 11, when the charges that the County Assembly, or rather the MCAs from Meru County, are leveling against the governor. These 7 charges include the misappropriation and misuse of county funds, among others. And in her defense, when the charges were being read out to her by the Senate Clerk, Jeremiah Nyegenye, the Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza pleaded not guilty to all the 7 charges. That is a hearing that has begun this morning. And earlier on, we saw that the both sides of the parties in this impeachment hearing, that is the County Assembly of Meru, as well as the executive, that is the governor, were given an opportunity to introduce, of course, themselves, as well as the legal team that will be representing both parties. And in this case, we saw the governor, or the executive, being represented by a host of lawyers, as well as the County Assembly party also has its list of a legal team that is representing this particular side. The County Assembly, when its lead counsel, that is Dr. Muthomithi Nkolu, took or rather was doing the introduction, also introduced a number of witnesses that they say will be taking the stand to give their statements on what they witnessed or what they know about the ongoing case facing the governor and the accusations that have been leveled against her. The legal team from the County Assembly include the lead counsel, Dr. Muthomithi Nkolu, Muvengei Jacob Ngwele, Mariah Domiciano Mari, Mawira Boniface Mwereru, Mutua Faith Mwirigi Eric, Wanyenji Dennis, as well as Kenson Mutethia, who is a legal assistant to this particular legal team. We also have a legal team from the governor's side that is led by Elisha Ongoya, who is the lead counsel in this particular legal team that is representing the governor or the executive of county of Meru. Elisha Mutuma, Duncan Okubasu, Robert Mutembei, Brida Kimathi, Batista Murigi, Anthony Mwendwa, Collins Mwendwa, as well as Brian Lee Maingi, who is the assistant to the legal team from the governor's side. Earlier on, the charges were read out to the governor, where she pleaded not guilty to all the 7 charges. There was some opening statements on behalf of the County Assembly. Of course, these were done by the lead counsels from both parties with the help of the advocates, of course, within the teams in both parties. And around also the county government, or rather the executive of Meru County, also got an opportunity to make opening statements with regards to this matter. What we're expecting this afternoon is that the County Assembly of Meru will be tabling evidence before the Senate. Of course, this includes witnesses, if any, as well as an opportunity to cross-examine and re-examine these particular witnesses. So this afternoon, the Meru County Assembly will have an opportunity to table their evidence. Speaker is in the chambers. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Okay, I'm informed we do have quorum. Kindly proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 2, hearing and the determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
Clerk, can you confirm that we have both parties in the House? And if they're not in, kindly usher them in so that we can start the hearing. I'm now informed that both parties are present. Now, before we begin the hearings this afternoon, this is to the parties. You note that the hearing program is pretty packed, and therefore we need to keep time. The time as in coming into the chamber, and time if you're allocated time within which to do an activity, then please restrict yourself to that particular amount of minutes that you've been given to undertake that particular activity. Now, if you look at the hearing program for the afternoon, we're now supposed to hear the evidence by the county assembly. So the county assembly will proceed to give their evidence in chief by calling the respective witnesses. Those witnesses will be cross-examined by the governor's team. Thereafter, if need be, they will be re-examined. After that is done, the senators will have an opportunity to seek clarifications from the witness before that witness is stood down. We will proceed in that manner. County Assembly, it is now your turn to proceed.
Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, the assembly is ready with the first witness. His name is Arimi Paul Mwaki. He will be examined by my learned friend, Mr. Mari Maranya.
Kindly usher in the witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Being mindful of time, may I allow me to start? Kindly, Mr. Witness, please introduce yourself for record
Clerk,
purposes.
let the witness take an oath first.
Oh, sorry.
Which faith do you ascribe to? Christian. Christian. Would you take your oath in Kiswahili or in English? So you hold the Bible in the right hand?
The right hand?
Then you read the text here.
Sorry.
I, Paul Mwaki Aremi, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate, in respect of the matters before the Senate, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Witness, kindly introduce yourself for purposes of record.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished senators, my name is Paul Mwaki Aremi.
Pero, did you record a statement in respect to the matter before the Senate today?
Yes, I did.
Where is that copy of your statement found?
Mr. Speaker,
For the
volume 1, page 48, page 51 of volume 1.
That is page 48 of volume
1.
Volume 1. Volume 1, honestly. Mr. Paul, what do you do for a living?
Honorable senators, the witness has a statement. Which statement is contained in your bundles?
I'll constantly be referring, Mr. Speaker, to two documents, that is Volume 1 and Volume 3. So, Honorable Speaker, I'll constantly be referring to Volume 1, the Green booklet. I'll also be making constant reference to Volume 2, the big Volume 2 is written at the top of Volume 2. Sorry, at the bottom. So, Mr. Paul, you indicated that your statement is filed on which page?
Volume 1, page 48 to page 51.
Page 48 of Volume 1. Honorable Speaker, I believe everybody, we are now together. Thank you. What do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm the CEO, Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Board.
For how long have you served as the CEO of the Liquor Board?
I started serving as CEO of Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Board from January 2018 until now. I'm supposed to be serving until now.
Very well. Who is your employer? Whom do you report to on a daily basis in your operation?
My employer is the board.
Your employer is the board. Please explain to this Honorable House what happened on the 6th of September 2022 in respect to your employment.
With respect to my employment, Mr. Speaker, on 6th of September, I was called together with my colleagues in heading other corporations, and we were served with a compulsory leave letter.
Compulsory, you are saying you were served. That indicates you and who?
Myself and my colleagues who are heading the other corporations.
Yourself and your colleagues who ends the corporations?
Yes.
Is it the entire corporations in the Meru County or that particular a few corporations?
On the 6th,
how many were you? In other
we were
words?
3. Those who received our letters were 3 on the 6th of September.
And yourself, that makes it 4.
There was a previous one which was issued on the 29th of August to my colleague, Dr. Ntoiti, who was heading Meru Revenue Board.
You said the date again, 29th of?
29th of August.
When was the governor of Meru, when did the governor of Meru take, when was she sworn in office?
The governor was sworn on 25th of August.
25th of August.
Yes.
When was her first day in the office?
I'm not certain the exact certain day that she was in office.
Yes.
But my colleague, Dr. Ntoiti, was served barely a weekend after the governor was inaugurated.
You said barely a weekend after the governor was sworn in?
Yes.
That is to indicate that the governor, Dr. Ntoiti, was served the first day, or was sacked the first day the governor took office?
We can see that.
Is that your evidence?
That is true.
Prior to the letter sending you on compulsory leave, did you have any interaction, any prior interaction with the governor?
Mr. Speaker, not at all.
Not at all. You've made reference to your letter sending you on compulsory leave. Would you guide the Senate, the Honorable Senate, on where the same can be filed? For purposes of record, so for following the proceedings, where can those documents be filed?
The compulsory leave letters can be found in Volume 2 from page 336.
336?
To 339.
Volume 2, Honorable
Volume 2, the big
Speaker,
volume.
I am making reference to the big booklet written Volume 2 at the top, at the bottom. You said the letters are found in pages?
336?
Yes.
To 339.
What was to happen to your institution once you were sent on compulsory leave? Who was to man the institutions?
Immediately we were sent on indefinite compulsory leave.
Yes.
Other persons were appointed in acting capacity.
Other persons were appointed in acting capacity.
Yes.
Were they formally appointed?
They were appointed from the office of the governor.
Were they formally appointed? Is there a formal appointment letter to that respect?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Where is the formal letters filed? Where are the formal letters appointing your representative filed?
Mr. Speaker, they are found on page 340 to 342.
Pages 340 to pages 342 of which booklet?
Of volume 2, Mr. Speaker.
Of the same document, volume 2. Upon receiving the letters of sending you on compulsory leave, did you make any attempt to establish the cause, the charge, or the reason as to why that has happened a day or a few days into assuming office of the governor?
Mr. Speaker, we interrogated the letter and we found that it was not right, and we made several efforts.
Several efforts to do what?
Several efforts to be reinstated back to our offices because we thought we were sent home and procedurally.
You made some, sorry again, you made efforts to do what?
We made efforts to get reinstatement from the governor.
Did you have any audience with the governor over the same, over the subject matter?
We had audience with the governor, we had audience with the county secretary on the same matter.
What did the county secretary in particular say?
The county secretary indicated to us that clearly we could not be reinstated because he was acting on the instructions of the governor herself.
Did you sit down with the governor over the same?
We did not get an opportunity to sit with the governor on the same later, but the county secretary gave us the instructions.
After you are unable to meet the governor personally, and the county secretary indicated that he had instructions from the governor not to allow you back, what did you do? What action did you take?
After all those efforts failed, Mr. Speaker, we made an application to court to seek redress and to seek reinstatement through the court.
Through the court. That is to mean that you filed a matter in court?
We filed a matter in court, Mr. Speaker.
Who are the you filed the matter alongside who? Who are the petitioners in the matter?
The petitioners were myself, the MD Meru Revenue Board, Dr. John Toiti, Joseph Beria, the CEO, Meru Water Sanitation Services, and Kimadi, the end of Meru Microfinance Corporation, Mr. Speaker.
That is to mean that you are the first you filed as first to fourth respondent.
We filed as
petitioners.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And what did the court rule in respect to your matter?
The court issued a stay or conservatory orders reinstating us back to office, Mr. Speaker.
The court ruled that you be reinstated back to the office. What else did the court rule?
The court also further ruled that those who are in acting capacity in our place be removed from office or be issued with letters cancelling their appointment on acting capacity, Mr. Speaker.
Therefore, it's your evidence that the court ruled that you be returned back to work and letters of appointment of your predecessor be revoked. Is that so?
It's true, Mr. Speaker.
Did you, in your statement, annex that particular court order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Where can the same be established?
We annexed the court order on volume 416, volume 2, page 416.
Volume 2, Honourable Speaker, the big booklet, pages?
416.
416?
Yes.
416, which contained two prayers, according to your evidence, one of reinstatement and the other one of revocation. Please confirm.
I can confirm that, Mr. Speaker.
And in compliance to that order, did you serve it upon the governor and the county secretary?
Yes, they were duly served, Mr. Speaker.
You were duly served?
Yeah.
How do you confirm to this Honourable House that you did duly serve upon the governor and the county secretary the particular court order?
Through a notice of service.
You served?
Yes.
Upon service, what happened? Was the same respected? Was the same court order obeyed?
The court orders were disobeyed.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Please explain to the court how the same order were disobeyed.
Mr. Speaker.
Explain to the Senate, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, upon the court issuing orders,
Yes.
there was a meeting convened at a place called Mitungo by the governor,
Yes.
in which the first gentleman in that meeting threatened to organize people to flush us out of office in case we went with that court order to report back to office, Mr. Speaker.
So who threatened the against disobedience of court order?
The first gentleman is the one who threatened to mobilize people to come and evict us.
Was the governor present in that particular meeting?
The governor was exactly present in that meeting, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have any evidence to that particular meeting you are making reference to?
The evidence is in a video form, Mr. Speaker.
In a video form. Honorable Speaker, the video, if, with your leave, maybe you can have the video played, the video in support of contempt of court be played to the court, to the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, that's the video in support of count 5.
Yes.
Hata koti ikisema urundi kwa ile ofisi, mtoiti sisi tunashikana na hawa maasra tunakutoa pale. Sasa mtoiti wewe ndio tunafurusha. Hata koti ikisema urundi kwa ile ofisi, mtoiti sisi tunashikana na hawa maasra tunakutoa pale. Mtoiti hautakaribia ile ofisi, na pia Mberia aambiwa kwamba hiyo ofisi ya Mewas hata ikaribia.
In that video, did you hear the first gentleman mention the petitioners?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, he has mentioned Beria and my colleague Toiti.
And you'd also wish that evidence of a video be part of your examination in chief?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Did you report back to the office?
Yes,
in compliance with the court order?
In compliance with the court order, Mr. Speaker, we reported back to office.
Yes.
And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the threat was actualized and we were chased out of office ruthlessly.
What do you mean by being chased out of the office ruthlessly?
There were people organized who evicted us from offices, Mr. Speaker.
So you are physically evicted from the office?
We are physically evicted from the office and the precincts of the offices.
The second limp of the court order talked of the governor revoking the appointment of those appointed in your capacity. Did those appointments, were those appointments revoked?
The appointments of those who were acting in place, Mr. Speaker, were never revoked at all.
They were never revoked at all. That's your statement.
Yes, Mr.
That is to mean that they are still acting as CEOs in your establishments?
Up to now, those letters have not been revoked, Mr. Speaker.
Are those CEOs still in office, in your respective offices?
Mr. Speaker, because they were acting in their inacting capacity,
yes.
Upon us obtaining contempt of court orders, we have been able to get back to office, and some of them have been reappointed back again under different capacity.
What happened after the court order was, you have jumped the gun, what happened after the court order was disobeyed, when you were evicted from the office? What happened? What action did you take?
Mr. Speaker, we made an effort, and we applied for contempt of court orders.
You applied for contempt of court orders?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Has the court pronounced itself on the contempt of court?
The court did pronounce itself on contempt of court.
Yes.
And convicted the governor and the county secretary and another of contempt of court.
Yes. So, sorry, the last bit,
They were cited, the governor was cited for contempt of court, Mr. Speaker.
The governor was cited for contempt of court. Do you have that particular order or a ruling to that effect, citing the governor for contempt of court?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Where can it be established for quick reference?
From page 418, Mr. Speaker.
We start
418
with
of volume 2.
We start with the ruling. Where is the ruling found? Pages?
The ruling is on page 418.
Page 418 to pages. Of which volume? Of volume 2? Of volume 2. Pages 418 to pages?
pages, the ruling is found on page 418, page 439.
Page 439. And the order, and the particular order setting governor for contempt is established, is found on pages?
It's found on page 440.
Pages 440.
And 441.
Of which, again, on which volume?
Volume 2.
On volume 2. According to those two court documents, was the governor found guilty of a court order?
Yes, indeed. The governor was found guilty for contempt of court.
Was she punished accordingly?
The court scheduled a date for punishment.
Yes.
And the county secretary appeared in court to show cause why they should not be punished.
The county secretary, on behalf, appeared to demonstrate why they should not be punished. Did she appear?
He did appear, Mr. Speaker.
After appearing, what happened?
After appearing, a date was, the governor was ordered to reinstate us back to office under supervision of the county secretary, Mr. Speaker.
That is to mean, sorry, would you recall when the county secretary was instructed to take you back to the office? Would you recall?
I would recall, Mr. Speaker.
That is when?
That is on 23rd of last month. That is
23rd of September.
23rd of September.
That is barely 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker.
What happened to the punishment in respect to contempt of court? Was it administered at that time?
The court has rescheduled the punishment to today so that the county secretary can go back and prove whether they really honored.
It is your evidence that the court punishment was scheduled for today.
The punishment is scheduled for
which
today.
You may not tell what happened.
Which I may not tell the outcome, Mr. Speaker.
In all this saga, were your respective boards notified of the proceeding of what is happening? Your respective boards, you said the management of the board, the corporation are through the boards. Were they notified of what has been happening?
They weren't, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry?
They weren't.
They were not. Your letter of setting on compulsory leave talks of reason being to reorganize the board.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Have you ever, for the last 1 year, been called upon for reorganization of the board as a CEO?
Mr. Speaker, no.
Sorry?
No.
You have never been called upon?
Yes.
Does the governor have power over reorganization of matters in respect to your independent corporations?
The semi-autonomous government agencies like our corporations are supposed to be reorganized by the boards.
By the board. Now, for the entire period of 1 year that you've been away, until only 14 days ago when you resumed your office as a CEO, were you getting your salaries?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Salaries? Sorry?
Yes, I was earning my salaries while at home.
You were earning your salaries while at home?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Did the court order provide that you be paid your salaries? Did it address the question of you being paid your salaries while away for a whole year?
No, Mr. Speaker.
What stated that you'll be paid your salaries for the entire period that you'll be away?
The compulsory leave letter, which came from the office of the governor, is the one that indicated we shall be entitled to full pay and all benefits while we are home in indefinite
Therefore,
leave.
the compulsory leave stated that you'll be paid your full salary while you are at home?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And were you actually paid your full salary while at home?
Indeed, we were paid.
For the entire period?
For the entire period.
Do you have evidence to the effect that you continued being paid salaries while you are not working?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Where are the copies for ease of reference again? Where are they being established? Found in this?
Volume 2, page 35.
Volume 2, pages 35.
To
pages number?
Let me correct it, please, Mr. Speaker. Volume 2, page 33. To pages 33, beginning from page 33 to page 41.
To pages 41.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And to this 1 year after, to this extent today, Have you ever known the reason as to why you were sent on compulsory leave by the governor and the county secretary?
It has never been communicated to any one of us the reason for compulsory leave, Mr.
None
Speaker.
of you has ever known why you were sent on compulsory leave.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you said that only 14 days ago, the governor complied with the court order and reinstated you back to your office alongside the acting CEOs. That was your evidence.
It is true.
What, in your opinion, why do you think the governor was able to comply with a court order a year after the initial order was granted?
Mr. Speaker, the governor may have complied basically because she had been found to be in contempt of court and her punishment was about to happen. And the next thing,
therefore, is your evidence that she was fearing the looming punishment by the court?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The next thing was?
The next thing was there was an impeding motion of impeachment a day to the day we were escorted back to office. And it was a ground.
Now, according to you, again, your opinion, who do you think is to blame for you being illegally sent on compulsory leave?
I would lay the blame on the governor herself.
Why do you say so? What is the foundation of your opinion?
Because the letters from the county secretary must have been, the county secretary indicated there were instructions from the governor.
Indicated that those were he's acting on the instructions of the governor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Has the governor to date revoked the appointment of the persons meant to replace you?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Are they in the office?
They handed over, and then they were given other mandate again, Mr. Speaker. But their letters which appointed them to that office have not been revoked.
Their letters have not been revoked. Are they within the establishment for the last 2 weeks that you've been in the office?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, the governor argues that he was ordered by the court to pay you salary. What's your opinion on that? What is your take on that?
I don't agree with that, Mr. Speaker.
Why don't you agree?
It is because the issue of payment of our salaries where we are not working is in the compulsory leave letter which originated from the governor's office.
Did that court order in particular address the question of payment of salaries?
The court order addressed reinstatement and the revocation of appointment letters of those officers who are in
and revocation of the letters.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I want to pen over that point. I will subject the witness, Honourable Speaker, to cross-examination.
Counsel for the Governor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, it is my singular pleasure to take on this witness in cross-examination. My name is Elisha Ongoya. Allow me to start from where the witness has ended. Mr. Arimi Paul Mwaki.
Yes.
Is it your testimony before these distinguished senators that the court did not order that you be paid salaries?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. May I have the witness's attention drawn to the index of annexures to the governor's response, in particular at page 402.
Counsel, refer to those bundles in terms of volumes for ease of reference. Huh?
You know, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. The governor just filed 3 documents, one called a response and one called index of annexures to the response. Then we have the transcript of videos. So just 3 documents.
Very well.
The biggest document in blue, the biggest volume in blue, page 402. Mr. Paul Mwaki Arimi, are we there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm there.
Please confirm for these senators that that is a court order.
I can confirm, Mr. Speaker.
Page 402. The biggest blue volume, yes, at page 402. Thank you. Please confirm to these honorable senators what you are seeing there is a court order.
I'm seeing a court order, Mr. Speaker.
The second petitioner, or the second applicant stroke claimant in that order is Paul Mwaki Arimi. True or not true?
True, Mr. Speaker.
And that Paul Mwaki Arimi is you, the Assembly's witness number 1 before this Senate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Let us turn over to the second page, no, the next page, page 403 of that document. Confirm for the record that this is a continuation of that court order that began at page 402.
Confirmed, Mr. Speaker.
Please confirm, and I read, Order 6 reads as follows, that finally, Dr. Atheru is directed to file sufficient evidence in court within 7 days to show that all the petitioner's salary have been paid from May 2022 to date.
Confirmed.
Please confirm that it says.
Confirmed.
Are you among the petitioners who are being ordered, for whom that order is being made?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And that order relates to salary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And Dr. Atheru has to confirm to court he has paid your salary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
It is this salary that you are telling these senators was not paid pursuant to a court order.
I did not indicate salary was not paid, Mr. Speaker.
It is the one you said the payment was not pursuant to a court order. It was pursuant to the compulsory leave letter. You remember that indication?
I will not agree with that because there are 2 court orders. The court order.
Didn't talk about how many court orders. I've just said I am looking at a court order referring to a salary.
Yes.
Are we communicating?
Yes, I agree.
But you have also told these distinguished senators that your salary was not paid pursuant to a court order. It was paid pursuant to the letter sending you on compulsory leave. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember? I'm happy with that. The record will bear me out. The record.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
My apologies. I've finished my question.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
I have finished my question. I'm going to the next. Kindly serve my time. We have only 4 hours to finish with your case.
Okay.
Allow me to pick the second limb of argument. And Your Honor, may I request that the video in support of count number 5 that was played here be played.
Sasa mtoiti wewe ndio tunafurusha. Hata koti ikisema urundi kwa ile ofisi. Mtoiti sisi tunashikana na hawa maasra tunakutoa pale. Mtoiti hautakaribia ile ofisi na pia mbele.
Sorry, I wanted the clip to remain visible so that the witness can identify something in the clip. Okay, my apologies. Pause the video. Sorry, my apologies. I may have slipped the tongue. Did I? Kindly play and pause.
Councillor, I hope you're not assuming I'm in that video.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. It was a complete slip of the tongue. I couldn't even remember saying it. My deepest apologies. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I don't even know who is playing, so I can't even look at whoever is playing. I'm just seeing the screen. May I have the video replayed?
Sasa mtoiti wewe ndio tunafurusha.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, who is that person standing behind the person speaking?
Mr. Speaker, that is the face of the Deputy Governor, County Government of Meru.
That is the Deputy Governor, County Government of Meru, behind the person speaking. True or not true?
True.
This video was played, and I may urge it to be replayed. Have you seen the governor in that video?
Sasa mtoiti wewe ndio tunafurusha. Hata koti ikisema urundi kwa ile ofisi. Mtoiti sisi tunashikana na hawa maasra tunakutoa pale. Mtoiti hautakaribia ile ofisi, na pia Mberia aambiwe kwamba hii ofisi ya MEWAS hata ikaribia.
Okay. You spoke when your microphone was off. I want the record to capture you, so I'll ask the question again.
Yes, please.
Have you seen the governor in that clip from beginning to end?
Up to where the clip is, I have not seen the governor.
This clip was presented here by your team, so we don't know whether there's a further continuation of that clip. Are you suggesting it continues beyond where it has reached?
It can continue, Mr. Speaker. I'm suggesting you can continue.
Let me get a precise answer to my question. Have you seen the governor in the whole of that clip?
I said no.
Your case before this Senate is that the governor should be held responsible for the utterances of that gentleman speaking.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker.
I'm happy and I understand what your case is. I want you to look at your volume 1, the Assembly's documents, volume 1, at page 7.
Yes, I'm there.
Confirm for the record that it says, page 7, volume 1. Page 7 of volume 1 of the County Assembly's document. That page 7 starts with a paragraph numbered C.
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. The grievance in that paragraph is paying full salary and benefits for more than a year to Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae. My question to you is this the same salary we have seen in the order of court at page 403 of the governor's document?
It's the same salary?
It's the same salary, thank you. Are you complaining for having been paid this salary?
Yes, I'm complaining, Mr. Speaker.
For having been paid this salary?
For having paid the salary without offering the services to the taxpayers from Meru.
Order, senators. Order, senators. I order, honorable senators. Sergeant at Arms, kindly go up there and tell the members of public the only thing we need from them are their ears and their eyes, nothing more.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker, sir? May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. When were you paid this salary? When did you see it in your account?
At the end of the month is where normally salaries get into our accounts.
Just want the record to be clear when, say end of September, end of October, so that the record is clear.
As per attached pay slips, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I kindly get the witness to answer my question so that I make progress? When were you paid this salary? Which month? Which end of which month?
At the end of every month from the time we were sent on compulsory leave. But
when did this payment, when this cash land in your account? When did you see this money in your account that you have been paid?
It's not on regular dates because it's paid on monthly basis. It's not paid on lump sum.
When were you first paid this salary? When was the first time?
Immediately we were sent home, we received the salary. That is in the end of September 2022.
Have you made any efforts to return this money to the county government since you are aggrieved by the payment?
I'm not supposed to do so, Mr. Speaker.
Have you made any effort to return this money to the county government?
I haven't.
You haven't. Let me clarify something for this information, for the record of this senator. It is true that Mr. Maranya, advocate appearing before you here today, is your advocate in that court case. True or not true?
True, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That matter came up in court today. True or not true?
I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, but it was supposed to come up today for...
That matter was supposed to come up today in court at Meru.
But I'm not sure whether it came up or not.
I'm asking, it was supposed to come up today.
It was.
At the Employment and Labor Relations Court in Meru. True or not true?
True.
Has your advocate briefed you on whether or not, as a matter of fact, it came up?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We can live with that. When were you sent on compulsory leave?
I was sent on compulsory leave together with two others on 6th of September in the year 2022.
6th September 2022. When did the court give the conservatory order in petition number 1 of 2022 at Meru?
Conservatory orders were issued on 7th of October 2022.
Was that before or after the governor's first impeachment proceedings or removal proceedings for this House?
It was before the first impeachment motion was tabled.
This was before the first impeachment proceedings for this House?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Did you make this grievance part of that impeachment process?
It didn't come to this place, Mr. Speaker, so we didn't make it part of it.
I didn't understand your answer. You did suggest that that didn't come to Senate?
We didn't make it part of the grounds for impeachment.
You didn't make that grievance part of the first impeachment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
It is that ground that arose well before the first impeachment that is being made the part of this impeachment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Allow me to briefly take you to page 336 to 339 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents.
Pages 336
to 339.
Yes, I'm there.
Is that letter authored by the governor?
The letter is authored by the...
No, just answer my question. Is it authored by the governor?
No.
Is it copied to the governor?
No.
Let's look at a document at page 337. Is that letter authored by the governor?
It's not authored by the governor.
I'm going with the same volume, volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents, volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. May I describe it as the big green volume? So we are now looking at page 337.
Yes.
And I'll repeat the question for the benefit of the distinguished members who hadn't seen the document. Is that letter authored by the governor?
No.
Is it copied to the governor?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Let's look at page 339 following. Is that letter authored by the governor? My apologies. Thank you so much, Senator. 338. My apologies. 338.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Is it copied to the governor?
No.
You have said, correct me if I got you wrong, that the author of this letter said that he was acting on the instructions of the governor. Did I get you right?
You got me right.
The body of that letter has only 3 sentences. At page 336, the body of the letter, page 336, has only 3 sentences.
Yes.
Which of the three sentences, you can use first, second, or third, which of the three sentences says that the author says he was acting on the instructions of the governor?
None.
None. If I got you right, the evidence of the compulsory leave letters is to be found at pages 336 to which page?
To 338.
To 338.
Yes.
Which of those letters is addressed to you?
The one addressed to me is not attached here, Mr. Speaker, but this is a sample because all the letters add the same information except our names only.
To save time, are you saying that of all the letters presented to this Senate to support that point, none is addressed to you, the witness on the stand?
The samples here, none
is that what you are saying? Am I saying the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. When you are employed in the county government of Meru, was your employment letter under the hand of the governor?
The governor gazetted me, Mr. Speaker.
The governor?
Gazetted.
Was the gazette notice under the hand of the governor?
Of course, it is the governor who gazettes.
I've asked you a simple question, not what of course it is. I'm asking what in fact it was. Are we communicating?
Yes.
Was the gazette notice under the hand of the governor?
I just know there was a gazette notice. I don't know who said.
Mr. Speaker, my question is not ambiguous. I would rather the witness is ordered to answer my question.
Yes, it is the governor.
Have you presented that gazette notice anywhere in the documents you have given this Senate?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Does the governor prepare the payroll for your payment to your knowledge?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Let me just get this right. It is that person who is not responsible for your name on the payroll. It is that person who didn't author these letters at page 336 to 338. It is that person who was not copied in these letters from page 336 to 338. It is that person who didn't speak in that meeting you have just showed us on that clip that you want this Senate to impeach. Am I getting your case right?
Correct.
Thank you. Allow me to refer you to yet another document, which is the ruling of the Employment and Labor Relations Court in Meru. And for ease of time, I want us to go to page 436 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. Page 436. Please confirm. My apologies.
A moment. Yes, I'm on page 436.
Just for the record, I want you to confirm that that is a part of the ruling of the Employment and Labor Relations Court at Meru.
I confirm.
I want us to read paragraph 34 so that you confirm whether I'm reading it correctly, just for the sake of the Hansard of this House. In view of the matters and findings made herein above, It is clear that all the three thresholds for contempt of court have been proved by evidence and to the required standard. Consequently, I must cite the respondents for contempt for disobeying the order issued by Marete J on 7th October 2022. Confirm that after that, the order says the county secretary, Mr. Rufus Miriti, is the head of the county public service and is the one who wrote the impugned compulsory leave letters. Therefore, he was the proper person to ensure that the court orders were complied with by ensuring that the applicants are allowed back to their offices and all their salaries were duly paid. Am I reading it correctly?
Correctly.
For completeness of record, confirm that the court is also referring to that your salaries be fully paid.
Reinstated and fully paid.
Yes, the court ruling is talking about to ensure that your salaries are duly paid.
Confirm.
Thank you. And therefore, it is not correct to say that your salaries were not paid pursuant to a court order. It is not correct.
It is not correct what you are saying.
Yes, if I said that your salaries were not paid pursuant to a court order, I will not be speaking the truth.
You would be lying.
I'll be lying. And therefore, when you told this Senate that your salaries were not paid pursuant to a court order, you equally were lying.
I am not lying.
The court order at paragraph 34, the court ruling at paragraph 34 identifies by name and office the person who was responsible or the proper person to ensure that those court orders were complied with. Does it?
Yes, it identifies.
Whose name is it?
The name is the person and the office, County Secretary Rufus.
Now, I want you to give me the name.
Rufus Miriti.
Rufus Miriti. The office is?
County Secretary.
County Secretary. That person is not facing impeachment before this Senate, is he?
Exactly.
Is that person facing impeachment in the Senate?
No.
Whom did the court summon to attend court and purge the contempt?
The court invited the County Secretary.
By name?
Dr. Kiambi Atheru.
Dr. Kiambi?
Atheru.
Veru. Is that person before this Senate facing impeachment?
Not.
Let's go to page 438 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. Page 438 in particular, paragraph 37B.
I'm there.
Is that the paragraph summoning Rufus Miriti or his successor in title?
Yes.
That title would be the title of County Secretary. True or not true?
True.
Is any of those people, either Rufus Miriti or his successor, before this Senate for impeachment?
No.
Did I hear you to say that the governor appeared in court?
You did. I didn't say that.
You didn't say that. I'm happy. I just want clarification. So if you didn't say that, I'm happy with it. Did I hear you to say that you got audience with the governor over your compulsory leave matter?
Yes, through the County Secretary, I said.
You got audience with the governor?
Through the County Secretary.
I want to get this right. The county has an officer called County Governor.
Yes.
True or not true?
Yes, we did.
The county has another officer called County Secretary. True or not true?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I'm asking the first officer, County Governor. Did I hear you to say you got audience with that person?
We sought audience through the County Secretary.
Did you get it?
We didn't get
You didn't
the
get
orders
it.
of the governor directly.
So you never spoke to the governor over this matter directly?
Instead, we spoke to the county secretary.
So you never spoke directly to the county governor over this matter?
Yes.
In the course of the proceedings in Meru Employment and Labor Relations Court petition number 1 of 2022, you once filed an application to have Mr. Murega Baichu made a party to those proceedings. Do you remember that?
Yes, we did.
You filed to have Mr. Murega Baichu made a party because you believed he must be held personally responsible for his own actions or words.
Yes.
Before this Senate, you believe the governor is now the one to be held responsible for the words of Mr. Murega Baichu.
Yes, I believe.
I'm happy with that, and that is all in my cross-examination of this witness.
Counsel for the County Assembly, any re-examination?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and it will be done by my colleague, Mr. Eric Muriuki.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Eric Muriuki, Advocate of the High Court. I shall be conducting the re-examination. Now, Mr. Paul Mwaki.
Yes, please.
You are referred to two orders. The first order is the order that is on page 4. There is the order that is dated 7th of October, 2022.
Yes, you referred me to that.
Have you seen that order?
I know it.
That is the order on page
460.
440 of volume 2. Is that order different from the order on page 402 of the governor's documents?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, they are different.
On page 402 of the governor's index of documents,
yes,
I want you to tell me, at the top of that order, where does the story of payment of salaries come in?
It comes on item number 1.
What is the heading of where that is explained?
That it says that all the salaries have been paid.
No, what is the title?
The title is in open court via Teams on the 19th of October 2023 before the Honorable Justice Onesimus N. Macau.
Confirm that the issue of salary is brought in as an explanation, or rather as a way of mitigation, for the respondents to avoid being punished for contempt of court.
I do confirm.
This.
Yes, I'm on page 339.
Can you read for us what is written? And that is a post made by the governor on her Facebook page.
Yes, I can read, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, press release. I have this afternoon made some changes in the Meru County Revenue Board to ensure efficient service delivery to the Meru people. In this regard, I have appointed Francis Mungai as the General Manager for Meru County Revenue Board, replacing Mr. John Toiti, and Frinda Kagwiri as the Director, replacing Eric Kabuai. I have also ordered, 1, the board to release all items that had been confiscated by the former regime.
Okay, that is enough. So on that page, or on that press release, who is taking responsibility for the decision to make these changes in the semi-autonomous government organizations?
It's Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. And when you look at the letters that you are referred to,
on pages 336 to 339.
Yes.
Who does the letter say has made a decision? It is a fairly short letter. Just read.
It says the decision.
Just read the body of the letter.
Page 336, volume 2.
Volume 2, page 336.
This is to notify you that the government has decided.
Pause. That who?
The government has decided.
That the government has decided. And to your knowledge, who heads the government or the county government?
It's the governor.
Meru. In Meru particularly?
It's the governor, Mr. Speaker.
The name of the governor?
Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. I want you to look at (340). Page 340 of volume 2, of our volume 2.
Yes, I'm there.
Can you see the letter there?
I can see the letter.
Who is it addressed to?
It's addressed to one Tony Kirima.
And whose position is this letter referring to?
Can you repeat the question?
Whose position in the liquor board is this letter referring to?
Mr. Speaker, it is referring to the same position I was holding and the one that I'm holding.
Position that you are occupying?
Yes.
Thank you. And you will also confirm that from the ruling on page 416, or rather the order on page 416 and 50 of volume 2, volume 2, the Assembly's document.
416?
Yes. Are you there?
I'm there.
Who are the petitioners or the claimants?
The petitioners are Joseph Beria, Paul Mwaki Aremi, Dr. John Toiti, Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye.
And which one are you among those ones?
I'm Paul Mwaki Aremi.
Thank you. I will then take you to still that order that is on page 416, where on that order does it talk about salaries? Does it talk about payment of your salary?
It doesn't talk about salaries, Mr. Speaker.
So the order that came out on, or that is dated 7th October 2022 does not talk about salaries?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And let's go to the contempt of court ruling and order that is now coming in a year later. Let us go straight to the order. And that is on
page 440.
Yes, page 440. This order is coming in respect, this contempt of court order is coming in respect of which previous order?
It's coming in respect to the order of 7th October of 2022.
That is at paragraph 4. Thank you. The order on page 440, you're still there, yes. At paragraph 5. Can you read the first line?
That the respondent be cited for contempt of court and be committed to a civil jail for a term of 6 months until they purge the contempt and comply with the orders of this Honorable Court issued on the 7th of October, the year 2022.
Can you confirm that it refers to the respondents, plural?
Yes, I do.
And who are the respondents on that order, as you can see it?
County Secretary, County Government of Meru, Meru County Public Service Board, and the Governor, County Government of Meru.
So you confirm that there is a conviction against the Governor, County Government of Meru, based on that order?
I do.
I will again take you to the ruling, page 437 of volume 2.
Yes, I'm there.
437 of volume 2.
Yes, please.
At the bottom, the sentence that is starting with however. Can you please read and then read on the next page?
However, before passing sentence against the respondents are invited to attend this court through the County Secretary, Mr. Rufus Miriti, or his successor in title, to show cause why the court should not punish them for disobeying the court orders issued on 7th of October 2022.
So it is your testimony that the respondents are invited through the County Secretary, or rather the County Secretary is invited on behalf of all the respondents?
Yes, I confirm that.
And on paragraph 37, subparagraph A, that is on page 438 still.
Yes.
Does it say, what does it say, paragraph A, just the first sentence?
That the respondents are hereby cited for contempt of this court. This court's orders issued on 7th October 2022 by failing to allow the applicants back to their offices.
Thank you. So you will confirm that this ruling, these orders issued by the court, through and through, refers to all the respondents in that application for contempt of court?
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my exam.
Now, honorable senators, you have an opportunity to seek for clarification either from the witness or the counsel for the witness. That is the counsel for the county assembly. Or you may ask questions to the witness. Senator Sigei.
Thank you, Mr.
Your
Speaker.
questions should be direct to the point. Don't
Yes,
give
yes, it
speeches.
is. I want to seek clarification from Mr. Witness or his counsel with regards to the establishment of the entity called Meru Alcoholic Control Board with regards to two things. One, paragraph 1 of your affidavit make reference to a semi-autonomous entity, and the allegation make reference to non-reference to the board. I'd like to know whether the board is a statutory organ or it is what you have referred to as a semi-autonomous entity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The board is established through a County Assembly Act of 2014. So in that case, we can say it is backed by law.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the witness in relation to page, just the court order just refers to, in page number, the court order relating to, by Justice Jage. I want to ask, there are quite a number of parties. There are 4 parties and 3 parties ending with the county governor. Was this court order specifically ordered against the governor of Meru, or it was ordered for all the parties appearing there, including the county secretary?
It was ordered for all of them.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 23 of the third schedule of our standing orders allows me to ask questions to the council. So this is not to the witness, Mr. Speaker. It's just a clarification. Mr. Speaker, Council Thiankolu gave an allegory where he talked about the monarch of Russia, and he said that Nicholas I, before he passed the execution, he asked the person who was bringing the order whether the convicted person said anything. Mr. Speaker, he seemed to suggest, and I want a clarification from him, because that fellow said that in Russia, it seems that they can't do even the ropes properly, suggesting that they can't do anything properly. And then he juxtaposed that allegory to the trial that was conducted by the Senate here. Mr. Speaker, I was listening carefully. I want him to clarify, did he mean that the Senate was behaving like Russia? It couldn't do a proper job. It couldn't do a rope. Mr. Speaker, can he clarify? Because we didn't take it very kindly.
Council.
Mr. Speaker, what I meant in that allegory was that Kondraty Rylev, having miraculously escaped execution, would have saved his life by stopping the very act that had condemned him to death in the first place, which was subversive utterances against the monarch. And what I meant is that the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, having survived the first impeachment, which was based on specified allegations, would have been expected to refrain from the acts and omissions that triggered that impeachment motion, which she hadn't. Number two, it would have been expected Kawira Mwangaza, as part of the vilification, would not have gone berating this house itself, and when we get there, we'll be playing a video for you. When Kawira asked, after they took me to the Senate, what happened to me? Nothing happened. Kaende, kaende. And therefore, that's why we said, this time, we urge you to repeat the execution of Kawira, and we see whether the rope will break again.
Well, I hope that explanation is adequate to the issue raised by Mungatana. Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I want to direct my question at Counsel for the Assembly, who unfortunately is my former classmate, but I want to understand the propriety of basing an impeachment proceeding on a matter that you have confirmed yourselves is still live in court. We here in the Senate are prevented from discussing matters that are live before the courts before a decision is made. What is the propriety of you basing a claim of, breach of the law or misconduct on a matter that is still live before a court of law that was coming for a decision today?
Counsel.
The answer is as follows, Mr. Speaker. The question of contempt of court is not pending in court. We have a conviction before you. We have an order before you. We have a sentencing before you. That order, as we speak, has not been set aside by a higher court. As a matter of fact, the room for challenging that order in a higher court expired a long time ago because you have only 14 days to appeal. That's the first answer, Mr. Speaker. The second answer, which is very specific to this process before you, is that the governor went to court. When this motion before you was labeled, she went before the High Court in Meru in petition number 24. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I don't seem to recall the number, it's not 24, but she went to court in Meru before the Honorable Justice Cherere to stop this process on that very ground that it was sub judice. The court refused. She returned to the court again, the court refused. She went to the Court of Appeal at Nyeri, trying to stop the process before you, claiming that impeachment cannot be based on matters that are before court. And again, the Court of Appeal refused. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, when we were in the Court of Appeal, one of the questions we asked is how can a convictee whose conviction has not been set aside, who has been disobeying a court order for a year, be the one now telling you every word about court orders?
Senator Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question will go to the witness. Mr. Witness, will I be wrong if I tell you you belong to Committee Maximum because you've admitted before this Honorable House that you've been receiving money for months and months illegally, and you've accepted before this House that you've been receiving it illegally? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You would not be telling the truth, Mr. Speaker, because we have made numerous efforts to be allowed back to office and serve, even through the court, but you are not allowed. The person culpable is the one paying us for service not rendered.
Senator Osotsi.
This is to the witness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the application for this case and even the ruling, the governor is listed as respondent number 3. That is after the county secretary and the Meru County Public Service Board. Is this an admission that the governor is not directly involved in matters of HR, recruitment, and appointment?
It's not an admission.
Senator Roba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the same question, but phrased differently. Mr. Paul Mwaniki Arimi is appearing as a key witness on behalf of the County Assembly. And he is here to give witness on what he found extremely wrong of receiving salary for work not done. And he has admitted that as being wrong. Now, if your convictions are true, shouldn't it have bothered you enough for you to have considered refunding or refusing the acceptance? And accepting the money for this long and appearing as a witness to admit that before this, why didn't you, consider not accepting if you considered it was wrong? Thank you.
Thank you. It is wrong legally to receive pay for service not rendered or work not done. What we did as victims of this is we have sought legal redress for a full year from last year up to now, seeking to be allowed to get back and work. Yet still, we have not been terminated from work. What you have been given is a mandatory indefinite leave without any reason. So there would be no issue of refunding monies without any clear structures of how this one should be done. So we have been in court, struggling to be allowed to work. The person culpable is this one sending us on a compulsory indefinite leave with even a reminder that you will be paid all the services where you are home. Indeed, it is depressing.
Just to be clear, witness, this is the question that I help you out.
You've indicated that you have received, you've been receiving these salaries. This
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
This is a question from the Senator.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you've indicated that you ought not have received this money because it is taxpayers' money.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So the question that the Senator posed then is, did you make an effort
We made
either to
efforts through the
refuse
court.
or to refund?
We did not make efforts to refund, but you made efforts to get back to work.
Very well. Senator Okoiti.
My question goes to Mr. Speaker, sir. My question goes to Counsel for the County Assembly. On trial is the governor of Meru, and one of the grounds is contempt of court. In the evidence that you have laid before this court, are you able to point out to me specifically where the governor is condemned? Specifically where the governor is condemned?
Counsel,
or convicted of that contempt?
Mr. Speaker, if you open page 440 of our volume 2, the court order, as you note and has been pointed out previously, this was a case filed against the governor together with 2 other officials. And whenever this order or even the ruling before it talks about the respondents, every reference to the respondents in this order is a reference to the 3 persons who include the governor. And therefore, where a court, as you find in page 441, it says the respondents who we agree include the governor, paragraph 1 at page 441, the respondents are hereby cited for contempt of this court's order issued on 7th October 2022 by failing to allow the applicants back to their offices. Unless the governor says she was not one of the respondents who are condemned here, then she is one of the people who are condemned, and it is not necessary that she be specifically mentioned when they have been found jointly and severally, that's the legal language, jointly and severally culpable.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, mine is a very quick clarification or guidance from the Council of the Governor. When you look under Article 183, functions of the county executive, which encompasses county governor, county deputy governor, and CECs, I invite him to give me an interpretation of Article 183 in the interest of time, Part C. It says, and allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to read, a county executive committee shall, 1, Part C, manage and coordinate the functions of the county administration and its departments. So I want to get clarification and maybe guidance from the council of on the part of the interpretation on the role of the county executive or county committee member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Council, did you get that correctly? Did you get the question with clarity?
Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get the question with clarity. I wondered if the Honorable Senator could clarify the particular aspect of Article 183 that he desires my clarification on. I'll gladly do that.
Senator Chirange, the clarification must relate to what the council handled during the cross-examination. You cannot pick something totally out of that space and seek his clarification. He should clarify on what he said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I needed the interpretation of Article 183(1)(c) on the role of county executive vis-a-vis, because in a cross-examination, he had indicated that the county secretary should be the one being impeached instead of the governor. That's why I'm inviting him to clarify under Article 183(1)(c) on the functions of the county executive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, the government, either the national or the county level, is a complex whole, but our constitutional and legal order recognizes that government works through the agency of state and public officers, and wrongdoing in law is individual. Wrongdoing in law is not collective. It's in that respect that we beseech the county assembly to give us a case that shows the individual wrongdoing of the governor or the imputability of the acts of any other functionary in the county government to the governor. The governor is here on trial. You try people for their wrongdoing, and that's my humble view. And thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is to Council for the County Assembly, and it's in respect of the clip that was played here. Is it your view that a leader takes responsibility for utterances of their spouse?
If it's a strictly legal question, Mr. Speaker, of course, the law was changed a long time ago. Spouses don't take responsibility for the actions of the others. But that's as far as the legalese and the splitting of heirs is concerned. The matter before you is not about criminal or civil liability in a court of law. It is about accountability. It is about the values in our Constitution. If a governor perpetually provides a forum through which our spouse is making utterances that are inflammatory, that could easily lead to violence, as we'll show you, and it is a function hosted by the governor, and on each occasion, the governor does not disown those statements. In the case of the musical performances, we will show you the governor even dancing and enjoying the music, demonstrating to the huge crowds wenye wivu wajinyonge. That is why, Mr. Speaker, when you read the motion before you, it is not talking just about specific acts of the governor. It is also talks about complicity and condoning. If we were in a court of law, we would call it aiding and abetting. But because it's not a court of law, that's why we have chosen the language complicity and connivance in things. First of all, it's a program, it's a session held by the governor. And if that were the law, even in a court of law, Mr. Speaker, and our laws on ethics and integrity, there is indeed, if you see the laws we have cited, a provision for acting through others. And in this case, we want to suggest to you that the governor was acting, as was the case before when we were here, through her husband. Thank you.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Council for the County Assembly to help me. And I'm happy to be reminded that he teaches law to our children. Mr. Speaker, the country has seen in that video that The governor of Meru was not in that video. Her voice was not heard in that video. So what I would like you to help me, teacher of law, is the legal high standard of fishing expedition. Would you like to stand down that video purely because your witness has confirmed to this Senate and the whole Republic that the governor was not there, her voice was not heard? And if you still stand that you don't want to stand down the evidence, do you want to teach students at the university that they can edify something that lacks moral and intellectual instruction to a council?
Mr. Speaker, I've now found the volume setting the relevant law. It is volume 3 of the County Assembly's document in answer to the question by the Honorable Senator Kalwale. At page, I believe, 37 of our Bado volume 3, we have reproduced section 24, page 37 of the Assembly's volume 3. We have produced section 24 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. And it is clear from that section 1, for purposes of compliance with chapter 6, one can take responsibility for acting through others. And in this case, we humbly submit the governor has been acting through her husband. Number 2, this is how, Mr. Speaker, you know the governor was acting through her husband. In October 2022, the husband is seen on the video saying, "These officers shall never return to office, court order or no court order." And true to his utterance, the governor ensures that they don't return for a full 365 days. And while at it, Mr. Speaker, in any event, I keep repeating, there is a conviction as we speak. And that conviction is res judicata. That is to say, that matter is closed as a legal question because it has not been appealed to a higher court within the time required by law. So as we speak right now, the governor is actually a convict. And those are not my words. There is a court order to that effect.
Now, honorable senators, we have 6 more witnesses to call. And if you read the program, we are supposed to stretch it to 7 p.m. And therefore, I will take one clarification from this side and another one here. Most of these clarifications, you'll pick them as we hear the witnesses. Senator Haji Faki.
Mine is to both the council and council for the county assembly and the witness. There were proceedings before the High Court in Meru where the county secretary, according to the judgment and according to the ruling, was found to be guilty of contempt. And the matter is still ongoing. The punishment has not been meted. Now, isn't that subjecting the governor to a double jeopardy? Because he is facing the proceedings before the court in Meru are still alive. And counsel for the governor said earlier that they were actually in court this morning. And here we are, you want us to impeach the governor based on the same same set of facts. Isn't this a double jeopardy, which in law is not allowed? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that's a legal question. I heard it was addressed to both me and the witness. I don't know whether the witness is able to answer.
Proceed. He belongs to your side. You can answer for him.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, it is not correct to say that the question of whether the governor is guilty of contempt is in court. What is in court is the question of sentencing. The question of liability is settled. The only other thing that is in court is the question of purging the contempt. So there is no question of double jeopardy. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the rule of double jeopardy does not apply to proceedings of impeachment. There are several rulings by the Supreme Court itself that says, and I can quote the Sonko case, the Martin Nyaga-Wambora case, that say impeachment is not about civil or criminal liability. It is about political accountability. It is about ethics. It is about the type of leadership, the type of persons we want holding certain offices. And that is why you find the Article 181 is about may be removed on any of the following, and it talks of gross misconduct. Gross misconduct need not even be a criminal or civil offense. It can be anything that attracts serious moral censure. It talks of gross violation of the Constitution or other law. And in short, all we are saying, the Supreme Court has already answered this question of double jeopardy. And that is why even the Court of Appeal itself and the High Court in Meru, guided by the Supreme Court, refused to stop this Senate from sitting on these charges and making it whatever decision it will make, because the courts have already confirmed it is not about legalese and splitting legal heirs or civil or criminal liability. It's a question whether the governor accused of the things we are accusing her and which will prove is the type of governor we want to see holding a public office within the meaning of Chapter 6 of our Constitution. It is not a legal matter, Mr. Speaker. And I'm lastly told, if this can be let to happen, then all I need to always avoid impeachment, which is actually what the governor tried to do at the High Court and the Court of Appeal, why she failed. All I need to ensure as a governor, if this were unanswered, to ensure Article 81 is dead, is to ensure whenever I commit a breach of the Constitution, there is a court case like happened in this matter, where proxies were obtained to file various suits in court so that they can come under the pretext. And even in your own standing orders, Mr. Speaker, as well as those of the County Assembly, you note the mere fact that a matter is in court does not stop the Senate or even the National Assembly. You can even take notice, Mr. Speaker, that as we speak, there has been a matter in Shakahola, which is in various courts, criminal courts, and I've seen committees of parliament examining the same persons who are facing not just employment courts here, but actually criminal courts, and nothing has stopped either the Senate or the National Assembly. And that is why even your standing orders give the Speaker the latitude to decide whether a matter that is in court should nonetheless be deliberated upon and a decision made by Parliament, in this case the Senate, as the representative of the public conscience.
Lastly, Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarification from the Council for the County Assembly of Meru. We have seen this judgment, is it a ruling, the one that you are relying on the contempt proceedings? And 37C on page, I think you know where it is. 37C talks about the respondents not having the audience of the court until the contempt is purged. I think the witness has confirmed that he's now being paid, they have been reinstated, or did I get it wrong? I hope that's a correct position. Counsel, do you treat that as a purge to that contempt? Now that that is no longer, those offenses are no longer taking place and they have been reinstated, would you treat that as a purge? And I know that the sentencing is awaiting before the court. And if the sentencing is awaiting, would you still say the matter is not pending before court?
Mr. Speaker, then being denied audience is part of the standard rules that govern contempt of court. If you're convicted, like the governor has been, you're denied audience until you purge the contempt. The governor has, of course, attempted to purge this contempt as we speak. I use the word attempted because the witness told you the letters appointing his replacements have not been recalled. They have not been rescinded, so that as we speak, we have the witness here and his 3 colleagues who are the substantive office holders, and then we have the other persons who are also in acting capacity. The purging of a contempt, Mr. Speaker, is something in the realm of mitigation of sentence. That's why you're denied audience until you purge it. So the fact that someone has purged the contempt does not undo the conviction. The conviction still remains, and as we speak, even if she purges and apologizes and recites whatever prayer about it, it will always remain the record of the court that she was convicted and that conviction has not been set aside.
And this witness at that. Now, as we prepare to usher in the second witness, pursuant to Rules 23 of our 3rd schedule of the Standing Orders of the Senate, as a Speaker, I do not have that latitude to ask for any clarification or ask questions. However, if the integrity of the institution of the Senate is at stake, then as a Speaker, I need to guard it. Counsel for the County Assembly, your allegory, the Russian allegory, that when the man was asked to say something, he said Russia don't know how to do things, and that's why he was alive. That statement, in its ordinary meaning, could be understood, and indeed it was understood, and that's why Senator Mungatana rose to ask that question. It was understood to mean that the Senate did not do a good job in the first impeachment. I don't know, Counsel for the County Assembly, whether you still want to have that allegory as part of your record, or at this juncture, you want to take it away from the record.
Mr. Speaker, my allegory was not a slur on the Senate. It was, as I said, about a person who was lucky to escape a certain fate, and instead of refraining from utterances that had placed him in that fate, continues doing it after the rope breaks. And I was clear in my allegory that even in Russia, this was understood to be an act of providence, that the man in question was lucky. It is our submission that if the Governor Kawira was lucky to be acquitted of certain allegations, the least anyone would expect of her is to refrain from the behavior. So I didn't mean in any way to slur the Senate. In the event that I am misunderstood as criticizing the Senate's decision, then I offer an unqualified apology and I'll be open to even the expansion of the relevant allegory. And since it seems to cause too many issues, I seem to have been misunderstood, Mr. Speaker, I beg that it be expunged.
Kindly usher in the second witness. Kindly proceed to swear in the witness.
I, Evans Moira Karia, do solemnly affirm that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Sir, please tell the Senate your full name and what you do for a living for purposes of your identity and the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Evans Moira Karia. Currently the MCA for Mitungu Ward, that is in South Imenti South Sub-County in Meru County. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I could beg we be given a small table where I could place my battles because I will otherwise be constrained to keep picking things from the floor.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly help counsel. Make him as comfortable as he can.
Sir, as we wait for that table, can you confirm that you are the mover of the motion before the Senate? I confirm, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can you also confirm that you saw the affidavit? I confirm. On what page can we find your affidavit, sir? Great. Yes, this is much better. Good. Yes, I can manage. Let me take you, sir, to page 33 of volume 1. Yeah, the sworn affidavit is on page 33 of volume 1 to page 36 of volume 1. The signature at page 36 is your signature? Yes, I confirm. Now, let's go straight to the allegations that you have made in this impeachment motion, and I want us to begin at paragraph 10A of the impeachment motion. The impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker, is at volume 1. We are referring to paragraph 10A. In that paragraph, sir, you accuse the governor of irregularly withdrawing county funds through our relatives. Which relatives have you mentioned? I have mentioned the governor's sister, Rose Kenya Gwantai, and Kenneth Gwantai Murangeri, who is the brother, and also Nefat Kenywa, who is the brother-in-law, and Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, who is a nephew to the governor's spouse. Why do you say Nefert Kenyu is the brother-in-law of the governor? Because it is in the public knowledge. We have seen pictures circulating of them displaying public affection, PDA. With who? With governor's sister, Miriam Gwantai. Miriam Gwantai. Have you placed any evidence before the Senate to support the allegation that these relatives of the governor were withdrawing funds from the county assembly regularly, or rather from the county government regularly? Yes, in volume 2, I've annexed all the evidence there. Which pages of volume 2? From pages 1 to pages 29 of volume 2. From pages 1 to 29? Yes. Let's begin at page 17 of volume 2. To the best of your knowledge, sir, are government agencies allowed to pay for goods not supplied? No, or services not rendered? No, it is against the PFM Act. To the best of your knowledge, are government entities allowed to make advance payments from public funds? It is not allowed. This document at page 17, what is it, sir? It is an IFMIS extract. It's an IFMIS extract? Yeah, for vote 3562, Meru, Office of the Governor. Payment details between 1st July 2022 and 7th July 2023. Does it have items on the third column described as prepayment? Yes, under the column sub-item description, you have several entries indicated as prepayment. Does it show again several prepayments in the next page? Yes, it does. Would I be right to say, sir, most of the payments there are actually prepayments? Most of them are around 171 entries are prepayments. Are there any payments on this document shown to any of these relatives of the governor? Yes, there are several prepayments made to the relatives of the governor. I'll show you a few for illustrative purposes. At page 20, somewhere just below the middle is there, and around the middle, are there payments to Nefert Kenyu? Yes, we have one. There is. At page 21, do we have several payments payable to Rose Kinyagwante? Yes, for example, we have one under voucher number 66, 524 to pay to Rose Kinyagwante. You will confirm, sir, because we are constrained for time, that actually we have tens, if not hundreds of payments indicated as prepayments to these relatives of the governor between page 17 and 29. Yes, I confirm, and for purpose of record, one Rose Kinyagwante appears 31 times, indicated as prepayments, paid a total of 3,144,228. Kenneth Gwantai Murangeri, who is the brother to the governor, also appears 31 times, having received prepayments totaling to 545,500. And Nefert Kenyu Meme, who is the in-law, appears 4 times, having received total payments of 2,887,000. And there are several others who are also not relatives to the governor. But let's stick to the governor's relatives for now. Under this IFMIS extract, what is the amount in total paid to the governor's relatives as prepayments?
I've stated Rose Kinyagwantai has been paid a total of 3,144,228. Kenneth Gwantai Murangiri, the brother to the governor, has been paid 31 times. That is a total of 545,500. And Nefat Kenywa Meme, the in-law, has been paid for that 4 times. That is 2,807,000.
So the total is how much for Kenneth, Nefat, Kinyagwantai? What is the total paid to these relatives? As per that IFMIS extract?
I've not calculated the totals, but it's around a figure, maybe totaling to around 6 million, an estimate of 6 million. 6 million and some more.
A figure of 6 million. Let's forget the governor's relatives for now, while still on the IFMIS. Does it indicate prepayments to an officer called Kadhure Rukaria?
Yes, it indicates.
Are you able to point a page in which Kadhure Rukaria has been given an advance payment?
On page 23, sorry, there's a prepayment paid to Kadhure Rukaria, Catherine.
Yes.
Of 340,000. That is page 23 of our volume 2.
To save time, sir.
And also on the same page, Kadhure Rukaria has also received 107,500. Several entries are there.
Who is Kadhure Rukaria to the best of your knowledge?
Kadhure Rukaria is the secretary to the chief of staff.
Who is the governor's chief of staff?
He is known as Njamba Mbidi.
So this Kadhure, who is secretary to the governor's chief of staff, is the office of the chief of staff an office in the governor's office?
Yes, it is an office established under the office of the governor.
Does Kadhure Rukaria work in the office of the governor?
Yes, I can confirm.
According to this IFMIS printout, how much money has been irregularly paid to Kadhure Rukaria, who is a secretary to the secretary, or rather to the governor's chief of staff, as prepayments?
A total of 21,868,944.
21,868,944.
Yes.
Let's go to another officer, to be fair, not a relative of the governor, called Lydia Nkatha. Do you know this officer?
Yes, I know her.
Who is she to the best of your knowledge?
She works in the office of the governor and is also, she's an administrator in the office of the chief of staff.
Yes.
And also allegations are there that she's the girlfriend to the chief of staff.
Let's forget the allegations for now. Is she indicated on the IFMIS as also receiving advance payments?
Yes, she has received a prepayment totaling to 3,606,400.
Are you able to show us at least one or two so that you're not making a sweeping allegation that she has received payments? Are you able to point a page where she appears, this Lydia Nkatha, in a prepayment?
Yes, page 27, she, voucher number 69901, she has received 500,000. Voucher number 59902, she received 340,000. Voucher number 69900, she received a
That's
prepayment.
enough, sir, because there are several entries. We just need to confirm that when you say she has received payment, it's not just a blanket allegation. You said how much in total has she been paid irregularly?
A total of 3,606,400 shillings.
Let's go to another officer, Jane Karemi Kaidhia. Do you know this officer?
Yes, I know her.
Does she work in the governor's office?
Yes, she does.
In what capacity? In what capacity, sir, does Jane Karimi work at the governor's office?
She works under the office of the Chief of Staff.
Okay. What is the relationship between the Chief of Staff and the governor in the county administration?
The Chief of Staff is the AIE order for the office of the governor. Therefore, he authorizes all payments related to the office of the governor.
As a matter of fact, a Chief of Staff is one of those political appointees governors are allowed the leeway to choose a person they can work with, right?
Yes, it's true.
Now, the persons we have so far mentioned, sir, Jane Karimi, Kaida, Rose Kinya, Kenneth Guantai, all these people working right in the governor's office.
Yes,
from the IFMIS, how much amount of money have they received as prepayment in total?
In total, they have received prepayments amounting to 78,110,086 shillings.
We will later on come to the answer the governor has given for these irregular payments. For now, I want us to go to the next allegation. Which is the allegation at paragraph 10D. To the best of your knowledge, sir, to the best of your knowledge, what is the allegation at paragraph 10D? What is the complaint?
NCO 10D.
10D.
The diversion and misuse of county resources, including funds and motor vehicles to run the governor's private charity, Dr. Okolea, despite a previous promise to the Senate in the previous impeachment proceeding to refrain conflicting official county operations and Okolea operations.
To the best of your knowledge, was the question of the relationship between Okolea and the official functions of the governor an issue in the previous impeachment?
Yes, it was.
Was there an issue as to whether in the previous impeachment, whether the governor should commingle or conflate or mix our official functions with those of Okolea?
Sorry, come again.
Was there an issue as to whether the governor could properly mix our official duties with those of the private charity she runs?
Yes, it was an issue.
But have you placed any evidence, sir, to show the governor has been commingling our official functions with the Okolea functions and specifically diverting county resources to Okolea?
Yes, I've adduced the evidence on pages 42 of the volume 2, pages 43, pages 48, 49, 50, and 51, and also there's a video in support.
Let's go to page 42. What is that document?
There's a miscellaneous criminal application number 025 of 2023 in the matter of application for custodial orders.
Let's go to page 43 of the same volume 2. What does paragraph 3 say?
Paragraph 3 states that on the 17th day of September 2023, the Governor of Meru, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, convened Okolea meeting at Bridge International Preparatory School in Makiri area within Maua municipality.
Where is Makiri? Makiri is in Maua, just adjacent to the deputy governor's home. So this rally was held adjacent to the deputy governor's home? Yes. Do you believe it was a genuine charity that was being held at the adjacent to the deputy governor's home? I don't believe so, because I watched the proceedings and I also saw the governor castigating the deputy governor, in fact praying that Arad can visit his family. Saying what again? During the rally, I watched the proceedings. Yes. And it was a rally convened to disparage the deputy governor, because I saw the governor praying, kneeling down and asking the congregants in the rally to pray so that Arad can visit the deputy governor's family. Okay. Let's go to paragraph 8. Mr. Speaker will later show you why it was important to provide that context. But let's go to paragraph 8. What does paragraph 8 there say? It states, paragraph 8, that the respondents and their group damaged several motor vehicles belonging to the county government of Meru, and for some individuals, that is registration number KEX 574V and KCB 845F, using stones and other crude weapons, and an act which culminated in a cow belonging to the governor being stolen and killed, which is prejudicial to public order and the security of the county. We were told in the opening statement that we are misrepresenting the ownership of the motor vehicles. Is that paragraph clear that the specific motor vehicles named are private? It is clear because it earns and for some individuals. It earns for some individuals, and it indicates the registration plates given are for the individual vehicles, isn't it? Yes. Does it also indicate that several motor vehicles belonging to the county government were damaged? Yes, it does. Should motor vehicles belonging to the county government be present in an Okolea function, which the Senate was previously told is a private function, charity? They shouldn't, because we have been told previously it is a private charity. But who is the maker of this application you have produced at page 42? Who is the applicant? The applicant is the Republic through DCI Igembe South. It is the Republic of Kenya through the DCI. And the name of the DCI is Kelvin Wafula, PC Kelvin Wafula, number 11, that's 748. Police Constable Wafula, isn't it? Yes. Would you, in the ordinary course of events, expect a police officer to make such allegations frivolously? No, since they were also made in front of a competent court of law. As a matter of fact, has that police officer sworn an affidavit in support of this allegation? Yes, he has sworn an affidavit. Where is that affidavit, sir? Affidavit is on page 45, 45, 46, and 47 of volume 2. Again, you confirm the affidavit mentions, I believe at page 43, paragraphs 3 and 8, again, the same motor vehicles and the same allegations we read, isn't it? Sorry? Can you confirm that paragraphs 3 and 8 of that affidavit again mention Governor Kawira Mwangaza, and they mention them that county motor vehicles? Yes, yes, it does. What evidence have you placed before the Senate to show that county officials were involved in this Okolea rally and in the mayhem that ensued? I have placed before the Senate a charge sheet, 2 charge sheets, and also the pay slips for the persons who are charged to show that they are county employees. So where are those documents to be found?
Page 48, 49, 50, and 51 of volume 2.
Let's confirm just two. Who is the county official charged by the DPP at page 48?
He is called Salesio Munene Kanga Alaya Samaritan.
Have you placed the payslip to show this particular gentleman is an official of the county?
Yes, on page 50.
At page 50?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I now request that we play videos in support of count 2. They are brief videos, we can have them played. No, in support of count 1, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Video in support of count 1. I don't know whether we're having technical challenges. They should be having sound, Mr. Speaker.
Can the person playing the video restart and put it at maximum?
Bwana asifiwe. Kama kwa ndugu hapa. Bwana asifiwe. Na tuone. Tutaonelea nikiangalia na tunaigua. Hiyo watasahau. Wapi wao kina mama wazee? Bado tuongezewe. Pastors wakuje hapa kwanza tuombe. Nitoe kama ng'ombe ngenyo kwa keteka ajili ya kwa wako watu kwa watetea. Unaona angalia kama kwa wako watetea. Tunaenda kwa kinyonja. Tuingie ndio neema itamuanza wakia. Yule mkono juu. Back to the center. Ndawa back to the center kwa back to the center. Unaona komeni. Unaona komeni. Eno analeta na mbele. Aleta na mbele. Bwana asifiwe. Tutiana huwa katiba ya Kenya lete kile mtu kwenda onde ala kwenda. Oni ndenga bana nterieri nyaka ana kumukuma compound ile tukanatia mochili wako nyungwa. Yote mochili wa mtu. Kwa hivyo kama umepangwa kukuja hapa, tuko hapa tayari. Tutapambana kiroho, tutapambana kisheria na hakuna uoga. Bwana asifiwe. Na ingo chokelea ya ile okay ya kuwa no koromo ikawera ari governor 2077 yete kuraya. Ruama na maoro yako ya ile. Tukutambue. Tukiomba kutambua no tukua tumira na beto kwa maia. Hiyo ni ujinga na ni upumbavu. Nonto teko ya wangu wiki maia. Nonto toto mana baku wiki maia. Ya wangu na moko kugera maia. Kana wewe ya wangu ya maia. Topona kiani neke. Ile to akotambua. Lakini hii chini tena otumira to ana to hizo zeri. Vai,
In the interest of time, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we could move to the next video if he hasn't moved.
Maybe to add, Council, the transcript of what is happening in the video is on pages 52 and 53 of volume 2.
In that video, have we seen the governor addressing the crowd there?
Yes, I've seen her.
Was the crowd initially peaceful as the governor addressed it?
Yes, it was.
Did the crowd at some point turn violent?
Yes, they turned violent.
Would you attribute the violence we have seen with the utterances that the governor made?
It can be attributed to the utterances of the governor.
Why?
Because she castigated the deputy governor and the people there. It's around the deputy governor's home, therefore the crowd turned violent after the deputy governor was attacked by the governor.
Mr. Mawira, politicians attack each other all the time. Perhaps we can't read much into that. But do you consider it normal, even within the rules of politics, for a governor to take a vilification rally right to the home, adjacent to the home of our deputy?
It's not normal, and to hand, this was after the deputy governor and come out and saying that he was mistreated, and therefore the governor had taken the rally near his home so that he can castigate him more. Therefore the crowd, that's why they turned violent and protested against the mistreatment of the deputy governor, because it was the last stroke that broke the camel's neck, if I can say.
Is the violence we have seen in that video consistent with your charge that county motor vehicles were damaged, as we have seen from the police officer?
Yes, but because we can see vehicles being stoned, and the police officer saw an affidavit that county government vehicles were destroyed during that rally, meaning they were present in the rally.
Let's go to count 2 of your impeachment motion, specifically paragraph 12A, where you accuse the governor of misrepresenting as relatives as a technical team for purposes of benchmarking cancer treatment equipment. Have you provided any evidence, sir, to show that the governor misrepresented our relatives as technical people for purposes of cancer management?
Yes, I presented evidence in volume 2, pages 58, page 60, page 68, 76, 77, and 86. And also there are 2 videos to support the allegation.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, is there a county in the Republic of Kenya with an incidence of cancer comparable to Meru?
None, because even studies have shown that Meru has the highest incidences of cancer in the Republic of Kenya.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, is there any other place in the world with the higher incidence of cancer per square kilometer than Meru County?
From studies also, Meru has been stated to have the highest incidences of Kenya per square kilometer in the world.
So I would not be wrong to say Meru is sort of like the world headquarters, for lack of better language, when it comes to this very debilitating disease.
That is true how you have described it.
Would one expect a governor given the opportunity to deal with the disease affecting our county more than any other place in the world to send the qualified people for purposes of that cancer management equipment and setting up the cancer treatment center?
It will be unexpected.
Would you expect a governor to see this invitation to China in a county that has the leading incidence per square kilometer in the world on cancer, to see it as an opportunity for our relatives to go on safari?
It will be unexpected.
Would that be a governor who behaved like that? Would they be in gross violation of the Constitution?
Definitely, he or she will be in gross violation of the Constitution.
Would they be in breach of their oath of office?
Of course, yes.
Let's go to that page 58 that you mentioned. At paragraph 4, does the governor admit that these people we are talking about are our relatives, at least two of them?
Yes, she has admitted by indicating that one is a security personnel and the other one, the sister, is a personal assistant.
That letter, sorry, Madam Speaker, I've lost track. I'm a short-sighted man, that's why I was requesting for. That document you just read begins at page 57, right?
Yes, it starts at page 57.
At the top, it says it's coming from what office?
County Government of Meru, Office of the Governor.
There's a letter from the Office of the Governor.
Yes.
To whom is it addressed?
The Chief Executive Officer, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Integrity Center.
And what is the date of this letter?
26th October 2022.
So you confirm as of 26th October 2022, there were already issues about the governor's relatives and nepotism and involvement in the county?
I confirm.
Let's go to page 60. What is that document there, sir?
It's a letter addressed to the Governor of Meru, Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza, from the Beijing League Tech Company Limited.
Who is Beijing League Tech Company Limited?
From the letter, it's a company in China that specializes in linear accelerator machines designed to treat cancer.
What does paragraph 1 of that letter say?
It says, we are delighted to invite you and your distinguished members to visit us in China for you to witness and benchmark our state-of-art linear accelerator machines designed and manufactured in China in reference to our planned cancer treatment center in Meru, Kenya.
So this company planned to set up a cancer treatment center in Meru?
Yes.
And in paragraph 2, what type of equipment do they say the governor and our distinguished team should go and benchmark?
Indicate that they will also have an opportunity to visit other medical equipment manufacturer that produces digital radiography, X-ray equipment, and mobile C-arm that they plan to manufacture and assemble in Kenya, preferably in a designated special economic zone.
Let's go to page, I believe, 76. What is that document, sir?
It's a letter from Office of the Deputy President, State Department for Devolution, addressed to the Principal Secretary from the HRM and DO1.
What is this letter requesting? What is it about?
It's about travel clearance to China.
And what does it say?
The county government of Meru has requested for clearance from its county officials to travel to China for a study tour. Beijing League Tech Company will meet all the expenses pertaining this trip. Then it indicates recommended for travel and also forwarded herewith please find letters on the above subject for your consideration and signature.
The letter at page 77, what is it? Where does it emanate from?
It's a letter from the Office of the County Secretary and Head of Public Service.
Addressed to who?
To the Principal Secretary, State Department of Devolution.
And who are the persons indicated as the ones to make this travel to benchmark the cancer equipment?
They are indicated as Dr. George Mungania, who is the CCM Health, Ms. Miriam K. Gwantai, who is the PA to the governor, Mr. Nefat Kenya Meme, who is the director external leakages, and Mr. Murangiri Kenneth, indicated as works under the department administration.
To the best of your knowledge, is Dr. George Mungani an oncologist?
No, he is a pharmacist.
To the best of your knowledge, were there people in the county better qualified than this person to go on this trip dealing with the problem threatening the existence of Meru County?
Yes, because the county government of Meru has employed oncologists and also radiographers.
Let's go to the next person,
sorry.
Miriam K. Gwantai. To the best of your knowledge, does this person hold any medical qualifications?
None whatsoever.
Certificate level, any?
None whatsoever.
Diploma level?
None.
Degree level?
None.
Any other level?
None that is known.
Let's go to Nefat Kenya Meme. What are his qualifications?
When he was employed as a pharmaceutical technologist.
To the best of
Being
your
a diploma
knowledge,
holder.
is this a person who would have any knowledge relevant to management of cancer?
None.
This is the same gentleman we saw receiving money regularly?
Yes.
And it's the same gentleman you claim is a brother-in-law to the governor?
Yes.
Let's go to Murangiri Kenneth. Does he hold any training qualifications, even informal, on the management of cancer?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to the letter, page 78. Please read, confirm to us.
Sorry, come again?
Page 78 of volume 2.
Yes.
Is this a letter from the county government of Meru?
Yes, from the office of the County Secretary and Head of Public Service.
Addressed to who?
The Principal Secretary, State Department of Devolution.
Can you read the first paragraph?
Following the invitation of the Governor of Meru County by Beijing League Tech Company Limited of Beijing City, the following technical team is hereby released from 7th June to 17th June 2023 to prepare and guide on the following.
We can skip and go to the bottom. What does it say? There is a paragraph just before the names, the line just before the name. What does it say?
The technical team is as follows, and 4 participants are listed.
These are the governor's sister,
yes,
brother-in-law,
yes,
and nephew to the husband.
Yes, and the brother to the governor.
It is clear in that letter the officers are described as a technical team.
It's clearly stated.
To the best of your knowledge, would these people with the qualifications you just told us, even using the most elastic sense of the phrase, be a technical team for purposes of cancer management?
They can't be.
They can't be. Mr. Speaker, I beg we play the videos 2A and 2B in support of count 2. We can play the next one so that we take the questions together. Sir, did you see the governor's relatives that you have mentioned in those two videos?
Yes, I can see them.
Did you see in those videos what on its face appears like highly sophisticated cancer management equipment?
Yes, I've seen one.
People of the qualifications that the governor sent on this trip, would you expect them to know what type of equipment those are and whether they are good for managing cancer?
I don't expect them to know.
As a matter of fact, sir, you yourself, with all your qualifications, would you, looking at those machines, have the capacity to advise the government of Meru whether they are good cancer management equipment?
I have no ability to do that.
To the best of your knowledge, even a lawyer like me, would he be able, even with all the books we have read, be able to form any informed opinion as to whether those are good or bad equipment for managing cancer?
I don't believe so.
Do you know any reason other than the fact that these officials are the governor's relatives, that they were the ones chosen to attend this trip?
I don't know any other reason.
12B of your impeachment motion, you accused the governor of appointing Edwin Mutuma Murangiri as CEO of Meru Youth Service and acting chief officer of the Department of Finance.
Yes.
What did you say are Edwin Mutuma's qualifications?
Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, from the records that I have, was employed as an auditor, cooperatives auditor.
Would such a person be qualified under the laws and policy documents of the Meru County government to be appointed as an acting chief officer?
According to the law, he doesn't meet the qualifications.
Why doesn't he meet the qualifications?
He was never employed or vetted and approved by the County Assembly as the chief officer. Therefore, he cannot act in the capacity of a chief officer.
Does he have the qualification to be CEO of Meru Youth Service?
He doesn't have because he was not employed by the board.
Okay. But where is your evidence, sir, that this person was appointed to these offices? And I keep asking you, where is the evidence? Because we were told evidence is not counted. It is weighed. We will weigh it at the end.
The evidence is on pages 92.
Page 92?
Of volume 2, 386 to 389.
Go to page 92. Please confirm that that is an instrument from the office of the governor. What does it read at the top? Where does this document say it emanates?
Office of the governor.
Does it emanate from the office of the county secretary so that we'll be told it wasn't me?
No, but the county secretary has signed on behalf of the Excellency the governor.
Item number 2, Edwin Mutuma Murangiri. What is the nature of the appointment?
He has been moved from Meru Youth Service to Department of Finance Economic Planning to perform the functions of Chief Officer Finance, awaiting a substantive Chief Officer.
What happened to the substantive Chief Officer so that Murangiri, who is a relative of the governor, will be appointed to act?
He was arbitrarily moved after the infamous extracts that we are using to charge the governor leaked to the public.
So after the infamous extract we are relying upon leaked is when he was sacked?
He was moved to another department.
Oh, he was moved to another department?
Yes.
Let's go to page 386 to 389 that you mentioned. What is that document, sir?
It's a memo, an internal memo from the Secretary, County Public Service Board to Our Excellency the Governor, Meru County.
And what does it address? Submission of nomination list for candidates interviewed for the post of chief officers in the county. What is the date of this document? It's dated 11th November 2022. Is Edwin Murangiri, who we have just seen being designated as acting chief officer, was he even shortlisted? No. For that position? No. As a matter of fact, did he even apply for it? I would believe he didn't, because he didn't appear in the long list and also in the short list. Would the reason he didn't apply be because he was not qualified in the first place? I believe so. But you just told us the document at page 92, you have told us the substantive chief officer was moved after the IFMIS report became public, right? Yes. Before this matter was escalated to impeachment, did the Assembly give the governor an opportunity to explain the payments to these people? Yes, they were given an opportunity. Did she submit those documents to the county assembly? Let's go to page 31 and 30. They declined to submit the documents on the basis that there was an audit that was ongoing. Let's go to the letter at page 30. What is that letter? It's a letter from the clerk of the county assembly addressed to the CCM, Finance, Economic Planning and ICT, requesting for certified IFMIS extract statement for the executive arm of the county government of Meru for the financial year 2022-2023. Is the county government legally and constitutionally obliged to submit such documents to enable the county assembly to exercise its oversight function? Yes, they are obligated by the law. They are obligated by the law? Yes. Did they comply with that law requiring them to submit these documents? They declined to comply. What reason did they give at page 31? They give, maybe I can read. Yes, you can read the second paragraph. The CCM Finance states that the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provisions for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit to the Auditor General the annual financial statements in respect of county government in formats to be prescribed by the Accounting Standards Board. These statements shall include the services for which the appropriated money was spent, the amounts actually spent on each service, the status of each vote compared with the appropriation for the vote, a statement explaining any variations between the actual expenditure and the sums voted, and any other information specified by the county treasury. She continues to state under in the last paragraph that as at the moment, the county has prepared and submitted the financial statements to the Auditor General, and the Auditor General is in the process of auditing the financial statements which form part of our response to your request. As shown in the attached... If we leave it there for the sake of time, were you asking for financial statements from the governor's office? No, but the IFMIS extracts for the financial year. So you asked for IFMIS because we had earlier on in the opening statement somebody setting our own question and answering it. Did the assembly ask for financial statements so that this document would be a valid answer? No. Would you therefore consider this a valid reason for the failure to submit the documents? It's a reason that cannot hold water. It's a reason that cannot hold water. But Mr. Mawere, if the assembly asked the governor's office to submit documents and they refuse, can someone be held to blame the assembly then for escalating the matter to impeachment? Nobody should do that. Let's go to count number 3 about the DG. Paragraph 14A of the impeachment motion, you accuse the governor of excluding the deputy governor from county executive committee meetings.
Yes.
Under our law and our constitution, is the deputy governor a substantive member of that executive committee?
Yes, because it is clearly stated under the law and the constitution.
As a matter of fact, would that committee be validly constituted in a situation where the DG is excluded deliberately?
It cannot.
But sir, have you produced any evidence to show that the DG was excluded from the meetings of the CAC?
Yes, in volume 2, pages 101 to 103, 226, 231, 233, 234, 235, and 236.
Pages?
101 to 103.
101.
To 103.
Let's go to the document at page 101. What type of document is that?
This is a record of the County Assembly of Meru, record of evidence taken before the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Cohesion at the County Assembly of Meru Chambers.
Was this evidence given on oath?
Yes, it was.
As a matter of fact, on page 101, it indicates the oath was administered to the witness.
Yes, it indicates.
And who was the witness that was appearing before the county assembly?
The deputy governor.
The deputy governor.
Yes.
What are the complaints the deputy governor told the county assembly? At page 102.
The deputy governor complained of lack of facilitation.
Yes.
For his office.
Yes.
He also complained of failure to be invited to the Meru County Executive Committee cabinet meetings or any other official functions.
When does he say he was last invited? At the bottom of page 102.
The last invite was on 29th May 2023.
Let's go to 226. What is that document, sir?
It's a letter from the deputy governor to the county secretary inquiring if there was any cabinet meeting that has been held, because the last one you attended was on 29th May 2023 when he was invited through our WhatsApp page.
On top, is that document received by the relevant officer?
It was received by the Office of the County Secretary at the end of public service on 25th August 2023.
To the best of your knowledge, did the DG receive any response to this request?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to 231. What is that document, sir?
It's a letter from the Office of the Deputy Governor addressed to the Speaker of Meru County Assembly on failure to be invited for Meru County Executive Cabinet meetings and or any other official events.
233.
A letter from the Office of the Deputy Governor addressed to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, requesting for reconciliation.
The one at 234.
A letter from the Office of the Deputy Governor addressed to the clerk, the clerk of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, on failure to be invited to the Meru County Executive Cabinet meetings and or any other official functions lack of facilitation and withdrawal of staff to the office of the Deputy Governor since April 2023.
The one at 235 and 236, what are they?
Letters from the office of the Deputy Governor addressed to the Chairperson, Council of Governors, request for reconciliation. And the one on pages 236 is still a letter from the Deputy Governor addressed to the County Secretary, following up on cabinet meetings.
You confirm from these documents, sir, the problem in Meru has been referred to the Assembly, right?
Yes, I can confirm.
It has been referred to the Council of Governors, right?
Yes.
It has been referred to the Deputy President of the Republic, right?
Yes, I confirm.
It has been referred even to the Senate, right?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has a solution been found even after roping in the good offices of all these agencies of the state?
There's not been any solution found to the problem.
There is no solution to the problem?
Yes.
Let's go to paragraph 14B and D about bullying, undermining and insulting and demeaning the DG through WhatsApp groups. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I would request we play a video by the governor in which the deputy is accused of chanting. It was mentioned in the opening statement. That video was played in the opening statement where the DG is seen with some rowdy youths apparently singing fairly unfortunate songs against the governor. Perhaps Mr. Mutuma can tell us the number of the video so that we move quickly. KMV? Yeah, I'm told it's KMV 15 from the governor's videos. KMV 15. We can pause it there, Mr. Speaker. Bwana Mawira, to the best of your knowledge, you can give us even an estimated date. It doesn't have to be an exact date.
On or about on 20th of September.
That's roughly 1 month ago, isn't it?
Yes.
The governor's defense to the count 14B and D and C is that this procession is the one that triggered the nasty WhatsApp groups messages that we're about to go through. Is that correct?
No, that is a misrepresentation of the sequence of events.
It's a misrepresentation of the sequence of events.
Yes.
Let's interrogate that claim that it's a misrepresentation of the sequence of events by opening page 162 of volume 2. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's page 149. My short-sightedness is not doing me much favors, but it's okay. Page 149.
Yes.
When did you say the procession occurred, the one we just saw on the video that is said to be the justification for the WhatsApp messages?
On or about the 20th of September.
On or around 20th September, barely a month ago, isn't it?
Yes.
At page 149, we start now looking at the WhatsApp messages. What is the time stamp on that WhatsApp message at page 149 at the top, and the date stamp?
It's dated May 20th, 2023 at around 18:33 hours.
Would I be correct that this, therefore, the vilification through WhatsApp groups actually occurred about 4 months before the event the governor said was the trigger?
Yes, I confirm.
The governor, in our defense, confirms this WhatsApp group as members who include county officials, correct?
Yes, she confirms.
She also confirms it has members of the public.
Yes.
She also confirms it has CECs.
Yes.
And other county officials, isn't it?
Yes, she does.
Would that diverse composition of this group require an element of discretion and discernment from a responsible governor before posting nasty messages about our deputy there?
It requires.
If the governor is posting nasty messages about the deputy governor in a platform that, by our own word, includes both county officials and members of the public, would that trigger violence of the type we saw at Mercury?
It clearly can.
Let's examine the messages themselves. At page 149, where we are, it shows, it reads, Nchamba Bede removed you. Who was removed?
The deputy governor.
Is Nchamba Bede a junior officer or a superior of the deputy governor?
A junior officer to the deputy governor.
Would you expect a junior officer in the ordinary course of events to have the temerity to remove the deputy governor from a WhatsApp group?
No, unless maybe instructed by higher powers or maybe someone who is more senior than the deputy governor.
Let's go to page 162. Before we go to 152, let's go to 155. Or rather, before we go to 162, let's go to 155. At the bottom, it shows again the deputy governor was removed from this group by who?
Honorable Mutia.
Who is Honorable Mutia?
He is a chief officer in the county government of Meru.
In a functional county government, would you expect an ordinary chief officer to have the guts to remove a whole deputy governor from the group unless acting on powers of someone above the deputy governor?
No.
What is the date stamp at the top again?
May 27th, 2023.
This was again 4 months before the rally that is alleged to have triggered these nasty messages, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's go to 158. A post there by Kiambi Adheru. Who is Kiambi Adheru in the middle of the page?
The county secretary to the county government of Meru.
After the DG is removed, some sort of gossip begins between the governor and the county officials and the members of the public. And what does Kiambi Adheru tell the people in the group about this nasty gossip of the deputy governor?
He states that confidence is of essence here. There will be no point for us to converse here then in among us, send screenshots to our enemies. It will be too unethical.
Who is Kiambi Adheru saying the screenshots should not be sent to so that they can insult and gossip and chit-chat about the deputy governor freely?
The deputy governor.
At the top of that page, there is a post by the governor, right?
Yes.
What is she saying?
I've fought many and serious battles. Hiyo yao ni manyunyu. Nitawagaragaza kama kawaida.
So here is the governor announcing she will fight the DG and his people. Is this occurring before or after the event the Senate is being invited to believe was a trigger of these very unfortunate things?
Way before the event.
And there is a Diane there again replying. Who is Diane?
Diane, I believe, is a public member because I don't know what position he owns.
Let's go to 160. There is a post there by the governor herself. To the best of your knowledge, the number given there, is it the number of the governor?
Page?
160.
Oh yes, it's the governor's phone number.
What is the governor telling our junior officers in relation to our deputy governor after they have removed him from the group?
She states that CEO Mutia panga retreat ya sub-county and under the means to chome jeshi.
So the governor is recruiting what that means in our war with the deputy governor?
Yes.
Would you expect a governor familiar with the dignity expected of that office to do that?
It is not expected.
And what does this junior officer tell the governor after he has been told to mobilize the word that means to fight the deputy governor?
He states that I'm almost finalizing the plans, Excellency. Jeshi iko chonjo.
This governor who is organizing this jeshi and the governor we have seen on those videos at Makiri, did she appear to you like someone who is a humble, vulnerable victim? Some good, polite lady who is being harassed for no good cause? Is that the demeanor we saw on those videos?
I don't think so.
The deportment that we can design from these messages so far, is it the deportment of a dignified governor who is a victim of some political witch hunt? Did you see in these texts the tone, language, discernment of a dignified governor?
It isn't.
At page 162, the DG says, or rather the governor says, no, not the governor. Yes, it's the governor at the top. What does she say?
And DG mobilized fewer levy, pamwe bagacho ora bakamia mbira yambo kando kabeiwa.
Please tell the Senate this is a message the governor has sent to a WhatsApp group that has junior officers, members of the public, about our own deputy governor. Can you please tell the Senate the translation of what she's saying?
The translation is on page 446 of volume 2, and maybe I can read the translation. Chief of Samutia writes, "People are with us, and I am so encouraged. Today, they used police to intimidate our jeshi. Their darkness won't and can't overcome our light." The governor responds, and DG mobilized fewer levy, pamwe bagachore bakamia mbila ambokando kabeigwa, which translates to, the deputy governor mobilized a few drunkards. Some people will have to find ways of defecating an avocado seed. You'll hear them.
Does this sound to you like a dignified message by a governor that, according to our constitution and chapter 6 laws, should bring honor and dignity, both to our office and that of the DG?
It isn't now, especially considering that this was posted in our WhatsApp group with junior officers to the deputy governor and members of the public, of course.
Again, was this message before or after the event now offered as an explanation for what triggered these very unfortunate messages?
It was way before, there around May of 2023.
4 months before.
Yeah.
Let's go to page 163. There is a post there by a junior officer called Nkanata responding to the governor's very unfortunate message. What does Nkanata say?
He states, "We few pakabona baikone."
Again, what in your understanding was this junior officer now saying about the DG?
He is exclaiming and saying that they will suffer the consequences.
Let us go to Kabati, Kaende, page 165. What does the governor say in response to a junior officer called Kanata?
She states that I've fought many and serious battles. Hiyo yao ni manyunyu. Nitawagaragasa kama kawaida. Just relax and watch the space and concentrate in development. Kabati, kaende. Back me with prayers and seeing deliverance of our Father. He has done it for me, and the promise high end is beautiful.
The governor in her defense says, quote unquote, she is the foremost peacemaker in Meru. Is this message consistent with the person who is the foremost peacemaker in Meru?
The tone and the language used doesn't depict someone who is a peacemaker.
Indeed, as is any of the messages we have so far seen consistent with the governor who, in our own words, quote unquote, is the foremost peacemaker in Meru County?
They don't.
In page 166, what does Governor Mwangaza write in response to a junior officer called Kiambiatheru? Let's begin with Kiambiatheru. What does he say that the governor is responding to at the top of page 166?
Kiambiatheru states that our enemies misadvised he, very unfortunate for him, that is in reference to the deputy governor. And then the governor responds by stating, he thinks I'm the type of a person who can be scanned by a useless, childish, mannerless, mobilized group of people with threats. Kwanza nitafinya kieleweke.
Kwanza nitafinya kieleweke. Again, is this the language of a dignified, peaceful, peace-loving governor who is the victim of male chauvinism, who is a victim of Jurincheke, who is a victim? All these things she's saying, it wasn't me, I'm just a victim. Is this message consistent with such a humble, meek, and dignified governor?
It is inconsistent.
This, let's go to page 167. What does the governor say, and what does our county secretary, junior officer, Dr. Kiambi Averu say? What does the governor say that Kiambi is responding to?
The governor states that they want him to recover what Ntochio invested heavily, kuweka jina kwa ballot paper.
And what does Kiambi Averu?
The message that Kiambi Averu is responding to is clearly captured in page 170.
Let's go to 170 where it is, okay.
From the governor, which states they want him to recover. First of all, the governor is responding to CCM Finance, one stated that very true, they are using him, and when done, they will dump him. Very unfortunate. Then the governor states they want him to recover what? Ntochio invested heavily. Kuweka jina kwa ballot paper is investment with CEC Finance Shuari. And gratefulness is a curse. Results coming up soon. And then Ntochio is the former deputy governor. And then the county secretary responds on page 167 by saying, I am a witness. He contributed nothing to the campaigns, zero.
Would you consider it in order for the governor to be telling civil servants and junior officers that our deputy contributed nothing, even if we were to assume it is true, for argument's sake? Would that be a proper message to be sent by a governor to a forum like this?
It's not in order.
Is this consistent with our chapter 6? Is this the type of messages governors should be acquitted by the Senate so that they can continue sending them?
It isn't consistent with the chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Let's go to page 174. What is the governor telling Monica Kadono, who is a junior officer, and specifically the CCM for finance?
The governor is telling the CCM finance that the deputy apewe finance CCM laughable. Omchukue 2027 wape yeye finance needs.
Let's go to 179. Let's go to 176 first. There is a post there by the governor. Can you read it to the Senate?
Our wajinga tuwanyamazie till 2026. Mute completely, concentrate with the development. They want to divert us from our agenda and join the madness. Kama ni kunyorosha, tukamatie chini. Wapige nduru kabisa. I show you direction. Meanwhile, we are here 10 bila breaks.
Is this message consistent with the narrative of a peaceful governor who is a victim of some evil scheme to oust her out of office?
It is inconsistent.
Who are the people she was referring to as wajinga and whom she says nitawanyorosha na kuwakamatia chini?
Other leaders from the great county of Meru.
Should the governor be, for whatever reason, be sending such messages to junior officers and members of the public, even if we were to assume, for argument's sake, she has a valid grievance against other elected leaders?
She shouldn't.
Let's go to 179. What is the governor saying at the top there?
She states, I love this, mwanaume ni kazi, si kujivutavuta na kupigania tusimu twa fitina. Kazi yonge mtakacha mvunguni. She leaves it at that. Then she continues to state, the Bible says, lazy people should not eat and should be denied all benefits similar to eating. Ukisikia mtu analialia ni mzembe, wachana naye akufe.
Who are the people the governor is calling lazy and who should not eat in the context of this message?
It is in reference to the deputy governor.
It is in the reference. Now, again, Mr. Mawira, let's assume for argument's sake, because human beings disagree all the time, let's assume the governor has a genuine grievance against our deputy. Should she be sending this type of message in this type of group?
It is not expected of a person of the stature of a governor.
What does Barrio Nation say in response to the governor?
He says, extremely true, Your Excellency.
Let's go to page 180. No, I meant page 190, Mr. Speaker. What is the governor saying at page 190?
The governor says he is now claiming that he is now claiming that Pesaya office of the governor to be split into two, Lafabu. Ojo akari ngoi morungu wengo atetumene in Jesus' mighty name. May Jehovah God, who sees the motive in every move, deal with our enemies speedily in Jesus' mighty name.
And Nchamba Mbezi there, who is the governor's chief of staff, what does Nchamba Mbezi say that the governor is responding to? It is at page 191.
He says, in my opinion, the issues going around the media are really fueled by the DG's silence. We all know well there was no planned trip to US that was cancelled. We all know there's no time that our DG's vehicle has ever been taken away. Our DG silence is really making my people to believe the fake rumors. If DG comes out and clears the air on the fake rumors, the current politics will be a thing of the past. Why do we have to go through hard times and the solution is within us?
Who is Jamba Bedi, the author of the post you just read?
He is the chief of staff to the governor.
Let's go back to 181 where the same Chamba Mbezi is again conversing with the governor in this group. What does Chamba Mbezi say?
He says, blessed weekend, Our Excellency, we have beheaded you 101%. Anyone trying to fight you is fighting us and becomes our enemy immediately.
In your understanding, sir, would a junior officer, and we've asked this question a million times because it's important, would a junior officer be posting these things without the blessing of the governor?
Of course not.
Especially when that junior officer is the governor's own chief of staff?
It is not expected.
So, Bwana Mawira, let's go to 194. What does the governor say in that page?
She states that Ian Ujinga, sponsored by DG, I'm issuing last warning. I don't entertain useless threats. My 15 years in politics have never seen such childishness and ukumbafu.
The next message?
Walinipea 6K, the entire constituency, and DG kituo yake, I was the last. Wanaongea nini sasa?
The next?
You want to eat what you never labored for. It's a curse.
Next?
Sunday was from Imenti, Tony from Imenti, Jordan from Imenti, and many others. mbona kusikia community issue, kuweka jina kwa ballot ni kazi. Watu wanatumiwa vibaya na hata wenye wanatumia vibaya hawawezi kukupea even elected MCA.
We could go on and on, Mawira. I think the point is made. Mr. Speaker, I request we play a video in which Nchamba Mbidi is seen on television saying some things about the DG. I believe it is video number 3A in support of count 3. The translation of that video is in page 447, Mr. Speaker, or volume 2.
Gintu kiria mutuma kuthithia igintu kiria ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baitene thairwa iri national ithikiri na toba bingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana Peter.
Ajuge wi migambo enchamba ntinda.
It can be paused, Mr. Speaker, so that I ask the question. On the screen, which TV station is airing this show?
It's Vita TV.
Is that a TV station associated with the governor?
Yes, it is owned by our proxies.
Does Nchamba Mbidi in that clip confirm that this TV has national viewership?
Yes, he confirms.
He confirms it's a national television?
Yes.
Who is Nchamba Mbidi in that video?
The Chief of Staff to the Governor.
Which side is he from the video?
Sorry?
Perhaps the video can be run so that I ask the question. It can be rerun. I want you to identify to Mr. Speaker who is Nchamba Mbidi in this video.
Ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baitene thairwa iri national ithikiri na toba bingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana.
It can be paused. That's the Chief of Staff on national television, and the transcript is at page 447. In summary, sir, what was Nchamba Mbidi saying on national television about the deputy governor?
In translation, he says, what Mutuma is doing is something I would not want to say here because I know Baita TV as a national audience. Mutuma is defecating on the plate from which he feeds. And Mutuma here is in reference to the deputy governor.
Can you confirm this show happened after the previous impeachment motion, which had a count on unnecessary aggression and vilification of other leaders?
I confirm.
Let's play video number 3B, Mr. Speaker. It's a fairly long video, but we'll crave your leave to play it, Mr. Speaker, because it helps the Senate understand whether indeed the governor is this meek, humble person who is the foremost peacemaker. And if you permit, I can put some of the questions as it plays, Mr. Speaker.
Unless the pause.
We are on count 3, Mr. Speaker.
So they can pause and then you proceed to put the question.
Maybe it can be reversed a little. The transcript of this video is at pages 251 to 252 of our volume 2. Who is the person dancing behind the guy with the guitar?
She's the governor of Meru, Her Excellency Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
And who is the person playing the guitar?
That is the first gentleman of Meru County Government, or simply the spouse to the governor, of Meru County.
So, Mr. Speaker, now the volume can be increased so that you hear the lyrics. Then I can put my next series of questions. The volume is low, Mr. Speaker. We might not hear the lyrics. questions. From that screen, Mr. Mawira, where is this rally being held?
At Kiotine.
Where is Kiotine?
Kiotine is in Igembe.
Is that near the DG's home?
Yes, near Maua.
When was this event held?
On the 28th of August, 2023.
Is that before or after the procession the governor is offering to explain our belligerence towards the deputy governor and other leaders?
Before.
It was before?
Yes.
So does that explanation of us and the video was shown earlier on offer a valid answer to the charge for vilifying other leaders in the DG?
It does.
Who are these people described in that song as Wenyewivu?
There is the DG and other elected and other leaders from Meru County.
Does that musical performance talk about the previous impeachment proceedings, the lyrics?
It does.
Those lyrics, do they show a person who learned anything from the previous impeachment?
I can state that it doesn't.
Do they show a recalcitrant or a repentant person as far as the previous impeachment is concerned?
It doesn't.
Do the lyrics accuse other leaders of plotting to kill Governor Kawira Mwangaza?
They do.
Would you expect this to be a potential breach of the peace when other leaders are being accused of plotting to kill the governor?
Of course, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has the governor ever reported any threats to our life in any police station?
I'm not aware of any.
Do those lyrics say that the other leaders want Kawira to assist them to embezzle public funds?
They do.
Is that a fair allegation to make of other elected leaders without good basis?
It isn't fair.
Does that video say that the other elected leaders don't want Kawira to assist the weak and vulnerable, described as Wanyonge in the lyrics?
They state so.
Please confirm that this musical performance is happening in an Okolea rally.
It is, I confirm.
The branding clearly indicates.
Yes.
Does the governor appear dancing to that music and even gesticulating Wenyewivu wa Jinyonge with fingers showing how the other leaders should be beheaded or behead themselves?
Yes, she does enjoy and dance to the music and also demonstrate how the Wenyewivu should nyonga themselves.
In your view, sir, can the governor honestly and in good conscience dissociate herself from this musical performance because they were utterances of her spouse?
She can't.
Should governors be allowed to vilify other leaders this way through their spouses so that if they ask, they say, it wasn't me, it was someone else?
They shouldn't.
Do the lyrics describe the other elected leaders as having shetani or demons? Did we hear from the lyrics the other leaders being described as having shetani?
Yes, we had.
Is this video, sir, consistent with the narrative of foremost peacemaker in Meru County,
It isn't.
Who can't hurt a fly. She is the victim of some scheming, to use her own word, some scheming by the DG to take power through the back door.
It isn't consistent.
Does this video accuse other leaders of wanting to embezzle money meant for building roads in Meru?
It does.
Bwana Mawira, do you know any reason, and you're on oath, that would entitle the governor to hold this type of music performance?
Sorry, come again?
Do you know any justification the governor would have for vilifying other leaders in the manner we have seen in that musical performance?
I wouldn't know why the governor would go to that extent of vilifying and inciting the public against other leaders from Meru County.
The crowds we saw in that video, is it a small or big crowd?
It's a big crowd.
To the best of your knowledge, how often does the governor hold such rallies?
They are held almost every Sunday. Almost every Sunday, that is in the disguise of helping the needy. But I can confirm those rallies are held generally to vilify and demean and incite the public against other leaders in Meru.
Mr. Speaker, I request we play video number 3C in support of count number 3. The transcript of video number 3C, which we're about to play, is at page 448 of volume 2. No, we don't have a transcript. This one is in Swahili, Mr. Speaker, so it doesn't require a transcript because Swahili is our official language, or other national language. Let's play the video.
Na tunasema hivi tukiwa na mahaslas wenzangu ya kwamba Meru County haitatekwa nyara na makatero 10 ambao wanafikiria Meru County. Watu 10 viongozi ambao wanalipa mshahara wa 1 million ama 500 and above hawawezi ku make decision ya kwamba Meru iko katika shimo, whereas we know shida yao ni yao wenyewe binafsi, tumbo zao. Tunakuomba ufungue Meru siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Rais. Na kuna watu hawajakubali gavana ni mama. Kuna watu hawajakubali gavana ni mama. Kama vile kuna watu huko juu ambao hawajakubali rais wetu alishauriwa. Hawaamini ya kwamba mtoto ambaye alikuwa anatengeneza makuku ama a simple person ambaye alitoka vijijini anaweza kuwa rais, na wanamsumbua kwa sababu bado hawajaamini kama president wetu Ruto ni rais pamoja na naibu wake. Hivyo ndivyo ilivyo Meru. Kuna matajiri na viongozi wachache ambao hawajaamini ya kwamba walipoteza katika kura ambazo zilipita. Ni vizuri wajipange na waelewe ya kwamba Meru iko na kiongozi, na kiongozi ni gavana ni. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, nachukua hii nafasi.
Mr. Karia, to the best of your knowledge, what occasion was this when these utterances were made?
This was a prayer rally attended by the President of the Republic and the Deputy in Lare, that is in Igembe North.
To the best of your knowledge, why did the President and the Deputy organize this trip to Meru?
Sorry?
Would you know the motivation why the President and the Deputy traveled to Meru for this function?
It was a Thanksgiving prayer rally, and also to come and also try to reconcile the leaders of Meru, especially the governor and the deputy governor.
Did this occasion occur before or after the previous impeachment?
After the previous impeachment process.
And that's why the deputy president and the president spearheaded the reconciliation effort, isn't it?
Yes, I can confirm.
So you're confirming the problem in Meru has been addressed to the Council of Governors, to the Senate, all those people you counted, and now even the president himself.
I confirm.
Has that, all these interventions, have they restored sanity in Meru County?
They have not. We have stagnated at one point.
Do you expect speakers in a presidential function to speak in a dignified way about other leaders?
Yes, it is expected.
Did we hear the governor talk about Katel Kumi in this presidential function?
She did.
In the understanding of the ordinary Meru citizen, who are the people she was calling Katel Kumi?
The elected members of parliament and the woman representative of Meru.
Did you hear call these people before the President of the Republic, Makatel?
She did, and stated that it's people who earn 500,000 and above, and also to 1 million Kenya shillings.
Did she also say these are people who only care about their stomachs?
Yes, she did.
Would those be utterances that connote a governor that is peace-loving, that has learned from the previous impeachment process, and is just a victim?
They shouldn't.
Let's play video number 3C, or rather 3D, Mr. Speaker. And as I seek your...
Council, just to remind you.
Yes.
That you have 1 hour to go. And bear in mind, you have more witnesses to call. The time that is utilized by the senators, that cannot be part of the 4 hours. So out of the 4 hours, so far, you have 1 hour to go.
Mr. Speaker, does that include the time taken by my counterparts to cross-examine my witnesses? Because they took actually more time cross-examining the other witness than we.
Well, that's still within your 4 hours, just like you will be doing when their time comes.
I'll try to do my best, Mr. Speaker, but I also crave for your indulgence. It is because of my consciousness as to time that I'm taking more time with these witnesses, just in case I'm not able to call all the 6. Let's play video number 3D, and Mr. Speaker, I know we expunged. This is the video that inspired the allegory that was misunderstood. The transcript of this video is at page 448 to 449 of volume 2. Let's proceed.
Tusema na ili hapo kienine. Bwana asifiwe. Na ndi nyambo kama tio kavuyo kama utaneze. Kama tako impeachment ya vivi atea. Wewe aditherie. Te kama aliganiria kwamba bantu kwera bonchuria kalivale. Banchuria ndale la meto bichathira. Mukama tio kavuyo akamba mbaka kobia umaleta. Pena kiangala kenge na kiwa kaije kama koroga. Mulungu abalinga 20-0. Na ndi baoga nebeje tuekuja tuteku. Ai kelele ndale akobia kakana patato makiria roga indi na thirikare. Wewe batwera. Na tulienda 2027 ngugechia mtu chiarie.
Mr. Mawere, what is the governor talking about in that video?
The previous impeachment process.
What is she saying about the previous impeachment process?
That there is nothing that was done to her even after the county assembly impeached her and took her to the Senate.
That nothing happened to her even after?
She was impeached by the county assembly and brought to the Senate. Nothing happened to her, nothing was done to her.
So, Mr. Speaker, that's how my allegory was born, but we can see the last video, 3E.
Vimenti kana no tarwa na ro tarwa utai kamisema nyunwe tano mkobu ndingete metemanyo that the 6 ndene sa vimenti na go ya daga antora kama na u weja kando kama bonginye de bejo ne kwera musema jeradiga kenda ntukuru ndela wabale kai kumera kwa kwa ntimete sai otora nyo sai keba Dioro katore na ikwete tenge mawira no mbera karugule ndo sendeka kwawe inabare kwena speaker masinesi ya 400 mekera gitage ko speed ya 20 okay ja kulekenya masinesi njaro na kera gita kila tueta kenda re matu kimbeje bantu ya watu rampao okabeka nini ya mimi ga tueka na me ina ga tueka na ga tueka lakini kaenda kabati Bwana asifiwe. Utaweka nenge kila kita na mazindezi. Speed hichi rumanya muno. Na ege tueka kama mwaka sauti ikaibwa sauti iko alia. Na hicho ukiwa tena bakatu biba. Na ila ungere ntuko ege tole alia. Ndabwa na pio giki nene.
We can pause it in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, now that I'm guided by your... Mr. Mawira, what was the governor doing as per this video?
She was vilifying the elected member of parliament for South Imenti, as well as other members of parliament from Meru.
To your best of your knowledge, sir, is there any overlap between the duties of governor and those of MPs and the senator so that the governor is constantly inciting the public against? Is there any conflict of duty or interest? Don't they have very different duties?
They are very different and well stipulated, clearly stipulated for every office order.
As a matter of fact, where is the main workstation of the 9 MPs of Meru? Is it in Meru or here at the parliament buildings?
It's here at the parliament buildings in Nairobi.
Do you know any reason why a member of parliament in Meru, while doing their duties, say in this chamber or the other one, will suddenly hear that the governor is saying nasty things about them in some rally in Meru?
Sorry?
Do you know any reason why the governor will be vilifying a person who is based in Nairobi and while they are doing their duty in Nairobi?
No, I'm not aware.
Paragraph 16A, count 4, you accused the governor of appointing Kenneth Moetiriongo as a chief officer without the approval of the county assembly. Did you make such an accusation, sir?
Yes.
Have you provided any evidence for it?
Yes, the evidence is in pages 271, 296, 295 to 296, 297, 299, and 301 of volume 2.
Let's go to 271. 296. The document begins at 295. Where does this document at 295 say it emanates from?
Office of the Governor.
Office of the Governor. And on the next page, do we have the appointment of this officer, Kenneth Moetiriongo?
Yes, paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12. Does that confirm he was appointed as a chief officer?
Yes, it does.
Is he appointed as a substantive or an acting chief officer?
Sorry?
Based on that document, is that an acting or substantive appointment?
It's substantive since it's not stated that he is acting.
Do such appointments require the approval of the county assembly?
Yes, as it is required by the law.
To the best of your knowledge, has the governor placed any approval of the assembly for this officer?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to 296, 297. What is the document there?
It's a document from the office of the clerk, addressed to the county secretary, that is Dr. Kiambi James Dambura Aderu, in the matter of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the County Governments Act 2012, the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017, and the County Assembly of Meru Standing Orders, and in the inquiry of the Sectoral Committee on Labor, Public Services, and Social Welfare, summons.
So, sir, have you provided sufficient evidence to show this person was appointed without county assembly approval?
Yes, I have.
Let's go to 16D, paragraph 16D of your impeachment motion. You accuse the governor of appointing unqualified persons, namely Kenneth Moitriongo, Edwin Mutuma Mrangeri, and Gitovun Kanata as chief officers without competitive recruitment and recommendation of the County Public Service Board. Have you provided any evidence to show this?
Yes, I have.
Let's go to, where is that evidence, sir?
The evidence is on pages 253 to 260, 295 to 296, 322, 325, 326, all the way to 327, 331, 332, 334, 335, and 386 to 389.
Let's go to the appointment of traffic marshals. Have you provided evidence of the appointment of these officers?
Yes, I have.
The governor responds by saying that this office was regularized. And she says it was a joke. That's our response in the county assembly, isn't it?
Yes, they did.
Have we seen her in a video? Mr. Speaker, we can play the video in support of count 4. It's a brief video. That's
Safari ya kuainisha mji wa Meru imeanza. Asante sana, asante. Na ofisi ya gavana. Kwa hivyo basi kuu ya hizi pikipiki ambazo zitakuwa kila macho. Kazi kubwa ni kusaidia mji wetu wa Meru, mji wa Kwebo, mji wa Maua, kutoa msongamano wa magari.
Do we see in that video, sir, the governor flagging off traffic marshals?
Yes, it's seen in the video.
Whose duty is it to establish this office?
It's the duty of the County Public Service Board to create offices under the county government's structure.
Now let's go to page 392 of volume 2. What did the County Public Service Board say about the existence of this office?
In a letter addressed to the clerk of the county assembly, in relation to the inquiry, the board or the secretary or the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board states that the board has not employed any traffic marshals in the county public service.
But on the ground in Meru, Mr. Kari, why was this a problem so that the assembly got seized of it? What were the so-called traffic marshals doing that became of concern to the assembly?
After they were flagged off by the governor, they went around Meru town, arresting offenders and charging them fines irregularly. And there was a petition to the assembly in complaining about the creation of the office of the traffic marshals irregular.
So in summary, sir, other than the video and the document I've shown, What other pages can you refer the Senate to prove this count?
We have pages 394, 398, 409 to 412, 413.
You have, in paragraph 16G, accused the governor of having a bloated workforce. Have you provided evidence of this?
Yes, on pages 282 to 283, 309, 345 to 352, 353, 357, 359 to 362, and 362 to 382.
Let's go to page 361 to 362 and speak about a particular cadre of staff in the governor's office. How many cleaners are shown there?
That is from number 73 to 93, that is roughly 20.
Page number 73 to?
Entry number 73 to entry number 90. To entry on the next page, to entry number 111.
How many cleaners are those? Would I be right to say they are 38?
Yes, they are.
Let's see how some of these officers, styled as cleaners, how they are described on the payroll. Let's pick the officer number 111, Jamal Bundi. He has been described as a cleaner in the recruitment. Now let's go to page 379 and see his payslip. What is his designation?
He is recruited as a cleaner, but his designation is senior support staff.
So the payslip is that of a senior support staff?
Yes.
But the appointment is that of a cleaner?
Yes.
Let's pick another one. At page 381, at the bottom, what is the name of the officer?
Mr. Godfrey Mwenda Mireti.
So this gentleman was also recruited as a cleaner, but his payslip is for what cadre?
Senior support staff.
That officer is number 103, Mr. Speaker, on page 362. Page 382, the officer there is named. There are actually two of them. I'll show him.
Miss Faith Kendi Kidinji and Miss Glory Kinya Kinoti.
Would you consider it irregular for officers to be hired as cleaners, then paid on the pay grade of senior support staff?
Sorry?
Is it an irregularity to employ persons as cleaners, then on the payroll, pay them as senior support staff?
Yes, it is an illegality.
Would you know why this irregularity has been taking place in Meru?
I believe it is for the governor to reward our cronies.
To reward our cronies?
Yes.
Let's go to count number 6. Naming a public road after her husband. Do you have any evidence of this?
Yes, I have.
You can do it, but Have you provided any evidence, sir, to support count 7?
Yes, on pages 442 to 443 of our volume 2.
Count number 21B, contemptuous letter to the Assembly in response to lawful summons. Do you have any evidence?
Yes, on page 301. Sorry, 311.
Open 445. I want us to see the letter that is said to be contemptuous. You earlier on told us that governors and their CECs are obliged to supply documents to the Assembly, right?
Yes.
And to honor lawful summons.
Yes, they should.
This letter at page 444 is indicated as emanating from what office? Page 444.
Office of the Governor.
And who is the author at page 445?
The Chief of Staff, stroke Governor's private secretary.
Read for us the last paragraph of that letter.
It reads, we hope the above settles the issue, and if you find the urge to summon the Governor to appear before the committee is irresistible, we will respectively urge the Assembly to move to court for constitutional interpretation in view of the foregoing.
The Assembly is being told if it finds the urge to invite the Governor irresistible. Is that how a Chief of Staff should be responding to lawful summons and requests for documents from the Assembly?
No, it is not.
I want us now to check the responses filed by the Governor. So hold the Governor's response. Governor Kawira says some of the charges before the Senate were in previous impeachment motions. To the best of your knowledge, does the law permit the county assembly to reintroduce previous charges?
Yes, according to section 33 of the County Governments Act, it's allowed after 3 months.
If a governor persists in the very conduct that triggered the first impeachment, can the county assembly be faulted for bringing a second, third, or even 10th if the misconduct does not cease?
No, it can't.
The governor has talked about a case, or rather a traditional oathing ritual at paragraph 6 of our response, administered by the Jurincheke to compel the assembly to impeach her. To the best of your knowledge, sir, was there any traditional oathing ritual administered at the Jurincheke shrine as alleged by the governor?
No, because I was at that event and it was a tree planting occasion led by the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, and also the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture was present.
So this was a tree planting event. Was it a Jurincheke event?
Of course not. It was an event spearheaded by the Ministry of Environment.
As to the best of your knowledge, sir, does the Jurincheke administer oaths in the presence of non-members?
It doesn't, and I can attest to that because I'm a member of the Jurincheke.
Does the Jurincheke administer oaths in the presence of children?
No, because they are not members of the cultural association.
Were there children in this event alleged to have been an oathing ceremony?
They were present.
But Mr. Mawere, let's assume for argument's sake, the Jurincheke somehow got intermingled in this matter. would you expect the Jurincheke to be concerned if Meru is in a perpetual and apparently insoluble crisis?
They should, because it's a highly respected council of elders, and it has no problem, or it is not prohibited from indulging in matters that affect the great people of Meru.
The governor says all these things we alleged against are acts of other officials who should bear their own responsibility. What is your response to that?
Sorry?
The governor at paragraph 12 of our response tells the Senate that this litany of complaints you have against her relates to acts and omissions committed by other county officials. Are these other county officials in the governor's office?
Yes, they are.
Are some of them the governor's immediate siblings?
Yes, they are.
Do governors actually always act in person, or they act through junior officers?
They act through junior officers, of course, appointed by the governor, and others employed by the County Public Service Board.
So if governors in practice do most of their work through delegation to county officials, is it a valid defense to say it wasn't me?
It isn't a valid defense.
Do we have instances in our response where she relies on acts of county officials, but when it is not convenient, she says it wasn't me?
Yes, they are there.
Should she have it both ways? When it suits her, the acts of the county officials should be considered. When it doesn't suit her, they should not be considered.
She can't have it both ways.
Can a governor be heard to say that millions upon millions of county funds paid to our own sister, the secretary of our own chief of staff, in our own office, that she somehow was aloof and shouldn't take responsibility for that?
The governor can't allude to that.
The governor says the MCAs have no issue with her at paragraphs 4, 1, 8, and 16, and that you and your colleagues are acting under internal, external influence and intimidation to facilitate a political scheme. Is that correct?
That is not true.
Is she the foremost peacemaker in Meru, as she says at paragraph 17 of her defense?
It has been illustrated she's not.
She says the public participation was a sham. Has she identified any specific shortfall of that public participation?
None.
She says she's been rated among the top 10 best performing governors in Kenya. What is your response?
I think that is a report that has just been produced the other day, and I believe it was tailor-made to suit this case, because previously we have seen other independent bodies also rate the governor, like the timely survey that ranked the governor position 40 out of 47 in Kenya. So there is a...
Did the governor disclose that she was relying on this survey produced just after the impeachment, that there was another survey also ranking her 40 out of 47?
No.
So she is happy to have the survey ranking her highly considered, but not the one ranking her in the bottom?
Yes, that is true.
But let's assume, for argument's sake, Mr. Mawira, that indeed the governor was rated, and validly so, as one of the best performing. Would that mean she didn't commit any of the acts she is accused of?
There is not evidence contrary to, or evidence to adduce that she has not committed any crime.
If those acts are impeachable, would they cease to be impeachable because she is the best performing governor?
No way.
Let's go to our specific responses. She says you have not adduced any evidence to support the count 1 on misappropriation and misuse of county funds. What is your response?
That is not true, because we have adduced evidence in our volume 2.
As a matter of fact, is there anything else in volume 2 other than evidence?
No, it's the Assembly's evidence.
She says Salesio Mutuma is misrepresenting and misreading the entries on the IFMIS report. To the best of your knowledge, did the governor produce any other IFMIS report other than the one before the Senate?
No.
As a matter of fact, in our defense, is the governor relying on that same IFMIS report?
She's relying on the same IFMIS extract.
Can she rely on the IFMIS report we have when it favors her, but disown it when it doesn't favor her?
Sorry?
Can she urge the Senate to accept the IFMIS report to the extent that it exonerates her, but to reject it to the extent that it shows wrongdoing on her part?
As long as it is the same report she's relying on, she can't.
She says she did not use her relatives to embezzle public funds. Did we take the Senate through millions upon millions of shillings taken by our relatives as prepayments?
Yes, we have already taken the Senate through that part of the evidence.
She says the matter is before EACC. I don't know, another matter is in court, another matter is in some other forum. To the best of your knowledge, sir, does the pendency of any complaint or inquiry preclude the county assembly or the Senate from impeaching a governor if they are persuaded that the governor has fallen short of the standard required under Chapter 6?
No, because the Assembly's oversight role doesn't depend or is not conditional on what the ACC is doing. And also, I believe the Senate's powers.
Would you consider the governor to be sufficiently proximate to all these persons who withdrew 78 million shillings from the county irregularly?
Yes, they are close, people who are very close to the governor.
Why do you say they are very close?
Some are relatives and the others work in an office that is under the office of the governor.
A governor who is unaware that the whole 78 million shillings has been siphoned from the county, would that strike you as a diligent governor?
No.
Would that strike you as a competent governor?
Of course not.
How many times does the secretary to the governor's chief of staff appear on the IFMIS report receiving prepayments contrary to PFM laws? How many times?
She appears 87 times.
87 times?
Yes.
And the total amount paid to her irregularly per that IFMIS, whose authenticity is not in issue, is how much?
21,868,944 shillings.
How many times does Lydia Nkatha appear? The one you say as an entanglement with the chief of staff?
8 times.
8 times. How does withdrawn how much?
3,606,400 shillings.
The governor has produced some vouchers and impressed, and indeed our answer is that these payments to our sister were impressed she takes on behalf of other people. Is that a valid defense according to your understanding of these documents?
It is not.
Are those impressed the governor has submitted, signed by the relevant officers?
They are not supported or signed by the relevant officers like the director of accounts and also the chief of finance. And also the examiner has not signed the relevant supporting document that she provided.
Even incomplete as they are, out of the 78 million, how much has the governor accounted for?
On average, 2 million.
2 million?
Yes.
Jane Karimikaevia, who we are told we misrepresent hospitality for hospital. First of all, does the motion misrepresent hospitality payments as payment for hospital supplies?
No, it does not.
As a matter of fact, Does the impeachment motion mention hospital?
Nowhere does the impeachment motion mention hospital.
You are told you have accused, or you say, Jane Karimikaivia is a relative of the governor. Is there any place we have said she is a relative of the governor?
Nowhere, the motion.
The same for Catherine, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's interrogate the defense of per diems and interests. Would that explain the 107 irregular payments, styled prepayments on IFMIS?
It doesn't.
The vouchers and interest that the governor has produced, do they explain the big payments to our sister and other relatives, or they focus on the petty payments?
It doesn't, because I think they conveniently focus only on the small payments, and that account for only 2 million out of the 78 million that they have alleged to misappropriate.
As a matter of fact, sir, we are still interrogating whether these were interest for per diem. Does the IFMIS report indicate payments that are per diems?
Sorry?
Are there specific payments indicated on the IFMIS as accommodation and domestic travel?
Yes, there are some.
Like on what pages?
Pages 17.
Yes.
21, 22, 27, 28 of our volume 2.
So if there are specific entries for per diems, can the governor be heard to say that the unexplained prepayments are also per diems when the system has a way of capturing per diems?
No, they can't.
To the best of your knowledge, can an officer hold more than one imprest at a time?
Of course not, because it is against the PFM regulations of 2015.
Which regulation in particular?
Regulation 93, 4B, and 8 of the Public Finance Management.
So if an officer cannot hold more than one imprest at a time, what do we make of situations where we see the governor's relatives receiving several prepayments on the same day? Wouldn't that mean they were holding several imprests on that day?
Yes, they were.
As a matter of fact, can we see on the IFMIS instances where the governor's relatives were paid 6 times on the same day, 8 times on the same day, 5 times on the same day?
Yes, and the evidence is on pages 17 to 29 of volume 2.
The imprest the governor has submitted, are they all accompanied by signing sheets?
Most of them are not.
Most of them are not.
Yes.
The claim that an officer receives imprest on behalf of an entire delegation, would it require each member to sign the signing sheet, even if one officer received the money in its entirety?
Yes, individually they should.
Has that been shown?
No.
Does the law permit use of imprest to make huge payments of money?
It doesn't allow.
As a matter of fact, imprest is confined to small payments that are done routinely and therefore cannot conveniently be paid through the ordinary payment system, isn't it?
That is true.
So would it then be a valid answer, given the law, on when imprest can be used? Would it be a valid answer to be told that 107 prepayments amounting to 78 million shillings were done by way of imprest that we have not even seen?
No, that would be abuse of interest.
Did the governor produce the imprests she has now produced before the Senate, before the county assembly?
They blatantly refused to.
She blatantly refused.
Yeah.
You told us they are not signed. I want you to show us a few that are not signed by the validating officers. Please show the Senate.
Pages 93.
Mr. Speaker, we're referring to the governor's bundle.
Yes.
The one with the blue pages.
93. On that particular payment voucher for Rose Kinya, with
This
the
is a payment to the governor's sister, right?
sister, amounting to 25,400. The payment voucher has not been signed by the examiner. That is examination. The payment voucher has not been signed by the Director of Accounts or CEO Finance.
Let's go to the one, the payment voucher at page 108. Is it signed by the examiner?
No, it is not.
Who is it issued to?
Rose Kinya, the governor's sister.
Is it signed by the accounting officer?
No, it is not.
Let's go to the one at page 131. Who is it issued to?
The one that at page 108
Yes.
is only signed by the AIE holder, who is the COS, indicating the Chief of Staff.
Okay.
Yes.
And the one at page 131, who is it issued to?
Rose Kinya, the governor's sister.
Is it signed by the Director of Accounting or Chief Finance Officer?
No, it is not.
Let's go to the one at page 120. It shows voucher number 68458 was issued in the name of who?
Rose Kinya.
That voucher, according to the IFMIS extract at page 23 of our volume 2, to whom was the money paid?
It was paid to Kadure Rokaria Catherine.
Is that an irregularity where the governor's sister is the one who surrenders the purported imprest? But on IFMIS, the money is misrepresented as being paid to Catherine.
Yes, it is an irregularity.
Does this show why even people who are not the governor's relatives, the impeachment motion still accuses the governor?
Sorry?
Does this show the connection between the governor's relatives and other irregular payments to third parties?
Yes, it does.
Let's still stick to that payment to Catherine Rokaria. How much amount is indicated on IFMIS?
On the IFMIS extract, it is indicated
$107,500
shillings.
How about the one indicated on the governor's voucher for that payment? How much is indicated?
117,600.
There is a variance of over 10,000, isn't it?
Yes, there is.
Would this constitute fraudulent accounting?
Yes, it is.
Let's come to the specific embezzlement. Let's look at the acceptance of the imprest on page 282 on of the governor's volume. That is a signing sheet for a journey of how many days, sir?
2 days.
2 days. The cover letter is on the previous page, which is page?
281.
281. Who are the people going on this journey?
Her Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the governor, Miriam Gwantai, the personal assistant, who is also the sister to the governor, Rose Kinya, a security officer to the governor, who is also sister to the governor, Kenneth Murangiri, a driver, indicated as a driver, and Moses Kubania, indicated as a...
Who is Kenneth Murangiri indicated there?
He is the brother to the governor.
So let's now hold the thought, Mr. Mawere. The journey is for 2 days. The signing sheet is for 2 days. Let's find whether the governor and the delegation went for 2 days at page 284. That's the work ticket for that is supporting that impressed. On that day of 7th February, sorry, where does it say the vehicle traveled to and from?
Traveled to Meru, from Meru to Nairobi and back.
Above it shows that vehicle was in Meru the previous day, isn't it?
Yes.
And after it shows it was also in Meru the following day, isn't it?
The following day on 8th, the vehicle was traveling from Meru to Lare, which is in Meru County, and back.
So if the governor and our relatives signed impress for 2 days for a 1-day journey by their own documents, would that be embezzlement of county funds?
Yes, it is, since they were in Nairobi for they didn't spend even a night in Nairobi. They traveled to Nairobi and back, and then they claim facilitation for 2 days.
The governor, has she submitted any supporting document for these impressed and surrendered, such as an hotel booking?
Sorry?
Has she submitted supporting documents like hotel bookings?
None whatsoever.
Boarding passes?
None.
Receipts for vehicle fuel?
None.
Any other document that would be required to validate an imprest?
There is none.
Would that explain why our own officers have refused to validate those imprests?
Yes, it explains why.
Let's look at the work ticket number 824-574 at page 276 of the governor's badge. What is the number, the serial number of that work ticket, sir?
824-547.
824?
574, sorry.
574. What is the dates, which month are the dates appearing on that work ticket on that page?
From 1st of January 2023.
Yes.
All the way to 22nd of January 2023.
Let's go to pages 118. Is the serial number the same as the one you've read?
Just a minute.
Page 118 of the governor's badge.
Yes, the serial number is the same, 824-574.
That same work ticket also appears at page 129, right?
Yes, it does.
And both on pages 118 and 129, the dates are in February, right?
The one on pages 118 covers from 1st of February to 19th of February. The one on pages 129 also covers from 1st of February to 20th of February. And among the entries there is an entry on 16th, 18th, and 19th. That is the one on page 129.
Yes, see the one on page 129. The entries are?
Page 129, the entries are from 1st of February to 20th of February. But along the entries, there is a single day that has not been indicated, and that is, they have only indicated 16th of February.
Then jump to 18th,
They jump to 18th of February.
Then gone to 19th.
Yes.
Then gone to 20th.
Yes.
And on the second page, it goes to?
On the second page, it goes back to 17th.
It goes back to 17th.
Yes.
Is that a natural chronology of events, or this is an exposed falsification of this document?
It is not. Maybe these are forged documents to try and support the irregularities.
So let's go to page 104 of the governor's document and hold it together with page 204. Can you confirm it is the same work ticket number 824574?
Just a minute.
We are requesting, Mr. Speaker, you hold on the governor's bundle pages 104 together with 204.
Pages 104, the serial number is that 824-574.
It is the same work ticket?
Yes.
And the dates are in which month?
The dates on the work ticket on pages 204 start from 1st of March to 18th of March.
Let's now go to page 189 of the governor's bundle. Is it the same work ticket?
It's the same work ticket.
And the dates are in which month?
1st of April to 23rd of April.
So, Mr. Mawere, we have seen the same work ticket being given to the Senate in the answer to the charge for misappropriating county funds. Is it possible for a vehicle as busy as the governor's to use the same work ticket from January to February to March to end of April? Is that something the Senate should seriously believe?
The Senate should not believe that because considering how busy our governor is, they can't use the same work ticket for the whole month.
How many times, sir, and how many imprests have been justified using this single work ticket, number 824574? How many times has it been used to explain different imprests by the governor?
They are used 17 times.
It has been used 17 times.
Yes.
Can a single work ticket account for 17 different imprests?
No, it can't.
Running across 4 months?
It can't.
Can you tell the Senate very quickly the pages where you say it has been used 17 times? We don't have to go through each of them given the time.
On the governor's bundle, pages 104, 118, 129, 138, 150, 189, up to pages 327.
17 times?
Yes.
Let's look at the work ticket, number 810977 at page 319 of the governor's bundle.
Page?
319.
Yes.
That work ticket has a column for signing by the authorizing officer, number and signature of person authorizing the journey. Is any of those journeys authorized?
None. None that is authorized.
Is it fair to postulate the reason it is not signed by the authorizing officer is because this document is not a genuine document.
Yes, it's true.
Who is the purported authorizing officer as per that page?
Kenneth Morangeri, who is the brother to the governor.
Mr. Speaker, can I beg and plead you give me at least 30 minutes? I said this is my most critical witness. I can live with the inability to call the others, but I crave, if you give me 30 minutes to an hour, I will be eternally grateful to you.
Are you therefore saying that if you're given 30 more minutes,
yes,
you'll conclude with this witness and forgo the others? Is
I'm not saying
request?
that, Mr. Speaker. I'm just, and I know it's an impossible situation for everyone. Unfortunately, the rules only provide a single day where it is not humanly possible, a matter this serious, to address it within those times. I'll beg you, if it finds favor with you, we can even push the hours and allow me to call at least one more or two more witnesses. I clearly can't call all the 6, given how the time is moving, but if you give me 30 minutes with this one and allow me to call at least 2 more, I'll be more than grateful.
How long do you intend to be with the remaining 2, the ones that you intend to call?
The others, you know, Mr. Speaker, this one is the main witness. The others will be speaking to very specific allegations. I don't see any of them taking, if you go by the time we took with the first witness, on our part, we took around 15 to 20 minutes with them. The only reason the session ran into an hour is because the cross-examination was longer, and we also took more sessions for interjections from the senators.
So if I give you half an hour to conclude with this witness,
yes,
and then I give you 20 minutes within which to conclude with your remaining 2 witnesses, will that be fair?
If you give me 2 for purposes of examination in chief, for the other 2 witnesses, if you give me 20 minutes for purposes of exam in chief for each, it should be enough. But again, I can't take responsibility for how long the cross-examination for each of them might take.
Just speak for yourself. I'll come to the...
I'll take 20 for the other 2, 20 each.
Okay.
Yes.
So then the 4-hour time period given to you has terminated at 7:13. So I'm going to grant you the 30 minutes to conclude with this witness. We will deal with the governor's lawyer when he's on his feet.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. You have been told at paragraph 1.1.11 of the governor's response that there is no evidence linking Kenneth Guantai to misuse of county funds, and his name does not appear in the IFMI's extract. Is that defense of the governor consistent with the evidence on record?
No, because the evidence is there to see on pages 20, 22, and 24 of the IFMI's extract.
So who again is Kenneth Guantai?
Brother to the governor.
So when the governor says he doesn't appear on the IFMI's as receiving money and it's there in black and white, is that a serious defense?
It is not, since it is a misrepresentation of facts.
It is said that you, sir, you yourself of all people, made a Facebook post defending the governor that you now are asking the Senate to remove from office. What is your answer?
Yes, I did, but my support doesn't give the governor leeway to breach the law. And also, the support came in before I was seized of the facts before this Senate and the Assembly.
Did you have the benefit of this extract, if miss, at the time you made the Facebook post?
No.
Did you have the benefit of the documents down before the Senate when you made this Facebook post?
No.
This one we can skip. It is said, sir, that again you, the Speaker, and Honorable DMK made contributions to Okolea. You contributed 100 shillings, one of you gave a goat, and here you are complaining about Okolea. What is your response?
Even if it were true, it doesn't explain what county government vehicles were doing at an Okolea rally.
Let's begin. First of all, is it true? Did you contribute to that Okolea kitty? And did the Speaker and the Honorable DMK make contributions to it?
I may not speak for the others, but I did.
You did?
Yes.
Would the fact that you made that contribution diminish the gravity of the offenses the governor is said to have committed in those rallies?
It doesn't in any way.
The governor says she has a video in which she gives a disclaimer that Okolea is separate from the official functions. Is that a valid answer to?
No, it is inconsistent with the evidence that you have adduced.
She tells you if county officials attended the Okolea rally, they did so in their private capacities as members of Baite Fellowship. Who runs this Baite Fellowship?
It's the governor of Meru and her spouse.
So the governor and her spouse run a fellowship which is attended by, she admits, county staff attends Okolea rallies. Is that a valid defense?
It is not valid.
Doesn't that defense actually confirm the involvement of county staff in Okolea operations contrary to promises made by this Senate less than a year ago?
Yes, it does.
The governor says she didn't misrepresent her relatives as a technical team. Does the evidence support her?
It does not.
Does the record say in black and white that they are designated as a technical team?
They were designated as a technical team and by none other than the county secretary of the government of Meru and the end of public service.
The governor says she did not make this China trip because the relatives she sent to her an advance team who discovered the company was not linked to the Chinese government. To the best of your knowledge, did the governor seek any travel clearance?
No, she did not.
Is that consistent with the governor who actually intended to travel in the first place?
It is inconsistent because in the first place, the governor should have been in the letter or in the list that was sent to seek for clearance to travel.
She tells you no public funds were lost on the trip to China. What is your response?
Even though in whatever case, even there was no money that was lost, the county lost a great opportunity, considering that it is a high incidence cancer in Meru. The county lost a great opportunity to address that problem for the great people of Meru.
The governor draws
But
a
still,
account.
Council, it's public knowledge that whenever you travel, even if the cost of the trips are covered by the company, those who are traveling are paid a quota per diem.
Would you consider the loss of opportunity greater than perhaps even the loss of money,
Yes.
given the incidence of cancer in Meru?
Yes, I would.
You are told, Mr. Chair, I'll let my colleague exhaust the remaining bit. I've been studying for quite some time.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Boniface Mawera, and I will proceed with the examining chief. Mr. Mawera, turn with me to page 347 of the governor's bundle. Are you there? What letter do you see at page 347?
It's a letter from Office of the County Secretary in regards to deployment of NEFAT Kenya Meme.
Okay. Did the county secretary have the powers to appoint Nefat Kinyua as Director External Partnerships?
No, unless the powers were delegated by the County Public Service Board, which is not indicated.
Has the governor annexed any authority to show that his powers were delegated by the County Public Service Board?
None whatsoever.
Is this the same Nefat who was in the Chinese trip?
He is the same person.
And the brother-in-law to the governor?
Yes.
Okay. Turn with me to page 287 of our volume 2. I think it begins at page 284 of our volume 2. What document do you see there?
There is an advert from by the Office of the County Public Service Board.
In which office?
Office of the Governor.
So the advertisement is for recruitment in the Office of the Governor?
Yes.
Turn now to page, Honorable Speaker, you can turn with me to page 287. At page 287, you can see the advertisement for the recruitment of the Director External Affairs.
Yes.
Which job group?
Job group R.
Okay. The qualifications? The requirements for appointment, rather?
Served in a comparable and relevant position for a minimum period of 5 years.
Experience for 5 years, right?
Yes.
In a comparable and relevant position for 5 years?
Yes.
And a university degree under Roman 2, B2?
Yes.
Okay. Then turn with me again to page 89. Of our volume 2, still volume 2. It begins at page 88. After that advertisement, the County Public Service Board shortlist, this is a shortlist for the officers in the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes, it is.
And at page 89, we can see the persons who are shortlisted for the position of Director External Linkages.
Yes, they are indicated.
And the name of Nefat is not among those people.
It is not.
What is the date on page 88 of our bundle? What is the date of that shortlist?
It dated on 6th September 2023.
6th September 2023. The letter we saw on the governor's bundle at page 347, I want you to clarify the date. When is it dated?
Just a moment. It's dated 9th March 2023.
9th March of 2023.
Yes.
And you've confirmed a moment ago that the county secretary did not have powers to appoint this director.
Yes, I confirm.
Is it your evidence that the county secretary in so doing was usurping the powers of the County Public Service Board?
Yes, they did.
Okay. at page 287 of our bundle, we have seen that the position, or rather the job for director, is job group R, correct?
Yes, it is.
Turn with me to page 343 of the governor's bundle. What document has the governor produced in that bundle?
It's a NOFA of appointment letter.
Who is it addressed to?
Nefat Kinyua Meme.
In paragraph 1, what is the job group of Nefat Kinyua Meme?
He is employed in the position of pharmaceutical technologist, job group H.
So, Mr. Mawira, could a person who was employed in job group H be appointed to act as a director in job group R?
No, that is an illegality.
What is the possible explanation for this irregularity?
You are not supposed to be appointed to act in any position that you are not qualified to.
Would you say that the only reason why Nefat is clearly favored and he jumps from job group H to job group R is because he has a relationship with the governor's sister?
Yes, I can confirm.
Okay. Turn with me to page 384. 384. Honorable Speaker, you can turn with me to page 384 of our volume 2. We can begin at 295 and 296 of our volume 2. What document is at page 295 and 296?
Is a notice of redeployment from the Office of the Governor.
It is issued by which office?
Office of the Governor.
Is it actually a redeployment or appointment of chief officers?
It's appointment.
And I remember you during your examination in chief by my last name, Mr. Modom, you said that for the appointment of chief officers, the County Public Service Board must be involved.
Yes, it must. And also,
it is actually the County Public Service Board that recommends the appointments to the governor.
It recommends and it also creates those offices.
It creates those offices, advertise, they recruit.
Yes.
Then they forward the names or they submit the names to the office of the governor for formal appointment.
That is the procedure.
So could the governor purport through the county secretary, because at page 296, the letter is signed by the county secretary for the governor. Could the governor purport to appoint these chief officers without the involvement of the County Public Service Board?
No, that is illegal.
And as a County Public Service Board actually disowned those appointments?
Yes, they have.
Where is the evidence found?
The evidence is on page.
And turn to 384 for purposes of, in the interest of time. 384 of our volume 2, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the evidence is on page 384 on a letter addressed to the clerk of the county assembly.
Who has written that letter? In whose letterhead is it issued?
Office of the County Public Service Board and signed by the secretary or the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board, who is the CPA, Virginia Kawira.
At paragraph 4 of that letter, what does the board say, the County Public Service Board?
It states that the board is the appointing authority according to section 64 of County Governments Act. The board, however, was not involved in the appointment of the acting chief officers as per the act.
So the board actually confirms that it was not involved in these appointments?
Yes.
Is that an irregularity?
It is an irregularity.
At page 295, I'll take you back to page 295 of our volume 2, Honorable Speaker. And specifically, the number 18 on page 296, the appointment of Kenneth Mwiti Riongo. Is he appointed in an acting capacity or a substantive appointment?
It is a substantive appointment since it is not indicated if it's it's not indicated if it's in an acting capacity.
Would such a substantive appointment require the approval of the County Assembly?
It requires.
Was that approval obtained?
No.
And for argument's sake, Mr. Mawira, the governor said in a response that it is actually the county secretary is the one who made these appointments. As by law, the County Government Act, can a county secretary appoint chief officers?
It's not possible, and even it's still contrary to what we have, because the letter is signed by the county secretary for Her Excellency the Governor.
For the governor?
Yes.
So could the governor lawfully, even if we were to assume that she delegated his authority, could the governor lawfully delegate the mandate to appoint chief officers to a county secretary?
The law does not allow that to envisage the same.
Is a statutory mandate to appoint chief officers not vested in the person of the governor?
It is.
Still on these 2 pages, page 295 and 296 of our volume 2, who is qualified? I want you to explain to the Honorable Speaker and to the Honorable Senators, who is qualified to act as a chief officer?
According to?
I'm asking from the persons who have been appointed here as chief officers. For example, you can turn to page 296, number 17. We see Gitobun Kanata to move from Meru Municipality to Department of Lands to perform the functions of chief officer. And my question to you is, can a person who is not a chief officer be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
No, because it requires vetting and approval by the County Assembly.
So it is your evidence that only a person who has been appointed, who is already a chief officer in the first place, can be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
Yes.
And by corollary, in the national government, only a PS can be appointed to act in another state department?
That is true.
So if you are not a chief officer in the first place, having been vetted and approved by the County Assembly, you cannot be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
That is true.
So what would you say then of the appointment of Kitobun Kanata number 17?
It's an illegal appointment.
Number 15 of Christopher Mugunda?
It's also illegal.
Number 2, that is the nephew, Edwin Murangiri.
It's in contravention of the law.
Who is Edwin Murangiri? Number 2, page 295.
The nephew to the spouse of the governor.
So, is it regular for a person who is already in another department, that is Meru Service, a semi-autonomous government agency, is it regular for them to move from a saga to the public service?
It's irregular.
And take over the role of acting chief officer?
It's irregular.
Okay. And from the governor's bundle, at page 348, turn with me to page 348. That is the appointment letter of Edwin Murangiri.
Yes, it is.
In 2017.
Yes.
And he was in job group K.
Yes.
So is it regular for a person in job group K, just as I've seen for NEFAT, for a person in job group H to jump the stairs or the ladder and to become a chief officer, which is the highest rank in the county public service? Is it regular?
No, it is not.
Okay. Honorable Speaker and the Senators and the Honorable Senators, turn with me to page 360 of our volume 2. Actually, from page 359, I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker, from page 359. You have alleged that the governor has appointed a bloated workforce, specifically in the office of the governor.
Yes, it's true.
And from this, from page 359, at the top of the page, this document that is provided by the County Public Service Board, what is the title?
Summary of appointed persons in the office of the governor from August 2022 to date.
So these are persons appointed in the office of the governor from August 2022 when she took oath of office to date.
Yes.
And by to date, it is as at 9th of October of this year.
Yes, because this was when the County Public Service Board gave us this list.
When the County Public Service Board communicated to the Assembly.
Yes.
By the letter appearing on page 354, Honorable Speaker, page 354 of our volume 2. This is a letter by the County Public Service Board. Attaches a list of all the appointed officers in the office of the governor. At page 360, how many information officers can you count? At page 360.
They are 10 in number.
10 in number. Is it reasonable for a governor to have 10 information officers?
It's not reasonable.
And I remember during cross-examination, your examination in chief, you said on page 361 and 362, there are 38 cleaners in the office of the governor.
Yes, they are.
Turn with me to page, Honorable Speaker, turn with me to page 369, 370 of our volume 2. At page 3, what documents are there? From page 369 to page 370.
They are pay slips.
Pay slips for what job designations?
Public communications officer.
The job designation is public communications officer.
Yes.
And how many are they?
They are 6 in number.
They are 6 in number. Honorable Speaker, turn with me to page 261 of our volume 2. Okay. That is a notice for shortlist and interview schedule. Correct?
Yes.
At page 268. At page 268. How many positions, rather, are advertised for? Because there is a short list for public communication officers 2 and 3.
The ones who are shortlisted are 17 in number.
The ones who are shortlisted are 17 in number.
19 in number.
19 in number.
Yes.
But turn with me to page 293 of our volume 2. The document begins at page. The document begins at page 284, Honorable Speaker. It is an advertisement for recruitment to the office of the governor. At page 293, how many positions have been advertised?
Only 3 positions.
Only 3 positions. What is the job designation?
Public Communications Officer 2 and Public Communications Officer 3.
So for public communication officer 2 and 3, only 3 vacancies are available.
Yes.
Okay. And at page 268, we've seen that 19 persons were shortlisted.
Yes.
At page 268 of our volume 2.
Yes.
Okay. Then turn with me to page, still on our volume, to page 361 of our volume 2. And I want you to read out, or rather to count, the public communication officers who are appearing in that page. That is number 60, number 67, number 68, and 69. How many are those?
There are 4.
There are 4. There are 4 officers, right?
Yes.
Who have been recruited as per this summary provided by the County Public Service Board for all the staff in the Office of the Governor from August last year to date.
Yes.
Okay. So there were actually 3 vacancies. You will agree with me. From page 293, there were only 3 vacancies.
Yes.
19 were shortlisted on page 268.
Yes.
4 are appearing on that, have been recruited.
Yes, 4 have been recruited.
As per the summary by the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
So 1 extra person was recruited over and above the vacancies that are available.
That's true.
Of the 4, how many appear in that shortlist? The 4 are Kaberia, number 60, Honorable Speaker, on page 361 of our volume 2. There is Kaberia Andrew Bundi. There is Murithi Samuel Murithi, Michobu Dominic Mureke, and Kiambi Christas Manyara. How many actually appear in the short list at page 268? To save the time, it is only 1.
Kaberia Andrew Bundi.
Kaberia Andrew Bundi is the only public communication officer who was actually shortlisted and recruited.
That's true.
So the other 3 who have been hired were not even shortlisted.
Yes.
Turn with me now to page 369 and 370, and you will see the pay slips. How many pay slips can you count for public communication officers? It's 369 and 370. At 369, there is one for Andrew Kaberia Bundi, correct?
Yes.
There is one for Tony Mburugo.
Yes.
There is one for Purity Kajuju.
Yes.
There is one for Ergi Kunda.
Yes.
One for Frida Gakitwiri Kinoti.
Yes.
And one for Naomi Kinya.
Yes.
So 6 persons are being paid. Yet there are only 3 vacancies. And of the 19 who are shortlisted, only 1 was hired.
That is true.
Is that not a glaring irregularity?
It is a glaring irregularity on the part of the Office of the Governor.
Okay.
Council, your time is up. So can you wind up, please?
Very, very well, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. I'll not take more than 3 minutes. You have been told in the Governor's response, and in the interest of time, I will not point you out to the specific page. You've been told that the DG has been absent in only 2 out of the 9 cabinet meetings. Yet, they say that the DG has abdicated his responsibility. Are those 2 defenses compatible, or are they not inconsistent with each other?
They are contradicting each other, and the DG has been absent from cabinet meetings since May, as per his sworn affidavit and the evidence that he gave under oath to the Assembly.
Okay. And we took you through the screenshots of the WhatsApp groups, and your allegation as per the motion was that the DG was, the Governor condoned insubordination by demeaning the DG in front of his subordinates, junior staff.
That is true.
The Governor, in her defense, will confirm that her defense is that this group was not just for junior officers, ward admins, sub-county admins, chief officers, but also for members of the public. Correct?
That's correct.
What is your comment on that?
That makes the matter more grave, because if the governor can use such ones on a dingy in front of members of the public, then it is very unfortunate.
So it aggravates the situation. Yes. It makes an already bad situation worse.
Yes.
Okay. In summation, your closing remark, what would you like to say? Or what would you want the Senate to do to the people of Meru?
I will pray to this honorable House to listen and interrogate the evidence that the Assembly has submitted and make their decision based on the evidence that they have adduced. Because last time, from the report of the Senate, the Assembly was told that we did not prove our case, and therefore I asked the Senate to save the people of Meru from the problems they are facing.
And you confirm that you have evidence running into 448 pages in our volume 2?
Yes, I confirm.
Very well. That is all in examination in chief, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Counsel for Governor. You may now proceed to do your cross-examination. Counsel, before you start, maybe by indication, how much time do you think you will require to do the cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purposes, my name is Elias Mutuma, counsel representing the governor. I note that the witness that has just left the stand has taken close to 4 hours in examination in chief for parity of arms, and to ensure that I impeach each and every allegation, and also to have time to play some of the videos that are going to disagree with some of the assertions. I will not need less than 2.5 hours to do my cross-examination. It's only fair that the governor is given a chance to defend herself through cross-examination. It is what she came here to do, Honorable Speaker, sir. 2.5 hours in the minimum.
You have 2 hours. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Mawira, good evening.
Good evening, Counsel.
You are the mover of this motion?
Yes, I am.
That so the governor get impeached at the county assembly. You have accused the governor of misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Specifically, you accuse the governor of, among other things, embezzling county funds through her sisters, namely Rose Kinya Gwantai, Miriam Gwantai, brother Kenneth Gwantai, Murangeri, brother-in-law Nefat Kenywa, and the nephew to the governor's husband, that is Edwin Mutuma Murangeri. Those, you call them the governor's relatives. Is that your position?
Yes.
Confirm that in your notice of motion for impeachment, at no time did you term one Kadure Rukaria as a governor's relative.
I did not.
You did not. Neither did you term one Jane Karemi as the governor's relative.
I did not.
Thank you. Let us go to, I will come back to Rose and Kenneth and Miriam. But let's go to Nefat Kenywa. It was your assertion that Nefat is a relative to the governor.
Sorry?
You did tell the county assembly and the members of the Senate that Nefat Kenywa is a relative to the governor?
Yes, in relation to that, they have an affair with the governor's sister.
I want you to read page 6 of your notice of motion. How do you describe
Page?
Nefat Kenywa?
Page?
Page 6. We're talking about Nefat Kenywa, not Edwin. How do you describe Nefat Kenywa?
Paragraph?
It's that's page 6 of volume 1 of the County Assembly's document. How do you describe Nefat Kenywa?
Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Yes.
What would that mean? That Nefat is married to one of the governor's sisters?
Yes.
Is that still your position?
It is.
What is the evidence you brought before the County Assembly and before this Senate to confirm that Nefat Kenywa is married to Miriam?
I said it is in public knowledge, and it is also alleged that when they traveled to China, they spent in one room.
So there are two sources of information, what you call public knowledge and
public knowledge, and also pictures circulating on social media.
Social media. Have you brought the photos that circulate on social media?
I have them, maybe.
Have you brought them to the Senate?
I have them, but unfortunately they were not adduced to.
You did not. And this other source called public domain, have you brought that public domain to the Senate for the Senate to be able to confirm that fact?
Anyone in Meru knows that who can confirm it's true.
Anyone in Meru. But with the senators here, know that Nefat is the husband to Miriam.
I'll share the photos that I have with the senators.
So you have no evidence whatsoever before the Senate, neither did you produce any evidence at the County Assembly to prove that fact. Yes or no?
Sorry?
You did not produce any piece of evidence to confirm that Nefat is married to Miriam, either at the Senate or at the County Assembly. Yes or no?
There is none that is adduced to the evidence.
There is none that is adduced to the evidence. So then that assertion remains unsubstantiated.
It is substantiated from my knowledge and public knowledge.
From your knowledge and from the public knowledge. Let's look at page 342 of the governor's response, bundle of documents. It is the big blue book. Page 342, Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, sir. What is it that you find at page 342?
Is a certificate of marriage.
It's a certificate of marriage.
Yes.
Who are the parties to the marriage?
Nefat Kenywa and Winfred Kenya.
Repeat that again.
Nefat Kenywa and Winfred Kenya.
To the best of your knowledge, is that a monogamous or a polygamous marriage?
Sorry?
Is that a monogamous or a polygamous marriage? To the best of your understanding.
It's monogamous
is one wife, polygamous, many wives.
It's a monogamous marriage.
Monogamous marriage. Are you aware or are you alleging that Nefat is divorced?
I've not alleged so.
You have not alleged so. So in the wake of that marriage certificate, which is a government confirmation, and your public domain and rumors on social media, do you still want to stand by your position that Nefat is married to Miriam?
They are both valid.
They're both valid. Between the two, which one do you want the Senate to take? Evidentiary, material, and your rumors?
No rumors, but I'll leave that to the discretion of the senators, honorable senators.
Mr. Mawira, I want to put it to you that you lied to have the governor impeached by purporting that Nefat is married to one of her sisters. What do you say?
It's not true.
It's not true. Let us go to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri. You again allege that this gentleman, Edwin Mutuma, is related to the governor. How
Yes.
are they related?
He's a nephew to the spouse of the governor.
Nephew to the spouse of the governor. And the spouse to the governor is one Murega Baichu, correct?
Yes.
When you talk of a nephew, you then purport that Edwin Mutuma is a son to either Murega Baichu's sister or brother. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Who is the mother to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri?
I cannot confirm the name.
Who is the father to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri?
I cannot, still not confirm the name, but I know them physically.
You know them physically?
Yes.
How is this Senate supposed to know their relationship if you cannot even tell the brother or the sister who is the parent to Edwin Mutuma? Is there a way of telling from your evidence?
Of course I can tell.
Of course you can
because I know them physically, that is.
You know them physically. Did you produce any evidence at the county assembly to support your allegation, even mentioning by name alone the parents to Edwin Mutuma who are siblings to the first gentleman?
No, I didn't.
You did not. So again, that allegation was false and unsubstantiated. You would agree with me?
No.
You would not agree with me? Have you looked at the affidavit filed by Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, appearing at page 81 of the governor's bundle of documents? That it is appearing at page 81, honorable members of the governor's bundle of documents. Response, rather, sorry. Yes, 81, page 81 of the governor's response.
Senator Boni, approach the chair, please. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. At page 81 of the governor's response, no, that is not the one. The smaller blue booklet.
It's the one.
Whose affidavit is there, appearing at page 81?
Affidavit of Edwin Mutuma Murangeri.
Mutuma Murangeri confirms that he is not related by blood or by any other familial relationship with the first gentleman. Is that what is averred in that affidavit?
In which paragraph?
The paragraph 3 specifically. Can you read for us paragraph 3 of that affidavit?
That I hereby depone that I have no familiar ties with Her Excellency Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza, neither am I a nephew and or related in any other manner with the governor's husband, Murega Baichu, as alleged in the impeachment motion.
Have you filed a counter affidavit to dispute what appears on oath by one Edwin Mutuma?
No.
You have not. Do you know when Edwin Mutuma was employed by the county assembly, by the county government of Meru?
From your response, I saw he was employed in 2017.
2017. Was Honorable Kawira the governor in 2017?
Of course not.
Of course not. So the governor could not have influenced the employment of this gentleman?
The allegation is not in regards to the employment of Edwin as an auditor, but as the acting CEO of MYS and the chief officer finance.
But you called him a relative to the governor?
Yes.
Let us go back to Nefat Kenywa. When was Nefat Kenywa, who we've confirmed is not the husband to Miriam employed by the county government of Meru. When was he employed?
Get me to the relevant page.
To ease your work, look at page 343 of the governor's bundle of documents. When was Nefat employed as per that letter of employment?
340.
343 of the governor's exhibit of documents.
4th May 2016.
4th May 2016.
Yes.
Was Meru Kawira the governor then?
No.
Could she have caused the employment of Nefat Kenya so that she can benefit from a relative?
The allegation is not still written to the employment as a pharmaceutical technologist, but as the acting director, external linkages.
We will get to that. But could the governor have employed him in 2016? No. You have caused a lot of motions and distortion on the governor's sisters. One, Rose Guantai. Is Rose Guantai an employee of Meru County government, to the best of your knowledge?
No, but she has been seconded to the office of the governor.
Is she an employee of the county government? Does she draw any salary or remuneration from the county government?
No.
She does not.
But she draws some benefits.
Are you aware that Rose has been the governor's PA since her time at the National Assembly?
No.
Would it shock you to know that Rose has been the governor's security since her days at the National Assembly?
You send a PA?
Yes, Rose.
I'm confused, Honorable Speaker, because the council indicated that Rose is the PA, and now he is also indicating.
Sorry, I'm talking about Miriam.
Council, just repeat the question to the
Yes.
witness.
Would it shock you to know that Miriam Guantai has been the governor's PA since her days at the National Assembly?
I don't it.
Do you know that for a fact?
I'm not aware.
Yes.
But I know that she is currently the PA to the governor.
I refer you to page 1 of our bundle of documents. Do you see a document appearing therein? Do you see that document? They run all through from page 1 to 16. Do they concern the issue of appointment of Miriam as the governor's PA? Confirm that they do.
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Let's go to page 18. There is a document in the letterhead of Kenya Police Service. What is that document?
Request for security, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, MP, Meru County.
Do you confirm that the contents of that letter indicate that Rose is an officer employed by Kenya Police Service?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I do.
So it is then not right to try and distort facts and purport that the governor has employed her sisters in the county assembly, in the county government?
There is no in the motion that I've indicated that the governor has employed Rose in the county government of Meru.
Does the governor have a right to have a bodyguard of her choice?
Yes, she has.
Does the governor have a right to have a PA of her choice?
Yes, she does.
So there is nothing wrong for the governor to have two of her sisters serving as a governor and a security. That is what you're confirming.
Of which I have not alleged so.
You have no problem with that?
I have no problem with that.
Thank you. So then, if these two officers, who you have no problem serving in their capacities, are seen to do duties that are done by other PAs, by other security officers, would you have a problem?
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever. Thank you. You have sensationally claimed that funds have been embezzled by the governor through her sisters and relatives. In your notice of motion for impeachment, is there anywhere where one Edwin Mutuma Murangeri is seen to receive money for and behalf of the governor? In your notice of motion for impeachment, is there anywhere?
Come again?
Is there anywhere in your notice of motion for impeachment where Edwin Mutuma is seen receiving money for and behalf of the governor?
No.
No.
Yes.
So when you said that the governor was embezzling funds through one of our relatives called Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, you lied.
Edwin Mutuma Murangeri is not a relative in isolation. The other relatives who have been
I am
accused.
specifically asking about one relative, Edwin Mutuma. Is there anywhere in the IFMIS or anywhere in your evidence where Mutuma Edwin receives money?
No.
No. So then you lied when you said that this gentleman, number one, was related to the governor, and number two, that he was used to embezzle funds.
No.
You did not lie.
Yes.
Let us go to Nefat Kenywa. In which office is Nefat Kenywa, who we have confirmed is not the husband to Miriam, serve? In which office does he serve?
He was designated to serve in the office of the deputy governor.
The deputy governor?
Then later he was also appointed in an acting capacity as the director external leakages.
You confirm that the letter appearing at page 345 shows the position which Mr. Nefat Kenywa serves. (345) of our documents. You confirm that fact?
Yes.
You confirm. Which position is he offered at the office of the deputy governor?
As at 8th September 2022, he was offered the position of an administrator in the office of the governor.
Administrator, office of the governor.
Yes.
Now, your own evidence, and before we go to your own evidence, Mr. Mawera, you do not have a background in finance, do you?
No.
You do not. You also have not trained in auditing or accounting.
Yes.
So then your interpretation and application of figures, finance, is that of an amateur. We agree, just like me. It is not the opinion of an expert.
It is not, but
it is not an opinion of an expert.
It is not, but for this motion, we consulted our financial experts in the assembly.
Your financial experts, have they filed a report?
Sorry?
Your financial experts, have they filed a report?
No.
As a matter of fact, you have a finance committee.
Yes.
Did the finance committee generate a report touching on the usage of funds that you have talked about today?
They sought a clarification from the CCM Finance, who declined to avail the same to the Assembly.
Mr. Mawera, you have provided an extract of IFMIS.
Yes.
That is what you've relied on to show that the governor has embezzled funds.
Of course, yes, because there was no alternative source of information since the CCM Finance refused, after a request from the Assembly, to give a clarification.
So are you impeaching the governor because you did not get a clarification or because you are convinced that the governor embezzled funds?
Of course, if we are aware, you hold information that is helpful to this matter, and if the contrary, you decline to give the same information, then we infer that whatever you have is true.
So you inferred?
Yes.
There was no conclusive determination that there was embezzlement of funds. We should be clear on that.
There was never a contrary opinion from the governor's office.
No contrary opinion. Neither was there any confirmation. Isn't it?
From who?
From an expert? From a committee of the House? From the Auditor General?
The committee requested for information so that they can make a conclusion from the CCM Finance, who declined to give that information that they have, and they have that information with them.
Thank you. As the Controller of Budget flagged any of the entries as being inappropriate?
It is not the duty of the Controller of Budget.
Has the Controller of Budget, to the best of your knowledge, flagged any of those? There is a report that came out last week. Was any of the expenditures flagged out, to the best of your knowledge?
Flagged out on what?
On misappropriation of funds.
The Controller of Budget does it flag.
Was there or was there any flagging of any expenditure as being misappropriate or not?
I'm saying the Controller of Budget doesn't flag misappropriation of funds.
Honorable Evans, please proceed to answer the question as asked.
Well done, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mawera, I also want you to confirm that the basis of your claim for embezzlement of county funds and withdrawal of county funds is based on a complaint by one Salesio Mutuma. You have relied heavily on that complaint.
Yes, because the complaint was addressed to the Assembly through a petition, in form of a petition.
Was it addressed to the Assembly or to the EACC?
It was addressed to different bodies, even the Senate has a copy, and also the copy was sent to the Assembly.
And we look at the document appearing at page 1 of your own exhibits, volume 2, Honorable Senators. Page 1. To whom is that complaint addressed?
Come again?
To whom is that complaint addressed?
The CEO, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
EACC?
Yes.
Is that the body by statute and constitution mandated to investigate corruption?
Corruption, yes.
Has there been any report or response, to the best of your knowledge, to that complaint?
I'm not aware of any.
You're not aware. Is a complaint in itself conclusive as evidence of misappropriation and embezzlement of funds?
Because there was no contrary information given.
Is it a conclusive evidence of misappropriation?
No.
When was that complaint raised?
August
11th of August. That date is very crucial, Mr. Mawera. Let us go specifically to funds received by the so-called governor's relatives. I want you to go to page 52 of our bundle of exhibits. Actually, just move on to page 54. There is a letter there. Yes?
Yes.
That letter is by whom?
Nchamba Bethe Harrison Gitonga.
What does the letter request? Facilitation for whom?
The foreign officers, my copy is not clear.
Your copy is not clear?
Yeah, but I can see from the names that have been indicated, we
Yes.
have His Excellency Reverend Isaac Mutuma, Nefat Kinywa, Francis Mukira, and Christopher Getonga.
You confirm that the facilitation requested in that letter have nothing to do with the governor. In fact, they were to facilitate a trip by His Excellency the Deputy Governor.
Yes.
That is what you flagged out at page 19 to 25 of your complaint. Confirm that is the position.
Page.
Are we together?
Page.
Page 19 to 25.
Of which bundle?
Of your bundle, your own bundle.
19.
Yes. Sorry, page 12.
I'm on page 12.
Let's go back to page 55. What appears at page 55 of our documents?
We have a list of names and money and days and amount paid.
Who were paid?
Isaac Mutuma, Nefat Kinywa, Francis Mukira, and Christopher Getonga.
You have specifically flagged out invoice number 69116. In your extract of IFMIS.
On page?
A minute. I need time to reorganize my thoughts on that. Let me proceed on another issue as I do that. I will revisit that issue, but for now, let's proceed to the issue of the Okolea program. You have accused the governor of using county funds and resources for the Okolea program.
Yes.
Have you produced any evidence before Senate to show that indeed funds and other county resources have been used to promote Okolea programs?
Yes, we have done that by playing a video and also going through a charge sheet.
A charge sheet?
For members who are employees of the public, persons who are employees of the county government.
Let us look at that video once again. What was the name of that video, the one that you played?
Video in support of Count 1.
Can you play that video?
Bwana asifiwe. Kama bwana tu bwana. Bwana asifiwe. Na tuelewane. Tutaongelea nikiwa kama tunaigwa. Hiyo watasahau. Wapi hao kina mama wazee? Bado tuongezewe. Pastors wakuje hapa kwanza tuombe.
That is the video that you claim is evidence of use of county funds and resources.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mawira, we watched this video. I do not want to eat all my time watching it again. What is it specifically you picked from that video as evidence of use of county resources and funds?
The video is in support of the sworn affidavit by a police officer that is before a competent court of law that there were county government vehicles that were stoned during the aftermath of that rally.
I have asked you a very specific question. You have produced a video before the Senate as confirmation of use of county resources and funds. In that video, what is it that you pick out that supports your claim of use of public funds?
Stoning of vehicles which are part of county resources.
Wait a minute, I am struggling to understand.
Towards the end, the video can play. Towards the end of the video.
This is your evidence, Mr. Mawira. You want the Senate to rely on that clip as evidence of use of public funds. And I'm asking you a simple question. In that video, is there anywhere, is there anything that proves use of public funds? It's a yes or no.
Honorable Speaker, that cannot be a yes or no question because it's not an isolated evidence.
Let us look at the much relied upon affidavit by the investigating officer.
Sorry?
Let us look at the affidavit by the investigating officer. That is the one appearing at page 45 of your bundle of documents, volume 2. Is that the one? Is that the one?
Page 45, yes.
Specifically, paragraph 8 of that affidavit?
Yes.
What does that paragraph read?
That the respondents and their group damaged several motor vehicles belonging to the county government of Meru and for some individuals. Registration numbers KAX 574, I don't know if that is VOI, and KCMB 845F.
This is an event that was covered by media, right?
Yes.
Is there any single video, any single picture or photo of a government vehicle in that function?
We have seen vehicles being stoned in that video.
Is there any photo of a government vehicle?
Under the circumstances, it might have been hard to capture exactly a government vehicle, but we have seen from the clip vehicles being stoned and some in the form of government vehicles that are used by the
simple answer is that there is no evidence to support that assertion that government vehicles were present. Yes or no?
From the video?
From your evidence, Mr. Mawira, you're the one who seeks the government to...
The sworn affidavit here has clearly indicated that government vehicles were destroyed during the mayhem.
What county vehicle, motor vehicles were destroyed?
They are not captured by the affidavit that we are relying on, that was made by a competent police officer.
Kindly go to page 352 of our bundle of documents. 352 and 353. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
There is an official search of from the Register of Motor Vehicles.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
To whom is the motor vehicle KAX 574Y registered?
It's registered under the name Walangula.
Pardon?
It's registered under the name Walangula.
That is an individual, a private citizen?
Yes.
To whom is motor vehicle KCB 845F registered at page 353?
The Lewa Wildlife Conservancy.
Lewa?
Wildlife Conservancy.
So again, that is not the county government of Meru.
I have not alleged so.
Mr. Mawira, you have been part and parcel of the Okolea program. Am I right?
Only once.
Only once?
Yes.
Which date was that? This was still play video KMV2.
Report yake
17 plus 18 plus 5
You can pause there. I want to combine that video with 1C in our list of videos. Can you play 1C?
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Gavana wetu na Ntubanda bene bonde, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Nisalimie mahali ulipo. Bwana sana. Onbeta wandie MKMC wa Bogeta West na Baruguru. Na ande bala batu dinga tete kanyuma iba ije itoiketi gavana tiru. Lakini na ande nindo no kire. Na umasauru na ande bitaba Paulo. Ndio wasema ni nani? Ongeza ndiye MK Paulo. Na nani ndongere tendensi ya mama. Na to aticha monoto kera watoka le opposition, angana ndeto lingoge opposition. Bala wapera tuite opposition boge ile Nairobi na bato nyaki Ruto. Ende na haja Meru president wetu alato kuitaka na kujidia ndo wetu tuite opposition watu kwenda tuito. Kile sindoe. Nani yali ndio bwani na mimi sasa kishwa mimi sitawekwa uoga gavana Kawira anga msupport ulao kutokana no ete antunye kitekia boge tanete antunye andova boge taiba ina imani nani na ina imani na decision ya kwa support Kawira na ina imani na Kawira na ndiko bate kwa na kuwa tukiuga kumigira mbele ndekera kumi bila mbulexi etio mbakwa goindwa bakabane dia bakulemwa yona muntu akioge akagerio ingira utiomba okogera komige koneka ibo wete kia koneka bani wina ndara wala kuya komige koneka akoro kobole temesa boyaza baba kweta Facebook bagekera nabo kawangabana ngani batire mwakweza na leo oboteza na lenge nandike no unyuroka na aja mporo wambele ya ndoa na munya no moena waja wa ugakira ito no moena wa Kawira no moena ene nande oboterere kira su tyomba urungabani yetikira kira ngabana to kudura to nega ugaita ngugi basale nkomwete na toka primary akorega nande no Kawira ngene nawe mboro asiende ati ana Kawira meaga koni gala akarira na nyato mbako ameandika tibe mbele au karo wako wala atakwenda kuwa akala meaga ya koni ainge mato ana amemero atakungi no tugera na witra ngugi na leo ni jirani ne kadanga ya ndakasene hapo tuko naona kajo nyo kulingana na wajaro wana performance ndani ya bunge ate gotioneke tenyo Meru gutetera Meru beje nkandikera kwero to kuga nguru beje majani ke kutoka na Mombasa to kuga ngere majani ya Meru 120 na maja lefte otoko gamba ina ngeba latina otera ibere bakobia website anga oversight anga Kawira bategete na bunge otokuonekana ya kukinyo mo etotetera wa iketo kuvivyake ibatira ne mama temu gibatu baba iketo kwa mwana Nairobi Kawira to iterangu kito kwete ngale yantometo na baba mtu naita ngogere aerwe ngogere goitangoge na ya birikare ne mito to reketi na mama Nairobi otomo kugwe koroga Ruto no president wa Ruto na Nairobi bale ajumbe tema president wetu aja na tuto MCA mama obo kuona Kawira na ndio watu na atia wao watio koroga Ruto ro watu tuendelee kukoroga Kawira hapana
na tutembo litango geto le karia president no tunamwe na kigina kamero na nao kega bwega tunanenie atoke uno mugongo na nao twitira ngugi bagwatene na MCA bonda tutongere ti majority wetu ajo mwega muno mawira na tugendera guteithia Meru ije na tugendera gwita ngugi itwenderea kurombera mama nago kare gito inkoro ina bagucambira na bakuruma cyo tulio na tugendera go support na okore endelea nawe wakwaje na yajedwe waguipera na yedada.
Thank you. Mr. Mawira, you were present in that function, clearly. We can see you from the video.
Yes, I was present.
And one of the MCAs is speaking in that video.
Yes.
What was the name of that? What is the name of that MCA?
Honorable Kiogora Dennis.
An MCA from which ward? Which county?
Abogeta West.
Mr. DMK raises pertinent issues about Okolea and the leaders of Meru and the threats that the governor is facing in respect of Okolea and her programs. Is that true or false?
Mr. DMK is only indicating that there's no problem in the governor continuing the Okolea program at that moment.
At that moment?
Yes.
Let us go to video number 20, rather KMV 20 of our documents.
Nienkerie MC wetu Mawira atumure na maromba. Nigirani MC wetu Mawira ngenkebira kunyo. Natrombeni. Ewa mwandari mutura moyo. Wora wombere ndene eguru. Wombera vira viona wana vira vitiona kwa. Toja mudenya jubere ya mezo ya kumudenya jujwa na arwa.
Na njekwa na kanisa ekwa mchokeka ngibwega na mbona na kila kilaunike ndila kilaunike manyo helu ndila kilauni ya kanisa Bwana sifiwe. Itobiria ukwana kiani negeke kinyama ikiele mkwani nayo kinyanjuku ele tukinyefe kinyanga alile ya ndega kinye itobile byonde tukaeja na bote kinotere kedikari kiryo inkwenda gushokeria ashore bakwa bombe nkabo barabona ndi okore abantu cyunguhi naru akarokire muntu ore ombokirie gitandene ni mheshimiwa wa Ntura eje Evans Mawira. Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira alingalingira mwali kama pema mbelembeta kanisene areta shilingi mwemwe ngiri igana rimwe ambera kinyawaga ongere ekirangani cia kumaguta kinyawaga ongere ongera mbelengeti ya bajojo nani ngalingira kanwe
Mwambere na tubara bakameme bamurike bwega na bativi badikiri murandi jojo jokolea mapi tukuruka ya budget ira itango kwendene ya county ya Meru county assembly ya Meru na ini mikagia bunge ni majority linda na ikwenda guconfirm na gukujira na gwikira kirore uteshiringi kinyemwe twakurugia ya mbeca cia thirikari kendeja murandi ile jokolea wao nao kuria kurandi jo korea kiuria aliuria manto ja muntu kiumbe kurandi jo Governor Kawira Mwangaza na familia yawe na kanisa yawe na hiyo na robo kwa tote kwa ya mando mengeja thirikari nonto na ru murandi jo ringi biankia jo ringi bia muntu ja gino twiri jo ringi bia ndo bara bayo mabati to tingi tora to amirengeti oro ko na makobo komo aja no oro ko na mattress na mando ja kare sawasa Otiugira mwende bugwire domunga ake kama ali ngivyo omuntu ora kumba na ndio ro kutinda kuria kioria giokolea nete arete biawe na family yawe na antubao ejaringithia antubankia ni sawa sawa wakiuria kio tukuga nande ukagita muntu utinda kuingiria muradi jokolea uria bioria bia mbesirio tinio cia thirikari namba 2 mheshimiwa gavana nontu utinga banonge ukinyanturezi uria andu bai bandurite miaka 5 ere rathirire na ezi 5 eturire kubere kwega sana na utinga banonge ukinyiria kuguru aja.
Thank you. We can pause there, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Mawira, that was as recent as 13th of August 2023, correct?
Yes.
13th of August 2023.
Yes.
Confirm that you are hosting.
Yes, it was in my ward.
That was in your ward. The governor says that you woke her up with a donation of 100,000 to support Okolea program, to fuel her vehicles and to buy the donations. Is that what she says?
Yes, because the program was coming to my ward, so I opted to support.
You opted to support. You also, in your speech, I heard saying that it is the county assembly that passes budgets, and there is no budget allocation that has been given to Okolea program. Is that right?
That is true.
Is that still your position today, that no county funds have been budgeted or used by the Okolea program?
You see, what we have alleged for in the motion is that county government resources were used. There is no specific money or budgetary allocation for vehicles to go, government vehicles to go for Korea rallies and employees to participate in private charities. So that is my allegation.
You are also a public officer, to my best understanding.
Yes,
so are you then wrong to have participated in that private charity organization and program?
I participated because it was in my ward. I was hosting the governor of Meru, whom I'm not prohibited from accompanying. And also at that point, because it's a point when we are seeking peace so that we can forge a working relationship with the governor, therefore that is what made me to be there, and I supported my individual capacity or personal capacity.
So then if the program goes to another ward and not your ward, that is when you have a problem. If it comes to your ward, you can support it. If it goes to another ward, it's
I have not indicated so.
The video that we first played, and there's a reason why I wanted it played first. Again, the governor was visiting your ward.
Yes, she was there to commission a bridge that had been constructed using funds budgeted for in the previous regime.
Confirm that was on 2nd of August 2023.
Thereabout.
Thereabout.
Yes.
Confirm that in your speech, you're saying that the governor is facing threats and fights from other leaders, and that you're going to protect her because she's a performer.
I indicated that oversight role shouldn't be used to play politics. That is what indicated in the video, and saying that it is the role of the county assembly to first, or it is the first in line to play the oversight role for the county government of Meru. That is what I indicated.
You are also on record praising the governor for the numerous projects in your ward.
Yes, I ran a list of projects that have been brought to my ward through the governor, or the support of the governor that day.
So, Mr. Mawira, what problem do you have with the governor in terms of our Okolea program, specifically?
Conflicting usage of government resources and private charity. That
Government resources that you have
was
not-
subject to a previous impeachment process in this house.
Government resources that you are unable to produce any evidence in support of.
I've indicated the evidence in my...
And to my last question on the Okolea program, all Okolea programs are done on Sundays, am I right?
Yes.
Sunday is not a working day.
Yes.
There is no government employee who works on Sunday.
That's true.
So if someone chooses to then participate in a charitable organization on a Sunday, would that be wrong despite them being government officers?
It would be wrong.
You have seen politicians go to churches on Sundays and make their donations.
Yes.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Nothing wrong.
Thank you. You have also accused the governor of nepotism and related practices. And to support that charge, you have accused the governor of fraudulently misrepresenting our relatives as technical team. I'm talking about the China trip.
Yes.
You did confirm to this House that Miriam is the governor's PA.
Yes, and also her sister.
And also her sister. You also confirmed that Rose is the governor's bodyguard.
Yes, and
or
also
security.
her sister.
Do you confirm that these two officers, by virtue of their offices, travel with the governor? By virtue of their offices, have to be where the governor is?
Outside the country.
Do you confirm that the governor is supposed to be accompanied by the PA and a bodyguard when she travels in and outside the country?
Yes, but Rose is not the only bodyguard to the governor.
Rose is the security to the governor?
Not the only one. Not the only one.
Rose is a security attached to the governor?
Yes.
Whether bodyguard or not?
Yes, but not the only one.
But not the only one. So you confirm there is nothing wrong with the governor's security and the PA accompanying her for any trip, either local or foreign?
Yes, I confirm.
Yes, you confirm. Let us go to the impugned letter of invitation. The one that appears at page 68 of your own document. 60 of your own document. It's volume 2. of volume 2 of the County Assembly's document. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. The invitation is to the governor. Correct?
Correct.
That letter does not dictate who the governor travels with. Does it?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. That letter also confirms at the second last paragraph that all the expenses relating to the trip will be covered by the company making the invitation.
Yes, it is indicated.
Including accommodation and tickets. Yes?
Yes.
You also confirm that to the best of your knowledge, no per diems were paid by the county government of Meru to facilitate this trip.
I can confirm, neither allege.
You have no evidence to show that any of the persons who traveled were paid per diems by the county assembly, by the county government.
Yes, because I have not alleged so.
Your main issue is that the governor misrepresented her relatives as the technical team.
That is true.
And by that, you're relying on the letter appearing at page 68 of your document.
A letter from the county secretary and end of public service.
Yes. So we first confirm that it is not the governor who wrote that letter.
It is the county secretary of the county government of Meru.
It is not the governor who wrote that letter.
So the invitation letter was addressed to the governor.
It is not the governor who wrote that letter, Mr. Mawira.
Yes.
Thank you.
But the invitation, I'm saying yes, but the invitation letter.
Mr. Mawira. A simple answer, it is not the governor. It is the county secretary who describes the following persons as the technical team. The four people, Dr. George Mungania.
Yes.
Miriam Gwantai.
Yes.
Nefat Kenywa.
Yes.
Mr. Murangeri.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. Nefat, we have confirmed, is not a relative to the governor. He is not married to the sister.
I have not confirmed that.
There is no evidence. In fact, we have proved that he is not. There is no evidence to counter that, isn't it? Yes or no, Mr. Mawira?
Sorry?
There is no evidence to counter the evidence that we have produced.
He said it is the public domain, it's public knowledge.
Thank you.
Honorable Evans, let me just remind you that you're under oath. And you swore to speak the truth, nothing but the truth.
Oblige, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Mawera, the first paragraph of that letter appearing at page 68 speaks of the object of this trip.
On page?
68.
Uh-huh.
Let me read for you. Following the invitation of the governor of Meru by Beijing League Tech Co. Limited of Beijing City, the following technical team is hereby released from 7th June to 17th June 2023 to prepare and guide on the following. Is it your understanding that this team was only meant to visit and prepare and guide on the visit? This was actually not the actual visit, Mr. Mawera. Is that letter clear on what the county secretary is communicating?
Come again?
I am asking you, the letter appearing at page 68, the first paragraph confirms the purpose for which these 4 people were traveling, to prepare and guide on the following.
Yes.
So this then was an advance team to prepare for the visit.
It is not indicated so.
Read the last line in that paragraph 1, where it begins, the following technical team. What does it say?
It says,
yes,
to prepare and guide on the following, and it goes ahead to list the specifics.
Following, proceed. Read the letter as it is. Do not rewrite the letter, Mr. Mawera. What does the letter say? The following technical team is hereby
released from 7th June to 17th June 2023 to prepare and guide on the following. 1, visit.
To prepare and guide. To prepare and guide, Mr. Mawera.
Yes, those are the ones.
Thank you. You have accused the governor of misrepresenting the capacities under which these people were traveling. I want you to look at the letter appearing at page 77. First of all, the page appearing at page 68. What is the date of that letter?
It's dated 26th May.
26th May. There is another letter dated, rather appearing at page 77 of the same document. What is the date of that letter?
Page?
77.
6th June.
6th June. That letter comes after the first letter.
Yes.
Now, we have the same people again described and their capacity under which they are traveling stated in that table. Can you see that?
Yes.
What is the designation and definition of Dr. George Mungania?
CCM Health.
Is Dr. Mungania CCM Health?
Yes, he is.
Is there any misrepresentation by the county secretary towards that individual?
None.
None. The second individual is Miss Miriam K. Guantai. She described in what capacity?
As the PA to the governor.
The PA to the governor. Again, is Miriam the PA to the governor?
Yes, she is.
Is there any misrepresentation in their definition?
In their title designation, none.
None. Mr. Nefat Kenyuameme is the director of external linkages. True or false?
At that point, he was the acting director.
Thank you. Of external linkages.
Yes.
Is there any misrepresentation, okay, of the capacity under which he was traveling?
For his designation, no.
Mr. Murangeri Kenneth is said to be in the administration. Murangeri is part of the security of the governor. True or false?
Sorry?
Mr. Kenneth Murangeri is part of the governor's security detail.
Yes, he is part.
So when he is described as part of the administration, is there any misrepresentation?
Yes.
How so?
He is a police officer, security officer.
Mr. Murangeri, in fact, is an administration officer employed by the AP.
But it ought to have been clearly indicated administration police.
Let me rephrase my question. You said that the governor's relatives were misrepresented
as a technical team.
As a technical team on matters health.
Yes.
Is there anywhere in this letter where they are?
Yes, because they are not technical personnel in matters relating to cancer.
Show me in any of the letters, Mr. Mawera, where any of these 4 individuals, apart from the first person, Dr. George Mungania, is described as a medical personnel.
I show you what? Sorry?
Anywhere in the letters in respect of the China trip, where any of these 4 individuals have been misrepresented as people with health qualification. Or
in a letter,
yes,
on page 68, from the county secretary to the principal secretary, State Department of Devolution, the county secretary designates them as a technical team to visit LUNAC oncology plant for the manufacture of radiologic unit for cancer treatment, also the X-ray unit assembly plant and C-arm units, low-cost affordable housing company with a capacity of 10,000 units in line with Meru County Government Plan for Low Economy Housing, Futong Guided Agricultural Machinery Development and Value Addition Tools, as noted in the university, sorry, to be visited, and what international cooperation of zone, whatever the name, zone, that name can offer Kenya, and then they are designated as a technical team, whereas none has a background knowledge in either cancer treatment, construction, or agriculture.
Mr. Mawera, the letter of 6th June has confirmed what the use and meaning of the word technical is.
Which letter?
They have been defined.
Which letter?
The one dated 6th of June. We have just gone through it.
Yes.
You have also told the Senate that the governor did not seek clearance for this trip. Therefore, she had no intentions of traveling. Is that still your position?
Yes, there is nowhere that it is indicated so.
Let's go straight to page 86 of your own documents, Mr. Mawera. There is a letter there dated 5th June 2023. Are we there?
Yes, I'm there.
To whom is the letter addressed?
The Principal Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
What is the reference of that letter?
Facilitation to travel to China, County Government of Meru.
Who are the persons whose clearance is sought from the Ministry of Devolution, from the Department of Devolution? Number 1, there is a table there. Who is that person?
Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza, Governor.
Number 2?
Dr. George Mungania.
Capacity?
CCM Health.
Number 3?
Ms. Miriam K. Gwantai, PA to Governor.
Number 4?
Mr. Nefat Kenywa Meme, Director External Linkages.
Number 5?
Mr. Murangiri Kenneth Administration.
So then you lied to the Senate when you said that the governor had not sought clearance. Is this seeking clearance to the best of your understanding and knowledge?
Sorry?
Does this letter seek clearance for the governor's travel to China?
In that letter that was from that came from the office of the Principal Secretary, Ministry, State Department for Devolution, but from the letter on page 77.
I am interested in the letter appearing at page 86. Does the governor seek clearance for the China?
She is in that list.
Does she seek clearance? Yes or no?
Let me read the contents of the letter. We have received it's about facilitation to travel to China, County Government of Meru. We have received a request from County Government of Meru via letter, that one, dated 26th May. If I refer to the letter that is dated 26th May, there is nowhere that the governor is included in the list of the members to
Mr.
travel.
Kawira, we cannot read and understand. I am asking you a simple question. Does that letter of 5th of June 2023 seek the governor's clearance to travel?
The letter was about facilitation of issuance of visas, not clearance to travel.
To a trip to China?
Yes.
Thank you. Have you read the affidavit of George Mungania, Gikunda Mungania, appearing at page 100 of our response? The small blue booklet. Are you there, Mr. Murray?
I'm there.
Page 100?
Yes.
Confirm that George Gikunda Mungania is the CECM Health.
I confirm.
Confirm that he's part of the team that traveled to China.
I confirm.
Confirm that in that affidavit, he is deponing facts in respect of the China trip.
I believe so.
Have you read that response?
Yes.
You have. At paragraph 4, it says that I was among a team invited to China by Beijing League Tech Company Limited by the letter dated that the team comprised of 7 individuals, namely, and he lists them. I jump straight to page 14.
Page?
Page 102.
Paragraph 14.
In fact, I would love you to read that paragraph for the Senate.
That we further made a peculiar discovery that Beijing League Company Limited was not affiliated to the Chinese government, nor did it have any physical registered offices in China.
15.
Further, while in China, we were taken through a tour by officials of Beijing League Tech Company Limited to several manufacturing plants as follows. And he has listed Huawei.
You don't have to read all that?
Yes.
Can we proceed to paragraph 17 appearing at 103?
That all these discoveries were made in the course of our reconnaissance mission in China.
Now, Mr. Mawira, this is a person who traveled to China.
Yes.
Made their own investigations and discoveries. They confirm, okay, that the people who invited them, they do not manufacture, neither do even have a physical address in China.
According to the sworn affidavit.
Do you have any other evidence to the contrary?
Of what happened in China, maybe the videos that we played here, that they visited different manufacturing plants in China.
Yes, but the gentleman who traveled and had the benefit of meeting the individuals in China confirms, one, that these people do not have any affiliation with the Chinese government.
I said according to the sworn affidavit, yes.
Yes. That again, that whereas they represented themselves as people who were affiliated with the government, did not even manufacture or own these equipments. That is in the affidavit.
I don't know where they misrepresented themselves because according to the invitation letter, there's nowhere that they have indicated they are government agency.
That letter is there. We will address it during our submissions. I want you to read paragraph 18 by a person who traveled to China on why they traveled to China. Read for the Senate.
That the invitation letter did not in any way describe the invitees as a technical team, therefore they cannot be described as such. In furtherance to this, the team that was selected to make the pre-visit was an advanced team tasked with the sole responsibility of assessing the situation on the ground in China before the governor's visit.
So, Mr. Mawira, does this confirm, okay, the letter by the county assembly that this was an advanced team?
The letter by?
The county secretary. That this was indeed an advanced team to assess and prepare for the visit?
The county secretary described them in the letter as a technical team. There's no way that he has indicated is an advanced team.
So much of the China trip, Mr. Mawira. Let's proceed to something else. You have also accused the governor of employing, before we go to that, in a related charge, I think it's important. You have also accused the governor of assigning her relatives, sisters, diplomatic duties.
Yes.
Which relatives are we talking about?
Still her sister, the personal assistant, and her sister, the security personnel.
And to base your accusation, you have attached a Facebook extract from the governor's official page. Is that the only evidence you have attached? For ease of reference, page 94, Mr. Mawira, of your own document.
Yes, it is there.
Okay. I want you to read, and I do not want to belabor on this point, the governor's message on Facebook that you seek to rely on to impeach the governor on the ground that she assigned her sister's diplomatic roles. Kindly read that post.
The county secretary delivered a message of well wishes from Governor of Meru County. They discussed various areas of development partnership. The Embassy of Slovak agreeing to partner with Meru County to promote food security, environmental conservation, women empowerment, ICT, trade and economic empowerment. In the coming days, Meru County will receive a donation of 30 computers to promote ICT in vocational training colleges. The farmers will get market linkages for coffee and tea in Slovak. The county will partner with Slovak in promotion of trade, investment, and tourism between the two governments. They are agreeing to strengthen bilateral partnerships between the two governments for the benefit of the people of Meru. This will see Meru receive more development aid from Slovak Republic in the coming years, enhancing partnership, maendeleo kapati, serikali ya mama iko imara, team governor ni mama doing excellent. Then there are pictures of the county secretary and the Slovak embassy officers and also of the sisters.
Good. So you have read and understood the governor's message on Facebook?
Yes.
Does she at any point assign her sisters any diplomatic roles?
They were part of the meeting.
I'm asking, from her post, from her message, has she assigned any of her sisters any diplomatic roles?
From the post, no.
From the post, no?
Yes.
The only person who is said to have engaged the ambassador is the county secretary.
But from the pictures, it's
the only person who is said from the message to have.
From the post, yes.
From the post, yes.
Facebook post, yes.
Is there anything wrong with the county secretary engaging such a person for and behalf of the governor?
Nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong. So the only issue you have is because there are photos of the governor's PA and security.
The photos there depict the discussions as they were ongoing, whereas the two sisters are involved.
Mr. Mawira, you were not part of those discussions, were you?
The message that I'm getting from the photos.
How about the message you're getting from the governor?
Post.
Does that mean anything, Mr. Mawira?
Of course it means something because it also highlights the agreements between the county government of Meru and the Slovak embassy.
Mr. Mawira, have you read the governor's affidavit in explanation to why the PA and
Yes, I've read it.
the security, the bodyguard was there?
Yes, I read it.
What does the governor say?
She was heading there.
Yes.
And then she got a call from, I don't remember if it's the office of the president or the deputy president. And then she designated this team to go ahead and engage the Slovak embassy.
Thank you. So then, if the governor was supposed to attend to this meeting, she is rerouted to State House and sends a PA and security who accompany her. Is there anything wrong with them appearing at the embassy with the county secretary?
There's no evidence induced that she was rerouted to the State House or deputy president residence.
But there is no evidence also to confirm that these two were engaged in diplomatic duties.
The pictures are there.
Indeed, Mr. Mawira, when you talk of diplomatic duties, what exactly do you have in mind?
Engaging in discussions that will link the partnership between the county government of Meru and the Slovak Republic.
Is international relations a county government function?
Not expressly so.
Thank you. Let us go to the other issue of vilification of leaders. One, Mr. Mawira, you will confirm that you are not part of those leaders that are alleged to have been vilified by the governor. You are not part of those leaders.
I've not alleged so.
You have not alleged so?
Yes.
You make a very good case for the deputy governor of Meru, showing that he has been a victim of vilification and demeaning by the governor. Is that your case?
Yes.
The deputy governor of Meru is not a witness before the Senate, is he?
He has also an affidavit.
Yes, one affidavit.
And the report from the Sectoral Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs that invited him to the assembly after he wrote a letter complaining that he has been excluded from cabinet meetings.
Let us talk about that letter that he wrote. When was that letter written?
The letter addressed to the Speaker, in fact, there are two letters.
The date of those letters?
30th August 2023.
30th August 2023. That
Yes.
letter appears in your list of documents at what page?
230.
230.
And 231.
Yes. When did the sectoral committee meet the deputy governor?
On Friday, 29 September 2023.
Friday, September 2023. Now, so it is just days to the impeachment motion.
Approximately 30 days after the letter was received by the Speaker.
The Speaker. Thank you. You have relied so much on WhatsApp messages.
Yes.
In a group called Third Government 012.
Yes.
You are not a member of that group, are you?
I'm not.
So you're not privy to anything that happens in that group?
This was evidence placed before the County Assembly.
That's not my question, Mr. Mawira. you are not privy to what transpires in that group.
I'm private because we were given these screenshots.
Mr. Mawira, private means you have personal knowledge of what happened in that group. Do you have personal knowledge of what happened in this group?
I have personal knowledge depending on the screenshots that we received from the governor, deputy governor, sorry.
Do you have first-hand information of what transpired in this group?
No.
You have none. You have none. You have accused one Chamba Mbede of removing the deputy governor from this group.